Look at you tryna front like that. I seen that look, you don't want no smoke, that's facts. Run the pass on slow for that. You talk big game, then you fall when it's stack. Same old green, same old cap, same old lies in a fresh new hat. I came too clean, you came too cheap. I don't chase noise, I chase my keep. Pocket full, mind on a mission. You outside talking, I'm in position. Wrist stay calm, but the pressure don't. You want that throne, man, but you really won't. Look at you, look at you. Running past, running past. Look at you, look at you. You ain't built for that. Look at you, running past, running past. Say my name, then freeze up. When I step like that. Now you mad cause the room got quiet. All that bark, but your heart won't bite. I move low with a cold intent. You make excuses, I make some in. Big talk, but your steps too weak. One wrong move and the whole thing leaks. I don't need no crowd, I don't need no push. I bring my own heat when I hit that hook. You been lost in the borrowed shine. I've been sharp since the first red line. Try me once, get a hard reset. You keep chasing likes, I keep collecting. Look at you, look at you. Running past, running past. Look at you, look at you. You ain't built for that. Look at you, look at you. Running past, running past. Say my name, then freeze up. When I step like that. I don't flinch when the room get tense. You performing pain, not make no sense. Hands too clean, but the work is done. You want my spot, better learn that run. Every line hit like a hardened steel. Every night real when the numbers deal. You was loud till the pressure came. I was real dark when I say that name. I've been patient, I've been locked in. You been hoping that the luck coming. Not my fault that the weak is shown. I just walk through and take what's known. Look at you, look at you. Running past, running past. Look at you, look at you. You ain't built for that. Look at you, look at you. Running past, running past. Say my name, then freeze up. When I step like that. Look up, running past the line with your bad chest. Look at you. Look at you tryna front like that. I seen that look, you don't want no smoke, that's facts. Run the pass on slow for that. You talk big game, then you fall when it's stack. Same old green, same old cap, same old lies in a fresh new hat. I came too clean, you came too cheap. I don't chase noise, I chase my keep. Pocket full, mind on a mission. You outside talking, I'm in position. Wrist stay calm, but the pressure don't. You want that throne, man, but you really won't. Look at you, look at you. Running past, running past. Look at you, look at you. You ain't built for that. Look at you, look at you. Running past, running past. Say my name, then freeze up. When I step like that. Now you mad cause the room got quiet. All that bark, but your heart won't bite. I move low with a cold intent. You make excuses, I'm in. Big talk, but your steps too weak. One wrong move and the whole thing leaks. I don't need no crowd, I don't need no push. I bring my own heat when I hit that hook. You been lost in the borrowed shine. I've been sharp since the first red line. Try me once, get a hard reset. You keep chasing likes, I keep collecting. Look at you, look at you. Running past, look at you, look at you. You ain't built for that. Look at you, look at you. Running past, running past. Say my name, then freeze up. When I step like that. I don't flinch when the room get tense. You perform in pain, not make no sense. Hands too clean, but the work is done. You want my spot, better learn that run. Every line hit like a heart and steel. Every night real when the numbers deal. You was loud till the pressure came. I was real dark when I say that name. I've been patient, I've been locked in. You been hoping that the luck come in. Not my fault that the weak get shown. I just walk through and take what's known. Look at you, look at you. Running past, running past. Look at you, look at you. You ain't built for that. Look at you, look at you. Running past, running past. Say my name and freeze up when I step like that. Look at you, running past the line with your back check. Look at you. Look at you tryna front like that. I seen that look, you don't want no smoke, that's facts. Run the pass on slow for that. You talk big game, then you fall when it's stack. Same old green, same old cap, same old lies in a fresh new hat. I came too clean, you came too cheap. I don't chase noise, I chase my keep. Pocket full, mind on a mission. You outside talking, I'm in position. Wrist stay calm, but the pressure don't. You want that throne, man, but you really won't. Look at you, look at you. Running past, running past. Look at you, look at you. You ain't built for that. Look at you, look at you. Running past, running past. Say my name, then freeze up when I step like that. Now you mad cause the room got quiet. All that bark, but your heart won't bite. I move low with a cold intent. You make excuses, I make some in. Big talk, but your steps too weak. One wrong move and the whole thing leaks. I don't need no crowd, I don't need no push. I'm my own heat when I hit that hook. You been lost in the borrowed shine. I've been sharp since the first red line. Try me once, get a hard reset. You keep chasing likes, I keep collecting. Look at you, look at you. Running past.
What's the word with y'all? What's going on in the YouTube, in these YouTube and Rumble streets? I can't call it. I can't call it. Me, this Monday, so you know I'm doing a little laundry. So recouping from the game yesterday. I'll be right back.
Running past, look at you, look at you. You ain't built for that. Look at you, look at you. Running past, running past. Say my name, then freeze up when I step like that. I don't flinch when the room get tense. You perform in pain, not make no sense. Hands too clean, but the work is done. You want my spot, better learn that run. Every line hit like a heart and steel. Every night real when the numbers deal. You was loud till the pressure came. I was real dark when I say that name. I've been patient, I've been locked in. You been hoping that the luck come in. Not my fault that the weak get shown. I just walk through and take what's known. Look at you, look at you. Running past, running past. Look at you, look at you. You ain't built for that. Look at you, look at you. Past, running past. Say my name and freeze up when I step like that. Look at you, running past alive with your back check. Look at you.
It's a little something, something. I made that some days ago. I said, you know what? Let me get a running pass. Look at you. Look at you. Running pass. Running pass. This shit is crazy. Let me see what I got going on today. Oh, oh shit, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
Stop, stop, stop. We in the hot spot. Smoking on chronic, mixing yak with my hypnotic. Yes, sir. We getting paid. Riding Escalades, private party escapades. Rolling in Escalades, y'all. Private party escapades now. You see Slip, he be off in the drop, drop, drop. With the blaze going chop, chop, chop. Why you hating? Stop, stop, stop. We pack more pumps than Shell. I'm on fire like the Chronic in the L. Whatever you need, I got it for sale. I gotta get this mail. I play the game by the newest rules, while y'all niggas making the same foolish moves. Niggas try and stop me, I'm hockey, give them the St. Louis Blues. Anything I want, it will happen. Till I die, I'm still facking. Ladies, I ain't a player, I'm coaching like Phil Jackson. We keep male, dro, dough, and females. Choking like I was the one coaching Spreewell. What you do, Slip? I still be on that Luke shit. Till my whips like in WA, they ruthless. Private party escapades, let's do this. Smoking blue shit. The blaze going chop, chop, chop. And the whole thing stop, stop, stop. We in the hot spot. Smoking on chronic, mixing yak with my hypnotic. Yes, sir. We getting paid. Riding Escalades, private party escapades. Rolling in Escalades, y'all. Private party escapades now. We live lavishly, keep it all gravity. Brizzle stuffing work in they body cavities. Taking flights, we click tight. Let me tell you a story like Dolomite. Consists of 4 hoes, 2 of them dice. You know I pimp ride. So I got them freaking each other with me in the mix. Never forgetting about one another. Boy, they turning them tricks. I got it now, I'm gone with it. Boy, I'm one of the realest. This game's going down in a major way. Over here, take it over. Right now, don't think your ship is unsinkable. Cause dog, you can be touched, I'll do the unthinkable. Man, don't make me rush. Mr. Bowling Ball nuts in the lack with the peanut butter guts. So the super sport burning the clutch. This game's been connected, so I inject it. And don't you disrespect it. Look, kiddo, I'm big O. Come through smoking the guard with Dro in the middle. Hey players, just that simple. See the blaze going chop, chop, chop. And the whole thing stop, stop, stop. We in the hot spot. Smoking on chronic, mixing yak with my hypnotic. Yes, sir. We getting paid. Riding Escalades, private party escapades. Rolling in Escalades, y'all. Private party escapades now. I keep the game at a certain momentum. You don't wanna see me get 'em. I spit venom, so like in 'em, and that's what's facking. We on a need to know basis, no need to show faces. When you hear what's faculating, that means somebody cracked the dating. Any words, 90% chance you get smacked for hating. Should've been procrastinating. We put that hip to the Nautic in the dro in your pocket. Ain't no time to waste. Time to throw the game in place. Down for that paper, killer for them haters. Slide on my gators to play to evade them. Never cap and save them. I'm at the light going chop, chop, chop. And the blaze won't stop, stop, stop. Now you know we at the hot spot, spot. Look at them hoes go drop, pop, lock. You know me, Mr. Pop his collar, you know me. Mr. Count these dollars. Yeah, I heard about you, but I ain't worried about you. You see the blaze going chop, chop, chop. And the whole thing stop, stop, stop. We in the hot spot. Smoking on chronic, mixing yak with my hypnotic. Yes, sir. We getting paid. Riding Escalades, private party escapades. escapades now.
American, couple skin. American, I met you off 6 late ride home. Cop on your skin like warm clay glow. You said you want love with a little fake, not the fake kind lost in a paper chase. You laughed at the lies, let them fall through. Said I need a man who can see me true. I said, baby, I got miles in my chest, blue collar heart still beating on the west. And you laugh like, prove it. I moved in close. You got that shine and make a man stay broke. You said, don't talk it, so I held your stare. One little touch had me right there. Copper skin, American love. Copper skin, I'm thinking of. Hold me down, don't let go. Summer heat in your soul. Copper skin, stay on my mind. Copper skin, all the time. Hold me close, let it run. Copper skin, American love. We in a two-step room with a stuffed up flow. Your boots hit time, then you ask for more. Mama taught you pride, daddy taught you fight. You wear both sides like a flag at night. I bring the truth, you bring the grace. 2 hard stories in one small place. You keep your chin up, I keep my word. A little rough edge, but it still works. And you smile like, stay here. I said I might. Your hand in mine, make the whole world right. You said, don't scare me. I said I won't, then you pull me in like you already know. Copper skin, American love. Copper skin, I'm thinking of. Hold me down, don't let go. Summer heat in your soul. Copper skin, stay on my mind. Copper skin, all the time. Hold me close, let it run. Copper skin. We don't need gold, we got this dirt road proof. Sweet tea on ice in the front porch truth. You call my name, I forget the rest. Got a wild little piece in your kiss and your dress. If the whole thing bends, we bend slow. Still right together where the mesquites grow. Come when a window, a heart bent. Yeah, I'll be right here when you disappear. If the road gets long and the dark comes down, I'll be your flame in this little town. You can lose your fear, you can wear my ring. Copper on your skin makes me believe. Copper skin, I'm thinking of. Hold me down, don't let go. The summer heat in your soul. Copper skin, just stay on my mind. Copper skin, all the time. Hold me close, let it run. Copper skin, American love. Copper skin, American love. Copper skin, American love. American love. Yeah, let's go. Anybody who would lie to you will sell you a smile for the truth. They clap when you're standing there, then take your chair out from under you. Same hands, different story. Same mouth, different wound.
Big dog. Hope all is well. Yes, sir.
They talk real sweet in the daylight, then leave you cold by noon. I seen them nod like family while they hide a knife in you. If they bend the facts for comfort, they'll break the trust in you. And the part that hurts the worst ain't the cut, it's what they knew. Lie to you, kill you. Lie to you, kill you. Say it plain, don't miss it. Lie to you, kill you. Watch how they dress up poison in a clean white cup. Say it's love, say it's loyalty, to your whole world stuck. They want your name, your favor, your time, your open door. Then when you ask for honesty, they act like you're the one at war. They borrow your life for praise, then dim you when they can. Keep a grin on their face while they rewrite who you am. And every promise that they spend comes back short in the end. Lie to you, kill you. Lie to you, kill you. Say it plain, don't miss it, miss it, miss it, miss it. Lie to you, yeah, yeah, yeah. I seen the smile turn savage when the mask fell off. Heard the promise sound so holy till the final stone got tossed. So I take the words in the pattern, I don't just a polished lie. Cause a lie don't just bend the moment, it can bury what you know inside. I learned truth can look lonely, but it keeps your feet on ground. Better a hard, clean answer than a sweet one wrapping you down. So if you bring me fiction, don't call it love, don't call it right. Kill you, lie to you, kill you. Say it plain, don't miss it, miss it, miss it, miss it. Lie to you, kill you.
What's up with y'all, man? What's going on with y'all? What's the word? Damn, let me drop this link. Dang it. My background there. I ain't know nothing, man. You see it, you see it. No, that's not it. There it is. It's the people's champ. In case anybody want to jump up and have a converse about anything. I did run across some Second Amendment news for all my carriers out there. Might be some useful information you might need. Got some interesting shit in my watch later folder on my Big Dog Philly OG shit. Let me open the tab. A fake cop tried to kidnap a sister. It's the first time I heard about that. Raj? When this happened? I need to look this up. Hold on. Let me find something on this. The YouTube link. Let's see. This is why so many people are sick. What is that? Let me get this link you put in the chat. Hold on. Let's see what we got here. Hero truck driver helps woman escape alleged napper posing as cop. Oh, that's crazy. Hey, yo.
From a heroic trucker who happened to be at the right place at the right time. He saved a woman as she ran for her life along a remote road, escaping an alleged kidnapper who was posing as a police officer. ABC's Sam Champion has the story.
She said, "Please help me. He's trying to kidnap me."
This morning, dramatic video watched as a young woman in handcuffs appears to run for her life down a South Carolina highway to escape an alleged kidnapping.
I noticed someone ran across the road and a car was following them. And I'm wondering, maybe that's a couple that got into it.
Trucker Anthony Moore says he was driving down the road in Aiken County when he spotted this young woman being chased by a swerving back.
She would run to one side of the road, the car would go over there.
Oh shit, hold on. Let me run that back a little bit.
She would run to one side of the road, the car.
You know damn well police don't drive Cadillacs like that. Look at this dude. I'm trying to look at him.
Would go over there. She'll run out to the other side of the road. The car will go over there.
Desperate, she ran towards Moore's big rig, begging for help.
She said, "He has my phone and my diploma." I said, "Your diploma?" She said, "Yes, sir." She said, "I just graduated yesterday."
Moore says the young woman had been walking to her mother's home when the man approached her, claiming to be law enforcement, showing a fake badge and forcing her into his car in handcuffs. When he drove her to an isolated road and headed toward the trunk of his car, she saw her chance to escape. Despite being in handcuffs behind her back, she told Moore she managed to wiggle herself over the back seat and out the driver's door, and she ran. The man eventually got back in his car and pulled up to Moore's truck, again claiming to be police.
I thought it was strange that he's in a teal green Cadillac with a busted out window with plastic on the back of it.
When a second driver stopped and called 911, the man sped away. Police later identified him as 39-year-old Jonathan Willard and arrested him the next day.
Sam Champion, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
She said, "Please help me. He's trying to..."
Yo, that's crazy. They probably let his ass go with no issues. Yeah, that's wild. That's super wild. Sheesh. It was on the what's that? ABC News. Now, how often do this shit happen and nobody ever knows it? That's a good question. I bet these sick bastards out here doing this shit every day. We gotta stop. We gotta stop. Look, we can't be walking alone nowhere, man. These children, these women, stop walking around by your damn self. You need two or more. Two or more, all right? I'm just saying. Okay. I ain't watched none of these shit. I just put these in the save later just by the titles alone. A war with so-called blacks is a death wish. What this dude say? What this dude boasting? You started what you can't finish, so stop crying, relax, and wait for blacks instructions. What the fuck is this? Oh, African Streamline channel. T-Dub, what up though? What's facking? There was a case of a what was this puppet put in the chat? This the first I heard of it. Buddy acting like a police officer, trying to kidnap a sister. Luckily, she got away from his ass. Identified, arrested, but I ain't heard nothing else. What's that dude's name again? Hold on.
This morning, dramatic video. Watch as a young woman in handcuffs appears to run for her life down a South Carolina highway to escape an alleged kidnapping.
I noticed someone ran across the road and a car was following them. And I'm wondering, maybe that's a couple that got into it.
Trucker Anthony Moore says he was driving down the road in Aiken County and he spotted this young woman being chased by a swerving Cadillac.
She would run to one side of the road, the car would go over there. She would run up to the other side of the road, the car would go over there.
Desperate, she ran towards Moore's big rig, begging for help.
She said, "He has my phone and my diploma." I said, "Your diploma?" She said, "Yes, sir." She said, "I just graduated."
The young woman had been walking to her mother's home when the man approached her, claiming to be law enforcement, showing a fake badge and forcing her into his car in handcuffs. he drove her to an isolated road and headed toward the trunk of his car, she saw her chance to escape. Despite being in handcuffs on her back, she told Moore she managed to wiggle herself over the back seat and out the driver's door, and she ran. The man eventually got back in his car and pulled up to Moore's truck, again claiming to be police.
I thought it was strange that he's in a
What he gonna pull it over in this little dirt road going to the trunk that she got about that? What was in your trunk, player?
teal green Cadillac with a busted out window with plastic on the back of it.
When a second driver stopped to call 911, the man sped away. Police later identified him as 39-year-old Jonathan Willard.
Jonathan Willard. Jonathan Willard. Jonathan Willard. South Carolina man posing his account. Jonathan Willard. Let's see. Jonathan Willard, 39, was arrested in South Carolina for allegedly kidnapping a woman while impersonating a police officer. Incidental review. Walking their parents' home. When Jonathan Willard approached her, claimed to be a police officer, he handcuffed her, took her phone, social security card, and a recently earned diploma. Forced her to get in the back of the green Cadillac DeVille, which reportedly had no back seat. Willard allegedly told the victim he was taking her to the police station, but she became suspicious as he repeatedly asked questions. Okay, arrest and charges. Faces charges of kidnapping, impersonating a law enforcement officer. Is held at Aiken County Detention Center. No court date has been scheduled yet. Authorities are seeking information from the public regarding any similar incidents involving Willard. Suspect background: has a criminal history including 2013 domestic violence charges that was dismissed, a 2012 restraining order, 2021 drug possession conviction, resulting in 90 days in jail. There are no prior kidnapping charges on record. Yeah, this is crazy. Oh boy. What's my history? Hold on. Okay, this for the gun permits. So gun permits are over. New court ruling changes everything nationwide.
delivered fast to match exact spec.
A federal judge just dropped an emergency ruling and it went completely under the radar for most people. This ruling directly targets the permit system that keeps millions of Americans legally armed in public. And if you carry a firearm for self-defense, if you have ever applied for a concealed carry permit, or if you live in one of the states that still uses a shallow permitting process, this ruling affects your ability to keep doing exactly that. Every single federal judge on the panel agreed on the core ruling, not one dissenting vote. That almost never happens in cases involving constitutional rights, and it tells you this came down hard on one side of the argument. This applies to every permit holder that fall under the ruling's jurisdiction, which right now means potentially tens of millions of Americans need to know what just changed. And here's what is most shocking. This barely made the news. The mainstream outlets buried it. People who should be screaming about this from the rooftops are staying quiet. If you're someone who actually takes your rights seriously, not just talks about them, this channel was built for people like you. Hit subscribe and prove it right now. This all started when a coalition of gun rights organizations challenged the entire permitting framework in a federal circuit court. The case worked its way up fast because the plaintiffs argued that the system itself violated the Second Amendment. They said the government should not have the power to make you ask permission before you can exercise a fundamental right. That is like requiring a permit before you can speak or before you can worship. The court looked at the history of permitting systems in this country and compared them to what the founders intended when they wrote the Second Amendment into the Constitution. The majority opinion found that the current permit regime exceeded what the historical record could justify. That is legal language for saying they found it went too far and they stopped it. Now, before I get into the real impact, I want to know what you think. Do you believe this ruling actually protects you, or does it leave too many gaps? Drop your answer in the comments. And while you're there, hit the like button. It tells me to keep making videos like this. Here's what most people are missing about what this actually means for you personally. Before this ruling, if you wanted to carry a concealed firearm in public, you had to go through your state government. You had to fill out forms, submit to background checks, pay fees, and wait sometimes months for approval. Some states made that process easy. Others made it nearly impossible. What this ruling does is say that the government cannot require you to get permission to exercise a right that already belongs to you by default. Think about that. It is like the difference between...
You say the link not working? Or maybe I wasn't paying attention. Hold on. What it say when you hit the link, big dog? That's strange.
Needing an invitation to enter your own home versus just walking in because it belongs to you. The right does not come from the government, did not grant it. So requiring them to sign off on it before you use it is backwards. Here's another layer most people never think about. What happens to the permit you already have? That is one of the first questions gun owners are asking right now. The ruling itself addresses the requirement to obtain a permit going forward, but whether it invalidates existing permits depends on how the states respond and how the courts handle enforcement. Some states will dismantle their permitting systems immediately because they know they cannot win. Others will fight back with new legislation designed to accomplish the same thing through different legal language. That second group is where things get complicated because courts are already watching to see if lawmakers try to replace the permit system with something that achieves the same result using a different name. Think about it this way. Imagine the government said you could not post anything on social media without getting a government-issued permit first. You have to apply, pay a fee, pass a background check, and wait for approval before you could express yourself online. That sounds ridiculous because it is. And that is essentially what the permitting system for carrying a firearm has been, a permission slip for a fundamental right.
Never drive off immediately after filling your tank. What happens in those first 3 minutes is exactly why your gas disappears so fast. Companies are in full panic mode, trying to stop McKinney from telling you.
This ruling says that
I don't know what that's about, big dog.
permission slip is no longer required. About to show you in the next few minutes is the part most channels skip completely. You will want to be subscribed before I get there. So turn on the bell right now. The ripple effects of this ruling are enormous. They are going to touch almost of how gun laws work in this country. First, you are going to see states rush to rewrite their gun laws immediately. Some will try to impose restrictions through the back door that were struck down through the front door. They will use different language, call it something else, and hope courts do not notice. Courts will notice, and they will be clogged with challenges to those new laws within months. Second, you are going to see other federal courts point to this ruling as precedent when they hear similar cases in their own jurisdictions. That means cases that have been stuck in legal limbo for years suddenly have a clear path to victory. The momentum here is building and it is not slowing down. Third, federal agencies are going to have to scramble. The ATF, the FBI, and other agencies that rely on permit systems for background checking and enforcement were built around a framework that just got destabilized. Their databases, their training programs, their entire operational structure assumed that permit holders would be vetted by state authorities. When states issuing permits, that system loses a critical piece.
I'm just saying, I just opened my Facebook and see something from a day ago that's saying, let's see, the state just rested its case in the Carmelo Anthony murder trial for the stabbing, death of Austin Metcalf. 21 witnesses, including multiple teen eyewitnesses, coaches, first responders, and experts, painted a clear picture. Anthony was asked to lead a tent 15 plus times, provoked the fight, stabbed the unarmed Austin, and later admitted, "I did it. No group assault on him. This wasn't self-defense, it was murder." Oh, interesting. I see what y'all up to. Don't know if I believe that all the way though. Oh boy, they're trying to fuel some flames.
Fourth, this opens the door for challenges to other firearm regulations that people have long suspected are unconstitutional, but could never get a court to hear. When one major barrier falls, the cases stacked behind it start moving. This is just the beginning of what is going to be a multi-year legal transformation of the Second Amendment landscape. But here's what
Dustin is about to rest this case today, huh? So the prosecutors brought in 21 witnesses. Interesting.
I need you to understand. This does not mean the fight is over. Far from it. The other side is not going to accept this quietly. They are going to appeal. They are going to pass emergency legislation, and they are going to try every legal maneuver available to them. The ruling stands.
Hold on, wait a minute. It wasn't a knife. What did he with? What did he get stuck with? American Business, what's the business? Okay, well, it came. I ain't been following the case. I don't know what the news is on it. Yeah, they gotta go. They gonna have to go deeper than just that day. What led up to that day? Like, I need days, weeks, months prior to the incident. Was this something that built up over time? You know what I'm saying? Was some spontaneous shit, or was it just something building up and it just exploded? Spike remover. Let me see. You say you hit him with a Swiss Army knife? This is fucked up. Y'all gonna make me go into this now. Hold on. Yeah, let's get it. Okay, defense continues calling witnesses and Carmelo Anthony murder trial. We got some live going on about it. Horrifying evidence, shattered track meet, murder trial.
Death at a track meet. The question is whether what happened was murder or self-defense. We're one of the only media outlets in the courtroom giving you all the details of what is happening in real time. I'll also tell you why a witness's testimony caused the family of the victim.
Let's get it.
Party's 2 for $5 breakfast mix and match. Now let you choose the smoked sausage biscuit, sausage egg biscuit, biscuit and gravy.
Victim Austin Metcalf to step out today. We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. Today, the defense finally began telling its side of the story in one of the most closely watched murder trials in the country. With Carmelo Anthony's future, his attorneys are now trying to reshape the narrative. Jurors have heard for days, offering a version of events that could determine whether he walks free or the teen spins bars. But looming over the defense is a question that has haunted this trial from the very beginning. Why did Carmelo Anthony?
I don't know why this thing made that. I don't see you in the back. It's lagging. He was in the headlock. They jumped him. Yeah, I heard they was trying to jump him. I heard they was having beef with these. Like, these was different schools. They went to different schools, didn't they? Like, dude and his brother was like some bullies or some shit. I've heard a few different stories. I don't see you in the back. If you was in the back, I didn't notice. But I guess this news outlet is actually one of the few that's in the courtroom during this shit. That'd be interesting. Hope they're coming from an unbiased perspective, an unbiased stance.
Had a knife at a track meet that day. After days of testimony from prosecution witnesses, the defense called Anthony's track coach as its first witness. And from the moment he took the stand, jurors heard a different account of what happened in the moments leading up to the deadly confrontation. Anthony's side of the story. I want to get with Court TV's Cody Thomas inside the courtroom once again today. Cody, let's talk about how the state finished their case. And they call a witness today who's kind of the link between Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf. He was teammates with Austin Metcalf, knew Carmelo Anthony to some extent. His name is Eddie. Why was his testimony important?
So we've heard this Eddie character's name, Chris, throughout the entire duration of all the student witnesses that have taken a stand. He is the common denominator. We heard a lot of people saying Carmelo knew Eddie. He came over and dapped Eddie up, gave him a handshake. Eddie was a childhood friend of Carmelo's now ex-girlfriend. So that's the connection there. Now, based on the testimony that the students brought up during prosecution's case, they were all saying that Eddie and Carmelo looked like they knew each other. It was, it was the obvious link. That's what the defense kind of talked about in their opening statements. Of course, some people know who Carmelo was, but they looked over, he was sitting next to Eddie. Everything came back to this guy named Eddie. All right. So I was thinking, as I've been sitting there for the past few days, that Eddie was going to be a defense witness, because if he's great friends with Carmelo, then obviously, he'd fend for his friend, I would say. But one thing I was thinking before he got called was, if he knew Carmelo, why wouldn't he stand up and let everybody know, when all the commotion started, hey, this is my friend, he's here with me, blah, blah, blah. But never heard that from any student's testimony. But anyway, Eddie gets on the stand today. They're going through his testimony. He's about 5 or 10 minutes in. And then Eddie says, Carmelo they were cool, but he verbally said, I wouldn't say we were friends. It was just kind of someone that he knew. Okay, cool. Now we move on to the cross-examination by the defense. And this is, I feel, was a little bit of a win for the defense. They showed a whole bunch of pictures of Eddie and Carmelo at these different group settings, at Eddie's house, no less. There was a 50th birthday party for Carmelo's ex-girlfriend's mother. Remember, Eddie and the girlfriend, this girl named Valeria, they were the ones that knew each other, and Carmelo was, you would say. So when they had these family functions, Carmelo obviously was there. Okay, they showed them group photos, kind of establishing. Then, here's another defense win to me today. They showed photos of Carmelo and Eddie together. Just being teenagers goofing off. One is playing the guitar, they're making silly faces at the camera. So Eddie gets up there under direct examination saying, yeah, I know him, but, I wouldn't say he's a friend. But then the defense pushes back. It's like, hey, if you're not friends, why do you have pictures together? But the crux of Eddie's testimony to that, he definitely got emotional talking about Austin's death. He said Austin was like a brother to him. He said that on the stand. And when he was describing, everything that he saw that day, when he came back and saw Austin had a hole in his chest, he immediately choked up and started crying instantly. They had to walk up there and give him Kleenex. And there were some new people in the gallery today, Chris. There were 5 young boys, presumably former teammates, former classmates of Austin Metcalf. And when they were describing that as well, boys started crying themselves. These are football player-esque guys, and they were crying too, just showing the emotional weight that this still carries. And Carmelo's sitting there, he's taking it all in. I'm looking at him on his at his table with his defense as this testimony going on, still sitting there stoic. I don't know what's going through his head. I'm sure he's realizing the gravity of what's going down, but his defense, the state rested today. So his defense is up, and they called 3 witnesses so far, 2 students included, one of those being one of Carmelo's friends too.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of time spent for both the prosecution and the defense kind of establishing why Carmelo Anthony was under this tent, because from the state's perspective, they've hammered this tent culture of track and field where it's you don't go under of another school. But then with this Eddie character coming into play, the defense is really trying to show that Carmelo may have been invited under tent. That's why.
Why are you trying to set the crazy shit where this is a track meet, you don't go in the tent of a rival school? Why are y'all trying to set that up like that? Keep pointing that stupid shit out.
He's there. I wonder just how much any of that matters. Because I just think if you're a juror, it's when you enter the bubble of the information that matters. of like the interaction when we talk about things at where Austin Metcalf, it's a hard shove, maybe it's a soft shove, that happens, and then you have Carmelo Anthony responding with it. Stab wound, Austin Metcalf, and that kind of leads to a witness that came, one of the final witnesses for the state today, the medical examiner who conducted the autopsy on Austin Metcalf. And before we talk about that part of it, I know you've been sitting kind of near the family of Austin Metcalf, and I know there's been body video, there's been 911 calls. I mean, it's just the weight of what they're going through. It's just hard to imagine. What did you see prior to that witness being called?
So, the student witnesses wrap up, and there was this sort of announcement. All the media, as you mentioned, we're all sitting behind Austin Metcalf's family. All 9 members of the media are behind them. So before this medical examiner comes up, there's an announcement that she's going to be the next witness. To which the prosecution's around, if you don't want to see or hear about any of these things, I'd advise you to leave the courtroom, because now you're about to get into, the injuries and talk about them. And I was sitting there thinking we were going to see the injuries. We did in the jury. See 4 pictures of it, but us, the gallery, did not. So anyway, the prosecution announces medical examiner's coming in. If you don't want to hear any of this, go out. Austin Metcalf's mom gets up and goes out immediately, along with some other family members and some people in their camp as well. His dad, Jeff Metcalf, initially said no. He nodded his head. I was sitting right behind him. He said he didn't want to leave. And then the prosecutor kind of makes a face and just goes, "I advise you to leave." I could hear it was kind of a whisper. It wasn't an announcement. It was more so a direction. To which Jeff Metcalf finally got up and left. And, we heard about this 2-inch gaping wound. She described gaping, and she described the difference between gaping and a split-style stabbing wound. Where gaping is more of, it's kind of like filleted open, not to be insensitive to it, but that's the way she described it on the stand. And that it was a 2-inch deep wound that hit the cartilage of Austin Metcalf's sternum and actually pierced one of the ventricles in his heart. So it was literally stabbed in the heart, which is likely why the CPR and life-saving efforts weren't working, because no matter how much the heart was.
What's happening there? What up with your sis?
From the source. So it was, really establishing the gravity of the wound, and the jury again got to see 4 pictures. 2 of them were Austin Metcalf on the autopsy table, and 2 of them were the heart removed from the body. That's what the medical examiner was describing they were seeing. So, of course, I'd imagine that a family didn't want to hear that. So mom, dad, and some other people, I don't know who they were, maybe the aunts and uncles, maybe it's just family, friends, and supporters of the Metcalf family, they all got up and left, about 7 or 8 of them.
And I wonder too, I know from the first responders who were there that interacted with Carmelo Anthony right after all of this took place, where it seemed like he didn't think that what had happened was going to lead to Austin Metcalf's death. And you hear about, the medical examiner, I think, straight up said, no way that he could have survived this. Even if he was on the operating table, like a surgeon might not have been able to save him. The wound was that bad.
It absolutely was that bad. And those are the exact words that she said. And then one word that stuck to me, Chris, that she said, she starts describing 5 manners of death, and to which she, classified this one as a homicide. And when she explained homicide to the jury, she said the intentional, bringing about of death by another human being. But the key word to that to me was, Chris, how the prosecution would harp on a little bit, was intentional. It wasn't like accidental. It wasn't this and that, causing of harm that results in death by another human being. So I thought that was a powerful thing, that she said on the stand.
And you just wonder too, like a statement like that, just that one line. And then I also know some of these student witnesses who have just very bluntly said they don't believe that this is self-defense. We're going to talk about the defense side of things here in a moment, and kind of from Carmelo Anthony's perspective, what they're trying to say. But you just wonder, over the last couple of days, with so many people just bluntly saying that to the jury, what impact that's going to have. Now, the state ends up resting. Before we get to the defense, I know that there was a quick motion that the defense raised right as the state ended up resting. What was that about?
See you next month.
It's literally immediately motion for a directed verdict. And in terms, that pretty much means that the defense tells the judge, hey, I don't think the state really proved their point beyond a reasonable doubt. And if it was granted, the judge would be like, you know what? You're right. and pretty much grant this in favor of the defendant, to which there would be a not guilty and the defendant walks free. But the immediately denied the first maybe 10 seconds, and then the judge looked over to the defense, Mr. Mike Howard, and said, yeah, your motion is denied. So they tried for the directed verdict before they started their case, and we took a recess and came back in to actually start their case.
Now, when it comes to the defense's case, the first witness they called was Carmelo Anthony's coach. And so we heard from Austin Metcalf's coach on the state side. What did he say?
He was talking about they started off humanizing this defendant here, because let's get, we have this kid's liberty is at stake as well. He's claiming this this self-defense and saying that, you know, he feared for his life, which valid if he did. So this coach gets up there and he's talking about how Carmelo was this athlete. He was on the football team, and they did an exhibit of what they call the Captain's Awards at his school, to which you see Carmelo's name engraved as the captain in 2024 during his fall senior season. And they also pointed out that that is voted upon by the students, pretty much trying to, you know, Carmelo Anthony is a reputable guy. He's somewhat of a leader. He looks like a leader to his classmates and his teammates. So they talked about that for a little bit, and then they got into the, you know, we've heard the tent culture. That was what a lot of this is been, you know, that phrase has been circulating around the courtroom, talking about each tent is like each locker room for each team. Therefore, people should not be hanging under the tents. Well, this coach was saying, you know, I get that, but I guess it's the discretion. As we had the coach from Memorial High School, that was the absolute first witness by the prosecution, talking about how, you know, strict he is and how, you know, he enforces his rules, and made that several student witnesses talk about how Coach Robert Starr, that's the coach for Memorial High School, has been strict. It's our courtroom when they talk about how strict he was. But this coach here today was saying, you know, there was times where athletes from another school would come under my tent when I'm there, you know, ask if they could be there. And I was like, guys, we'll chill out on leaders. But what the prosecution harped on during that, when they got into cross-examination, was, you know, he specified when you were there as a coach, as a...
None your... What's back and none your business. Welcome.
Supervising individual, you know, just the teenager running free, because this coach also specified that they like to have a coach at the tents at all times just to watch teenagers. Not, you know, not think about crimes. You got boys, you got girls, you got a lot of hormones with a bunch of teenagers. So, I mean, started off with, you know, positivity for Carmelo, which obviously his side is in support of. But when it got to cross-examination, it seemed like the prosecution was just ready for everything that this coach had to say and tried to dispute anything that he said.
Yeah, I feel like one question that each day we kind of revisit in talking about this is like, why does Carmelo Anthony have a knife at a track meet? And I feel like to this point, like that has yet, and we'll see. I mean, they are just beginning to present their case. But even in some of the cross-examinations, like it seems like the prosecution continues to hone in on that in asking questions to whether it's a coach or a teammate of Carmelo Anthony about having this knife at a track meet.
Yeah, Chris, because that question, that's the biggest question that hasn't been answered. And even with the three witnesses today, the second witness was a student and a very good friend of Carmelo's. And, you know, it started off, I thought the defense was on a roll. I was like, all right, the defense is coming back now. The student was talking about how at different track meets, they go under tents. He sits under tents all the time. He actually specified that he's at under the memorial tent for several minutes with Carmelo because they had a friend that was on the track team. So I was like, oh, here's some pushback. Here's, you know, some clarity in the air about this tent culture. Everything's rolling good for the defense. And then the prosecution comes back and asks, you know, 4 or 5 questions. One of those questions being, do you expect it not to be at a track meet? No, sir. Should not be at a track meet? No, sir. Did you expect anything like this to happen? No, sir. You know, just all different things addressing the knife situation, which, you know, to the average person seems like common knowledge not to have a weapon on school grounds, no matter if it's legal or not. Just having a weapon, you know, people can legally carry guns, but you can't have them inside a school. You know what I mean? So that's where the prosecution was going. Every single time the defense tried to get the ball rolling, the prosecution asked those 4 questions. That answers to those questions went in the prosecution's favor and not the defense's.
And I wonder too, because I know, like, kind of going back to one of the state witnesses today who had mentioned that Austin was trying to intimidate Carmelo Anthony. So, like, eventually it gets to the point where, for whatever reason, he's in this tent. The members of Austin Metcalf's track team, Austin Metcalf, his twin brother, like, they just don't want Carmelo Anthony there. And then they get into this, like, back invitation. Maybe they're being sent. I know there's like some trash talk one student talked about related to like football that might have, like, raise things to the next level.
Getting a personal loan when someone is drowning in debt can be the worst thing they can do for 3 reasons. Reason number 1, 97% of applicants don't.
But it's still this question of like, was Carmelo Anthony in a position where he needed to defend himself to the point that he pulls a knife out of a backpack and stabs Austin Metcalf in the chest? And it just seems like we keep getting to this point and you're kind of waiting to hear that other side of the story.
That's exactly what everyone here is waiting for. It's what I'm waiting for, Chris. I want to hear the other side of the story because everything so far from all the students, all the eyewitness accounts who were there on the scene, not talking about the coaches who were may have been scattered out, across the stadium. We're talking students who were feet away under the same tent. Just one of them. And let me just address this too, Chris. I mean, I know, the racial aspect of this is a big deal. There have been several Black and Hispanic students, probably the majority of these students have been Black or Hispanic, testifying about these different things, talking about their love for the Metcalf family and what have you. But all of these students come back saying they didn't even expect anything to happen. They thought it was just, some trash talk, some boys, just going back at it. Everything you've seen before, maybe it's some profanity, say they don't recall profanity, some say they did, but none of them said that they felt like anything like this was about to happen. One of them even just said they thought, okay, when Austin shoved them, maybe there would have been a shove back and, that would have been it. But every last one said everything happened so fast and then they didn't even realize what happened until Austin pulls his shirt up and they see a hole in his chest. So to your point, Chris, I'm waiting to hear the defense, whether maybe Carmelo Anthony will take a stand and testify about his own fears, which I would love to hear. I'd love to hear both sides. That's how we get a fair trial. But right now, as of now, we haven't really heard anything that results in self-defense by lethal force. One of the students today said, been asking towards the end, do you feel this was self-defense? Many of the students just say, no, sir. One said, no.
No, they actually, trial. The defense is present this case today.
Lethal force versus non-lethal force, which fair point.
And again, like those are
Casino C. What it do was back and yee.
Are kind of just, if you're a juror sitting there and you hear that, how do you counter it from the defense's point of view? And I think of like, does Carmelo Anthony take the stand? And like we may be like a good ways away from like whether or not that is going to be a possibility. But I do think like every single witness to this point who was there, who saw this, because he's under an opposing team's tent, like these are friends of Austin Metcalf who are tested. So that is certainly a disadvantage, and frankly saying, for Carmelo Anthony and giving his side of the story. And he may be the only one who's able to give his side of the story when it comes to the defense. Before getting to the final witness of today, who I think had like an interesting perspective on things, what did you see from the jury today? Because I know yesterday, the day before, like there were some really emotional moments. You could tell that the jury was getting emotional.
Yeah, not so emotional today, Chris. They were more so focused than anything, especially during the moments they saw those autopsy photos and, Austin Metcalf's heart. I was looking for some kind of visceral reaction, but they just all seemed to just really, just sitting there, just looking, just nodding. They're going back and forth. They're walking up and down, the jury box, showing these photos, explaining what they're seeing and getting into all the medical terms and everything, which I'm sure, some of them probably received that, but most of them are probably just receiving the visuals that they're looking at. But they were just very focused today. Very focused, just, really listening to what was being said in court. Sometimes their eyes wander to the prosecution's table. They'd wander over, look towards the other side, towards Carmelo Anthony, maybe looking for how he'd respond to any of these things, but nothing really emotional from that jury here today.
Well, and I know from, Austin Metcalf's family, like we've talked about, like his dad at times will put his hand or his head in his hands, and you understand why with that emotion. From the supporters of Carmelo Anthony are there behind him in court, what is their emotion as all of this is going on?
It's just strict stoicism, Chris. No crying. I've seen, some men with their arms around what I presume to be their wives or girlfriends or maybe even daughters. There's a collection of them over there, maybe 15 to 20 of people on Carmelo's side, same out over here on the Austin Metcalf side, but they're sitting there, no real tears, no one's really just listening and taking it all in. Just stoic is the only way I can put it.
Now, when it comes to this final witness. We won't say their name because he's 17 years old. He is a student at Memorial High School, Austin Metcalf's high school. And in just kind of reading the notes of the day here, when it came to the defense questioning him, and he was a defense witness. So this is someone who knew Austin.
I heard this too, Casino. I heard that shit too. Yep.
Metcalf was on the team, and the defense is calling him. He had, I felt like, a little bit of a different perspective of what happened compared to some of the other students from this high school who have taken the stand.
Yeah, Chris, and it was interesting before he took the stand, or when he took the stand, the defense attorney said that they had not talked before. It was like, yeah, sir, we haven't talked before. It was just 2 minutes right now in the hallway. I thought that was as if you're trying to, gain an edge or get a leg up. Why would you have a witness that haven't done, witness preparation with? But anyway, they start talking. They're walking through the events. It takes them about 20 to 30 minutes to walk through the lead-ups and everything and what this kid saw. And we heard the first time today. He said, Carmelo, the whole thing with the hand in the bag and touch me and see what happens. He said that Austin Metcalf tapped Carmelo on the shoulder, like as an annoyance. Like, oh yeah, touch me and what happens. And then he said something that we haven't heard yet. He said, Carmelo said, okay, well, hit me and see what happens, or punch me and see what happens, which we haven't heard that testimony from any student so far. So I'm just wondering, why it was just now said here. We've had 10 of these student witnesses, and it was just said now during this witness. And then, as he was testifying, he was kind of disagreeing with some of the things that the defense attorney was throwing out. Actually asking questions to kind of fit the narrative of the defense here with the self-defense claim. And one of their, narratives that they're throwing out is that, these Metcalf boys were some big boys, 6'1", 6'2", linebackers, over 200 pounds. And they started talking about the size comparison thing again, starting to go down that rabbit hole. And they were talking about Austin. Austin was 6'1", 213, according to the medical examiner. And his brother Hunter, the defense is like, well, Hunter was similar in size, trying to make them out to be, the big bullies and all. That's the narrative they're going down. And as the defense attorney is asking this, I can see Jeff Metcalf, the father, just shaking his head like these boys are not the same size. And the young man on the stand said, I wouldn't say that. And he actually said that Austin was substantially bigger than Hunter, which is very interesting. I mean, you're going down this narrative and then you have a witness on the stand that's part of your narrative and he's negating things that you're saying. I don't know how that looks in front of a jury. I imagine it's kind of damaging, maybe not extremely damaging, but it can't be, positive.
Yeah, and I saw this is one of the notes that you put in there. Just something along the line of Hunter, who is apparently, and this is before the incident happens, Hunter is apparently talking to Carmelo Anthony. Austin's tone was moderate, and I guess this student kind of doesn't remember saying this to a detective, but he had recalled at the time something along the lines of Austin said, you better move before I beat your, another word for behind that we can't say here. Which that is different. That's different than we heard from some of the other students. Or as if you're talking about the situation that Carmelo was in, that is certainly different than what we've heard from some of the state witnesses that came earlier in the week.
Yeah, that's a win for the defense if the jury takes it on, because that shows that Austin Metcalf was equally an aggressor here. Because so far, they're all the witnesses with the prosecution. Everyone's, in this agreement that was this aggressor. Carmelo was the instigator. Maybe that's a better word. And that Austin was just simply frustrated. Now we're hearing that Austin might have been saying some curse words back to Carmelo, maybe provoking each other, versus just being a one-sided thing. No matter whether Carmelo was randomly there, under the tent or not, we're still talking about the provocation between the two young men. And that's what matters here. What are the facts and the truth surrounding that?
When you look at the cross-examination, though, from the prosecution, and it seemed like that they were almost prepared for this witness and what they were going to say, because there was one line, and I was just kind of picking one out here, something along the lines of he wasn't anticipating, from the shove gave Carmelo Anthony, he was anticipating a shove back, something along that line. Yeah. He was not anticipating Carmelo Anthony to pull a knife out and use that type of force. It just seems like the prosecution in some of these cases is prepared for what potentially could be testimony like what this student talked about.
That's to the point I was making earlier, because when the defense brought this witness up there, he that they had talked before, but then when the prosecution says, oh yeah, we talk, prosecution be talking longer to a defense.
So did Are they saying dude push Carmelo first?
Witness. But they were going down this path, and it seemed like examination versus cross-examination when it came to talking to the prosecutor, because the prosecutor was walking down kind of the same questions that he'd been asking their student witnesses when they got on the stand, and just establishing the scene. And again, to the point, the line you just pointed out, he was just expecting this shove back. Like, not really concerned. He's not watching the races and everything going on, not expecting a knife to get pulled out, and not even being concerned or scared of the situation. You know, he didn't even feel like there was a fight that was going to happen. And he also ended by saying, you know, he did not see Austin Metcalf as wanting to fight. He clearly said in his last answer by the prosecution under cross-examination that he felt Carmelo was in the wrong. That's how the day ended for the adjournment and the recess right here, right now. So they got a few wins here, Chris, some small wins on the defensive side. I would have, liked to hear more challenges by the defense, just to make it seem like it was a fair of what was going on. But based on the witnesses call today, and again, very early, we don't know what next week is going to look like. They have an off day tomorrow on Sunday. We don't know if Carmelo will take the stand. We don't know if we'll have some stronger witnesses. But based off the witnesses today, it seems like they're off to a weaker start than expected.
Yeah, and you think about the jury too, and just some of the emotion that I know you said that you saw from those jurors in the state case, and certainly having that impact early. There's no doubt that this is a tragedy in any way. We'll see what happens next week as the defense now is presenting their case as Carmelo Anthony charged with first-degree murder. We'll see what happens next. Cody Thomas, great job as always. Court TV inside the courtroom for us on this very high-profile trial. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me, Chris. As always, happy to be.
That'll do it for On the Case, presented by Law and Crime. Subscribe to us on YouTube and Spotify, and we're also now streaming on Peacock. I'm Chris Stewart. We'll see you next time.
Yeah, that's crazy. So the defense ain't done yet, I guess. They had to track me. You mean to tell me there's no footage of this incident? They had to track me. There's no footage of this entire incident. I don't believe that. No video. I don't believe that. Right, it's a miracle.
Somebody holding on to it to wait to get paid.
Of course they got footage. What you talking about, Mr. Chow? Mr. Chow ain't Pop Cyrus, aka Trayvon. How did he run top speed at 60 and catch up to a 14-year-old? They saying that son. You talking Mr. Chow's son? Pop Cyrus? Well, his son wasn't on trial. Mr. Chow was. He got acquitted. Interesting shit unfolded. Let's go back. Friend turns against Carmelo. Who paid you, motherfucker? What this boy Willie D talking about? I did see something about how they tore that food store up or something. So I keep seeing these headlines. Somebody then got to these witnesses. They changing their stories and flip-flopping on their partner and shit. And helping the prosecutor's case. That's janky as hell. Chow. I say boycott all Asian businesses. Sorry. Nail salons, buying their hair, going to their restaurants. Remove some of that 1.6 trillion spending every year from their pockets. How about that? Sounds like a fantastic idea if you ask me. I ain't played this shit. I've never seen a Chinese food commercial. Never. Well, I wasn't paying attention. Let me play this juice real quick, man. Hell yeah. Play this juice.
Grandmama prayed while the rain hit the rooftop. Was move quiet, we don't do the tick-tock. Whole squad solid, no fold when the heat pop. Land in my spirit, and sail with a tree top. They labeled everything, still couldn't shift us. Cold little stare when I walk, they don't get us. Built from the dirt, where the strong will survive that. Truth hit hard, now they nervous where they lies at. They just strong, I can feel it in my backbone. So like y'all lost trying to fit where you don't belong. I just stay grounded, protected with my soul on. Move through the storm, all pressure with the coat on. Ain't fake roots, the energy's awkward. Whole vibe different when the ancestors walk and talk. Stick online, impersonate, cautious. I beat game, early move smooth. We all on break one thing. One beat, treat top, force. Still fight, still win. Still fight, still win. Land back, can't erase our skin. Real life, here we ride. break what the bloodline treasure. I don't scream loud, I apply pressure. Calm tight tension, every word measured. West Coast glide with a deep south spirit. Old souls hear it immediately when I spit it. Too much truth make weak minds panic. I don't chase trend, I build whole planet. Ride through the night with the baseline knocking. Stars in the sky with the old world watching. Whole lot of woods but the coast stay sacred. You can't duplicate this, the roots too ancient. That's beyond the slogan. That's every lost turn wisdom. Focus, still stand tall through the smoke and corrosion. Heart wide open. Stand tall, won't break one beat. Won't be. Street talk, take wars, still fight, still win. Not to win. Land back and facts. Can't erase our skin. We're real life, here we rise again.
Yeah, that shit go hard to me. Juice, need you strong? Might be on to something with that Asian hate thing where they could, since his shit got tore up, claim he's a victim of Asian hate crimes and get this shit put all back together. Hiker, what it do? You know what I'm saying? For a little while, y'all got my attention. It was something I ran across.
I can do this and going and figure eight.
Think safety. Granger. For trusted products.
For the past few months, the RJC spent more than $5 million to defeat Thomas Massie.
So APEC, they I don't know if they tweeted this out. They said Congressman Massey's defeat on Tuesday sets a clear precedent. Elected officials are free to defeat.
Well, that should those conspiracies to rest.
Yeah. So, Kurt, this is like, that's their version. That's the APAC version of a clever joke. Even though it totally reveals absolute control over our government and all its processes, they still think it's funny. It's like if this was a husband telling his wife something to this effect, he'd immediately be branded an abusive spouse, and not just by the audience of The View.
I mean,
mention that shit, Hiker. What they say we spend 1.6, 1.7 trillion. You can take it. You can take about 40 billion of that and buy every seat in the House, Senate, and you'll still be over $1 trillion. If you want to play in this system, in that game, that's how you have to do it. Now, if you could allocate them kind of funds to strategically place a bunch of needies in them seats that's on American business, shh, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. Talk about mass deportation. All y'all gotta get the fuck up out of here immediately.
That's so psychotic. The only thing I can compare it to is when the ADL was gold on my ear saying we can forgive them for killing us, but we can never forgive them for forcing us to kill their children.
Yes, I see.
Crazy about that.
Remember when they said if a woman ran the world, there'd never be wars? And then David Feldman had a bit where he pointed out every woman who ever got in power created a war immediately.
I mean, you got to prove yourself as a leader.
That's right.
remember who's a British chick? She's in for like 5 minutes. They're like, would you nuke if we tell you have to nuke? Are you prepared to nuke someone?
Remember that?
I think so.
Remember who was the win?
Forgetting her name, the blonde.
Oh, write that down.
Theresa May. Are you prepared?
So I'm putting together segments for the live show, and they have to be like universal. Can't be specific to that news cycle.
I mean, would that be Mission Impossible to start working on getting collective or like with the niggas, man? You know what I'm saying? The spending the money power alone and get some shit accomplished. Is that Mission Impossible? And you only need 80% of the people to get on one accord and make that shit happen. I mean, the formula's right there. It's either that to play and take the system over, or get the hell on and make your own. It's only two options.
May.
Lindsey Graham to this live, no matter what time of the year.
Lindsey Graham.
Yeah.
We stand for you.
And people love
that.
it.
Be the title of a game.
I'm telling you, the format is right here in your face. AIPAC and the small hats and how they buy these seats and how Massey lost his election. They spent like $30 million on that. So go ahead and chalk it up about $30 million a seat. But if you got 1.7 trillion, 30 million a seat ain't shit. Think about that.
What I'll also do what's her name? We were just making fun of her.
Theresa May.
No, the other one before. Chelsea Handler.
Oh yeah, Chelsea. Which one is a real Chelsea Handler book?
Oh, those are funny.
Oh.
Yeah, I could show those in the live show. Okay. So, and just to remind you that how much they brag about it. Remember this? I showed you this before.
John butt hurts, who makes my butt itch.
Yeah. Listen.
I think it is a good thing if Massey and the people like him and others believe if you cross the line into anti-Semitism, Jews are going to use the power that we have openly to go for you. Because what other recourse is there? Are we just going to sit here and take it, beg for scraps, hope?
I don't know. Maybe you could try, I don't know, democracy, diplomacy.
Constitution, the common constitution an Arab would have no constitution?
What?
It's not a democracy?
What other choice does this American Jewry have? What about the one thing they've never come close to? Actual diplomacy. You ever try that? You ever think about doing that?
That's weakness.
That nice people are nice to us. The Democratic Party is going explicitly anti-Semitic. We can see it happening. People are getting.
So when they say that, what they mean is they're actually waking up to the authoritarian apartheid state and genociding state that Israel is. That's what I mean by they're going anti-Semitic.
Now they started doing it to us too. We've noticed it.
Yeah.
Don't think I would have said anything if it was just the Arabs, because I didn't. Like
benefits, as Seth says, for being anti-Semites. That seems to be part of an appeal in primaries to the left in the party. We have to use what means there are at our disposal. And in my view, and I'm going to put it blank, that Jewish money, there is an enormous amount of Jewish money in politics, by which I mean Jewish donors.
When he says, did he say money at our disposal? Did he say that?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even refer to Jews as that much of a collective. I would feel anti-Semitic doing what he just said.
Yeah.
And I would condemn someone else for saying it.
Disproportionate, not only charitably, but politically. When I say she really knows the numbers, Jews make up 2% of the population. According to some studies, Jews make up 20% of the charitable contributions made in the United States.
And when he says charitable, what he means is redistributing contributions to other institutions that only serve Zionism while getting a tax write-off to do it.
Yeah, like cars for kids. I heard they didn't even give kids any cars.
So he's basically spilling the beans and thinking he's defending his side. No, you're actually telling on yourself.
You saw the rest of them, how they're looking at him like, okay,
yes.
let's wrap it up. Oh, God.
States annually. That is a tenfold. Think about that. Think about the disproportion of that. And in politics, it's pretty close also. And if that money isn't used, why do people give money? Because they want to influence elections to get people elected who reflect their views. Well, this is an
He said it's an existential issue. You mean if you need to destroy any challenges, then maybe your institution should be in question, especially if you need a buzzsaw. It's the new horror movie, Tel Aviv Chainsaw Massacre.
This is interfering with the elections of others is something we are supposed to do to Israel-sized countries, not vice versa, Jimmy.
I like
That's how the founding fathers wanted.
He says that they have to use money at their disposal. Then I guess it must be our money that they are disposing of, so that we have none to live on or defend ourselves with. Okay, so
give me most of the money.
I bring this up because this most recent thing this just happened.
Oh, God.
This guy is the head of the Republican Jewish Coalition, and listen to what he has to say.
Over the past few months, the RJC spent more than $5 million to defeat Thomas Massey. And let me say very clearly tonight, that was a fight worth having and a victory worth celebrating. When someone repeatedly undermines support for Israel, traffics in isolationism, at a moment of global danger, who refuses to stand with the Jewish state when it matters most, there has to be consequences.
This is like a mobster saying, hey, this guy refused to pay his monthly extortion bill, and then he got a guided tour of the Jersey Meadowlands, if you know what I'm talking about.
Like, first of all, he was trafficking in isolation. That's way worse than saying, like, human trafficking, first of all.
Yeah.
He's an isolationism trafficker. That's one of the harshest charges I've heard brought against Massey.
Here's what Glenn Greenwald said about it. He goes, Jewish groups now boasting more explicitly than ever that they will use Jewish wealth to destroy any U.S. politician who refuses to stand with Israel, as they did to Thomas Massey.
We stand for you.
But if you observe the same exact thing, in order to criticize it, you're instantly branded a bigot. That's just that.
Well, I think that we should merge our military with Israel myself. So I don't know.
We are. Oh, I can't believe we didn't do that as a story today.
Yeah.
You telling me so-called Black America couldn't do this shit? Especially over $1.5 trillion go through our hands. You thinking so-called Black America couldn't do what these motherfuckers doing? Huh? They couldn't? They couldn't? What? I'm sorry. My bad.
I mean, we're going to acknowledge that our military is merged with Israel. How would it be different from any other day where our military is exactly merged with Israel on every level? That's why we've been fighting their wars for 20 years.
He goes on to say, here's the billionaire pro-Israel activist Ron Lauder, whose son-in-law was just named by Trump to lead the Federal Reserve, explicitly warned that American
Brother Nasir, salute.
Jews, Jewish wealth, can politicians who don't support Israel. Let's listen.
The Jewish state is facing rockets of disinformation every minute of every day. There is no less a campaign to destroy the country. And it's coming from TikTok. It's coming from mainstream media, from the BBC, from CNN. It's coming from each posting, each headline, each fake photo of a starving child in Gaza. And these lies are no less dangerous than the rockets heading towards Jewish homes.
Really?
Fake photos of Palestinian kids starving.
Yeah. Tell Randy fine, he needs to apologize after all because they weren't.
My bad, T-Dub. What up, though? I didn't know how long you been in the back. I was grabbing the load. I was grabbing the load.
About 20 minutes. I just started conducting some business. I'll be back.
All right. 20 minutes? You capping, though. Go conduct your business.
All right. Maybe about 15. But it's been
Hey, what's all that red shit around it?
Alright, nigga.
Did he just circumcise a boy with his mouth?
And they are constant. Israel must create a new Iron Dome.
It's going to be. Is going to work as well as the old Iron Dome?
Because I don't know if that'll work, Jimmy.
That old Iron Dome is like wearing a spaghetti strainer to try to keep you dry from the rain.
Marriage, we are here for marriage.
Do not just fight this never-ending cascade of lies, but it also must go on the offensive. There should be a completely new and vitally important government operation with a new director, not just a political appointee, but someone who knows PR and news backwards and forwards. It should be a separate building.
Maybe somebody like Barry Weiss.
I felt Barry Weiss. I was like, I know the person.
I got it, Barry Weiss. And then Matt Taibbi will tell you how she got it on her own.
We all thought Barry Weiss at the same time when he said we need a PR person and they know the news backwards and forwards. That's only one name.
It should have $1 billion budget. Some of the $1 billion should come from Jews in the diaspora. Diaspora Jews should partner with Israel in this PR fight. Because in the end, it won't be just protecting the Jewish state. It'll be protecting the Jewish people worldwide. And Israel should use its excellent intelligence services in this fight. The most are second to none, and they must know where these lies are coming from. It just makes sense to use them in this fight, and it should be one day in, day out. When Israel is hit with lies, Israel should back twice as hard. It should be furious. It should counterattack every single hour of every single day. And no institution.
Wow.
Why is mouth red in this? Was it the lighting?
I don't know, but
I don't want any trouble.
But what he said was interesting. I just think what he said was
like first to bring up APEC, which is interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. I haven't thought about APEC. It's interesting, which is interesting, which is just interesting. Listen, it's interesting you say that, which is just interesting. Interesting about it. That it's just interesting as you bring up APEC.
It's just interesting. That's all.
No, I don't know because you're black and I don't know how to react. That's what he meant.
So if you notice that they're using their money to run the U.S. government and swing elections and rig the election, if you notice that, you're anti-Semitic. But when they say it, they're just but they can say it.
Say they want you to notice it while they're saying it.
Yeah.
They go, everybody needs to know that we control the elections with our money. And everyone should know, oh, so you're controlling son of a bitch.
You anti-Semite.
This is the craziest shit I've ever... I let think all these lies about even the most bloodthirsty, without literal red stains on their mouth and fingers for some reason, Zionists, even they acknowledge at least the death. They just say, we don't care, or it's a fake picture of a starving kid. I haven't even heard that one yet.
So you're not allowed to notice, or you're an anti-Semite, but they're telling you to notice. They're all saying it. They're saying it right out. They just say it, and then if you notice, that's anti-Semite. And Glenn G notices it.
Well, not no more. He's not. That's more than having a tattoo for a Jewish cemetery. Being Andrew Dave Smith, he just Smith his way right out of a Jewish cemetery.
That's right. He's a Jew.
Yeah, you wouldn't know from all those anti-Semites. The same way all these white supremacists are turning out to be Rican a lot.
or in the FBI.
Yeah,
they can be called fake, the state, the whole. But I tell you what ain't fake is the money they moving in the seats they buying. I tell you one thing that ain't fake: the political power they holding. Like I said, that money ain't fake that's buying them seats and shit. What you say up here? You got a Sly Stone beat you working on? Oh yeah. I want it. Yep. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to hear that. Yeah, email it to me when you get it done.
Yes, he taught us that some of the blackest people are supremacists.
Say what?
I don't say nothing. I'm done conducting business though. For a minute, for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
I dig it. And you eat.
Busted.
Let's see.
I came ready for you today.
I see.
Yeah, you usually getting down.
I was a little while ago. I was eating some shit.
See?
But I was muting my mic when I was smashing.
Oh, yeah. I got you. You said you was eating some chitlins.
Hell no.
It sounded like you said that. What you said you ate?
Some shit. But what? That don't mean I was eating shit, though.
Okay. All right.
Some food.
All right, got you.
Let me clarify.
Yeah. I didn't think my ears deceived me, though.
Yeah, they didn't, but they did.
No, you deceived me, nigga.
Yo, mine took you somewhere. Ben, you could have put that together like, oh, you just talking about.
Hey, my audio discriminator wasn't paying attention. It just slipped through, and it was like, what was that just ran through here? Wasn't expecting that.
Oh, yeah. I love the phrase "it's not real," but I'm at the same time like the shit they doing is real.
They just not real, fake motherfuckers.
Right? They not real, but the shit that is going. How do I explain this? Can't explain it no other way. It ain't about no damn boogeyman. They buying seats. We could do the same thing collectively.
They just some dudes playing some dudes disguised as some other dudes. Up to some bullshit.
Right. And they on the same page. They move as a collective. So they can do these moves and shit like this. So they can put their money together. Let's see. Yeah, old dude ain't eating no shit on this. Nope. Nasty work about the child verdict. Oh shit. So that's the nasty work. It's about the child verdict, huh? Oh, that's gonna be that's gonna be nice.
The child verdict. The verdict is in.
Yeah, he got acquitted.
Oh yeah, you okay? You talking about that? I'm thinking about Carmelo Anthony. I'm like, hold on. Yeah, I know that was some bullshit.
Yeah, the child, the Asian dude that shot that 14-year-old.
Yeah, man. I ordered about $10,000 worth of Chinese food and didn't go pick up shit. I was like, I want extra soy sauce and I want like 12 pounds of fortune cookies too. I'd be in about 5 hours.
That'd be a diabolical move if you could organize some shit like that from coast to coast.
Yeah, it would.
Everybody ordered food and never go pick it up. Hey, dog. That'd be salty as hell. No take order from nigga.
No, Timmy, fuck you.
Anybody black corn? You ordered $400, $500. You never pick up. Boy, that'd be some diabolical shit. Organize that shit. Get that shit together.
I wish I had the juice, brother. I do.
Hey, who was behind this shit, right? You just gotta make a viral social media post and just let it go viral. And people will pick that shit up, boy. That'd be some hilarious shit. You know how much food they'd be wasting?
Yeah, imagine if they cooked that shit.
You know how many rat nuggets and cat.
But I mean, you know, if you think about it, they recycle, so they probably feed that shit to the cats and dogs. We make you fat. You don't waste shit.
Hey, TP said he'll start saying, "No, you pay now. You pay now before we cook." But you can get their ass on a hot weekend, boy. One weekend you better tow their ass up, boy.
Nationwide,
before they catch on. Yeah, before they catch on, boy, that should have hit their ass.
No, I got watermelon. That's what I got, Nanya.
Chitlins, cornbread, and extra hot sauce.
Yeah, it's about 90 degrees. I don't fuck with the that biological organic sewage. I don't get down like that.
I remember my dad used to eat that shit, and I was like, ugh. You on your way home from school, you can smell that shit on the street. You get closer to the house, like, man, mom's in here cooking the shitlins.
Yeah, my parents ate the shit too.
I ain't skipping. I'm skipping no dinner. I ain't eating that.
Moms used to make me help her clean the shit. I'm like, I'm not eating it. Why I gotta help clean that shit?
He cleaning that shit. Oh, you gotta clean them. You can't clean them.
Hey, you can't get that shit clean enough.
You can't clean that shit. I'm sorry.
I don't care if you bleach that shit. It's not clean enough.
Maybe a little crazy. Hold on. I'm gonna play this while I fold this little load.
Run it.
So the Southern Poverty Law Center, didn't they just get first of all,
the strategy of tension you might have heard of from Operation Gladio. They were using in Charlottesville. So remember who got hit by a car? That girl got hit by a car. None of that had to happen. The SPLC was promoting these gay guys pretending to be Nazis for a strategy, to fundraise. The way we make Al-Qaeda and ISIS, that's what the SPLC, or the way the ADL or Chabad, the other organizations, astroturf their own opponents. And then, when they have those fake opponents, what was the...
It was like when we had on Matt Kennard, who does great work, except his last book where he pretends that the problem, again, is white supremacists on January 6th. And it's like, no, that was an
that old Kennard?
That was an FBI. That was an FBI operation, and people still don't know that. Smart people still don't know that.
They stitched up an autistic black kid. They framed an autistic black kid as the bomber.
The bomber.
Cop who got promoted to the CIA. Does hear about that? Is we liberal? No, they don't care. There's a black. You think? I don't understand what the motivation is supposed to be of the path they took. The second you see him, you know he didn't do it.
Yeah, the odd black kid.
Yeah, what's comeback? That's one of the scummy things I've seen them do in a parade of scummy things so far.
And there's people smarter than me who still repeat that stupid idea about.
They have no case on him. They're just trying to soften it up by just holding him forever until they break down and accept the plea. That's what they're doing.
January 6th was an FBI psyop from start to finish. And the fact that a handful of the, tens of thousands of people who showed up to protest actually got baited into going into. By the way, that was most except Nick Fuentes. So most of those people, they had people dressed up. They had FBI assets dressed up as MAGA inside the Capitol before the riot ever even started.
It was obvious if you had an idiot because there's video of it. It's not like a thing you just have to make up. There's video of all of this that they would repeatedly tell you, no, your eyes are lying. That Ray guy is not working with the police.
Yeah.
Why are you persecuting the guy?
Ray Epps.
Ray Epps is directly saying, everybody who said break down the barriers, disregard the police, like my boy Nick. The people that are saying this stuff don't get arrested. So anybody who's not absolutely stupid should be able to put together that that's some kind of FBI plan. Anybody.
And they did, by the way. And by the way, the MAGA people surrounded calling him a Fed when he was saying we have to go into the Capitol.
That's because they're white supremacists, though. And then the cops committed, it led to the deaths of police officers. You mean the slip and slides of the police officers? That's really weird, by the way. I just want to point it out. What do you mean they committed slip and slide? What? They don't even do that after they shoot a kid.
And this isn't I'm not pretending that there aren't people self-identified white supremacists in the United States. There's been the KKK since the founding of the country.
Right, and this psychopath here with the Jerusalem Post event, this Ashkenazi. By the way, the racist, you know how racist it is in Israel against darker Jews, right? They want Mizrahis not to have office.
Oh, no kidding?
They formed a Black Panther Party. No, I'm not kidding. The Mizrahi Jews formed a Black Panther Party because of discrimination.
No kidding?
Yeah, boy, Ashkenazi, they really got some fucking chutzpah.
What was the name of their Black Panther Party? Do you know?
The Black Panther Party. That's how bad the race is. I'm swearing to God, it's the Black Panther Party. They actually, I don't know how you franchise a Black Panther Party, but the Mizrahi Jews are the ones the Ashkenazis rounded their kids up like the natives and put them in those schools to speak the new fake Hebrew they invented.
I'm looking forward to that panel show. I'm going to be talking about Chelsea Handler. We're going to talk about Theresa May.
I like to call her Chorizo May. I just think it sounds cooler.
Chorizo May. Everybody, come on tour. I'll be in Spokane, Tacoma, Los Angeles. Special video panel show with special celebrities. And then we'll be in Levittown, New York, Rosemont, Illinois, and Chicago. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets. Ozempic face, Ozempic breath, evil organ failure. This is what they don't want you to know about taking GLP-1s. Click here to learn more.
Meet Milo, Lowe's all-new AI-powered home improvement helper. Because Lowe's knows owning a home comes with a lot of questions. And with help from Milo, we've got answers, all from the palm
At that. Hold on. Oh, I can find something. Hold on, I can find something. Choke, no joke. Vinegar and bleach. Why is the screen like this?
It was not.
Did not click on that. Back off. Back off.
Over the past few months, the RJ
Thirty minutes. Let's go. Get Juju bead.
And when they arrived in America, they were not considered white. You see political cartoons. Where do we start? Where do we start? I suppose the first thing that you have to do is actually relocate the conversation about so-called white people into some semblance of reality. And see, this is what you always have to do. SubhanAllah, they do with America.
Did he say so-called white people? Who is he?
The obvious. There's no way whatsoever to talk about anything within their framework.
That's what he said. That is what he said.
He not white?
I think he has an understanding. I think he has an understanding of social constructs and shit like that.
Well, how do he not fit under a social construct? I thought his whole existence was a social construct.
Well,
because I mean, you know, everything else you call them, they take as derogatory.
I think I can't remember his name. I think his name is Dawson.
Okay.
From the title of the video.
I should probably listen to him for a minute. So he probably consider himself a Caucasian or European, or I'm lost. I don't know what the fuck to call him.
I don't know. I don't subscribe to the black-white paradigm either.
I don't either.
Now, he might.
That just leave white people because they do.
He might go ahead and claim a nationality. I don't know about ethnicity and shit like that.
They ain't from no goddamn where though. Where he gonna claim? Isle of Wight? That's not a social construct, but it's people from Isle of Wight is white people.
Did we look that up one night?
Yeah. It said that's where the White Walkers come from. All right, this is the bank. I'll be
back. Yeah. All right. Oh, he an Arab. Yeah, he is sharp. So I guess he would classify himself as an Arab. Your test tube, baby. Your test tube, baby.
Within their framework, you can't talk about anything because their discussions always is far off from anything like reality, anything even resembling reality. They start from a point of hallucination. They start from a point of fiction. They start from a point of fantasy, and it's exhausting. It's exhausting because they've got you always having to argue your way obvious. You always have to argue your way back. There's never been people, subhanAllah, in history that I know of that is so contentious about basic factual. They waste everybody's time and they derail any intellectual or any serious discussion always by just the continuous litigation of things that are actually common knowledge. The litigation of things that are actually common sense, self-evident truth. This is part of what I mean about why no normal people in the world can ever usefully engage with Americans or with Westerners generally. You can't. Because you enter every single interaction. Westerners, you enter every single interaction by insulting our intelligence. I've said this before. This is one of the things that you really need to know about them. This is something that you really must know about Americans and about Westerners. Every interaction is only used by them as an opportunity to validate themselves and validate their fabricated frameworks. This is literally the only thing that they're interested in, always, at all times. This is where you hear me using the caveat or using the qualifier so-called so many times when I talk. So-called civilization, so-called white, so-called black, so-called race, so-called enlightenment, and what have you. Because none of these things are real things. These are all things that are just elements in their frameworks. And those frameworks are intended to obscure reality. They're false claims. You understand? So whenever I use those terms, whenever I refer to those things, I always try to remember to add that qualifier or add that caveat, because I try to anchor our conversation as much as possible in actual reality. And that includes denying the reality of their unreality, because they always occupy an intellectual position of unreality on every single issue. The so-called rational, so-called reasoning, scientific method following West. So we have to start with the reality. We have to start with the reality. And even with that, there are layers. There are layers in this reality, okay? So there's no such thing as white people. Physically, I'm saying. Physically. You know, I remember reading the transcripts of Stephen Biko's trial, and no one said it better than him. White people, physically, are generally pink more than anything else, or beige maybe. So-called black people are just different shades of brown. Seem pedantic or what have you to mention something like this. It might seem petty to mention this, but again, let's try to bring things back to reality.
What does Shade Bolton mean when he say the origin? That it's obvious.
Don't be getting pissed off when we call y'all pink now.
That everything started with the whiteness. Everything started with came from Europe and all of that. When we talk about violence, it started with the whiteness. It started from Europe. When we talk about bad governance, when we talk about bad influence, when we talk about inhumanity, when we talk about disrespect, when we talk about oppression, humiliation, when we talk about manipulation, when we talk about destruction, like all these things did not start with anybody else, not blacks, not any other person. It always started with the whiteness. It always came from Europe. It never originated from this other part. It never originated with the black people. When they say, you see, white people have always been trying to blame black people, saying that, blacks are third world, black countries are third world countries, and many other things. That black people, they are uncivilized, they are violent, they love chaos. Even if you go to America, you're going to realize that in America, everything bad is associated to a black person. Everything, criminalism, like all things that are not good. When they're reporting a case or something that, for example, somebody has died somewhere, or they have lost their lives, or there's been killings, there's been assassination somewhere, a community, they will escalate it in a certain manner that you look at it and say, black people are bad. They associate other people. They associate Islams with criminalism. Islams have been associated with criminalism. You're going to see how Islams are being called criminals and all of that. These countries like Iran, countries like, Afghanistan, Iraq, on all these countries, they have been associated with criminalism. But the biggest question is, it is okay if there is criminalism anywhere, we accept it, it's fine. But the question is, where did all these started from? What was the root cause of all these things? Did black people knew violence before white people coming to Africa? They did not. Did they knew killing each other? Did they knew chaos? Did they knew fighting? Who introduced other people to guns? It was white people. Who introduced other people to war? It was white people. It never came from the black people's land. It never originated from here. It never started with the Islams and all of that. Because when somebody comes to your vicinity or somebody comes to your ground or to your, to your area and begins causing chaos that is affecting you directly, obviously, a time comes when you're going to retaliate. What happened with the black people and the white people is the fact that black people retaliated because they couldn't hold it no more. They had to fight back. Who taught people to fight? Who taught others violence? Who taught others oppression? Who taught others criminalism? They were criminals before some other parts of the world and all of that. They were violent before violence began existing in other parts of the world. They were oppressors before people knew about oppressors. So they are the best teachers of oppressors. They taught other people oppression. They were distractors. They were greedy before greediness entered the puppets that are in Africa right now. They were corrupt before corruption entered the leaders in Africa today, the leaders in the whole world today. You see, they were.
And I couldn't fold them motherfuckers close fast enough so he could shut the hell up. This nigga, god damn. If I heard that shit, what?
Poison Puppet said he dropping the beat while talking.
Hey, well, he kept saying something to talk about. You don't need to talk about. But if I hear this shit one more motherfucking time.
Man, I can't listen to them people. I don't ever. If I could probably understand it, I just can't concentrate while they talking. It's like I start eating a bag of Doritos and can't hear shit.
I'm trying to fall. I'm like, what happened to Bolson? Damn, why is this dude talking? And he kept hitting that rhythm with that something about talk about.
Yeah, it's like somebody playing a bass guitar. You just, you sitting there listening to the harmonics instead of paying attention to what he's saying.
I couldn't take it.
Glad you cut that
get
shit
back
off.
to this motherfucker fast enough. I ain't even finished. I gotta look. He dropping beat while he talking. It rises. It's like kind of people. Then I heard you jumping and say, "Don't get mad when we start calling you Pink."
He said it. I was wondering what we supposed to call them motherfuckers now. He said, well, they're not white, they're pink. So, okay, so we pink.
He look kind of pinkish too.
I told you he subscribed to them social constructs, so he want to be called pink. That's cool. I mean,
Yeah.
Technically, they shouldn't be offended by redneck either. Red is just a darker shade of pink.
Yeah, for sure. Hold on, I got to skip past this thing. I can't do it. I know you get back to the boy, man. Come on, man. Do it.
Excuse me? You're reading wrong.
This is exactly being black and
And I'll do my best to make sure all the comments and give a response where possible. I am Atamahead. This is
Don't do it. Just play the video.
African Streamline. Don't forget to like, don't forget to share, and don't forget to subscribe. But until then, let's take a look at the video.
actual black and actual white, black and white are opposites.
In your
So there's
ear,
an
Nanya.
embedded implication when you talk about people being in black. You understand me? So again, I mean, I'm sorry, but this is what I mean. This is exactly what I mean. Their frameworks are.
That's how now you talk to the centipedes. They're not going to bite me anymore. You're not going to bite me. Leave a comment. Do not bite me anymore.
Layer upon layer upon layer of dishonesty and unreality. I wouldn't have to pick much if there wasn't so much to pick apart. You understand me? So physically, white is not a real category. Humans don't come in these colors. We're not birds or something, cats or dogs or what have you. Human beings don't come in those colors. So let's dispense with that false construction moronic. It only exists for political and economic reasons. For ideological functions in service to political and economic reasons. Now again, I'll repeat, because you did invent these categories and this methodalization and discrimination, and because your society actively treats people according to these categories, so-called black and so-called white, they exist as real things in these terms. Because you act like any is real, because you act like it's real, so now you have created very different experiences for people. Which means different histories for people, different communities, different identities, and so forth, all on the basis of your fabricated categories. So we have to make that distinction. In reality, in actual reality, so-called black and so-called white do not exist among humankind. But because you treat them like they do, because you classify human beings this way, now you force this to become an experiential reality for people. You understand? Now it is an experience that people have in this world, have in their lives, in their minds, in their psyches, in their identities, all based on a completely warped and entirely unjustifiable framework. See, you created this problem for mankind. You created this problem for mankind. Because before you created this problem, people just came from different places. People just had different physical characteristics. People had different backgrounds, different heritage, different lineage, different cultures, and so forth. Different languages, different customs, different practices, different beliefs, and what have you. Human beings all around the world just acknowledge the obvious reality that people who come from different places and come from different environments and come from different climates, they have their own qualities. And generally speaking, it was inconsequential to most people how people looked. That wasn't considered a particularly interesting aspect of any home, of any folk, of any people. I mean, do you understand, as a so-called racial category, as an identity, as a thing that means something, that's supposed to mean something about who you are and about who you're supposed to be loyal to and about what group you belong to, the so-called concept whiteness is only about 350, 400 years old. That's it. That's the whole lifespan of this supposedly fundamental, self-evident category of human beings. 350 years, maybe 400 years or so. I mean, in the full scope, in the full sweep of recorded human history, that's nothing. I mean, yes, of course, like I said, people would notice lighter or darker, for as far back as people had lighter or darker complexion and eyes to see it with. But it wasn't a source of identity. It wasn't a source of categorization or a reason for categorization. And certainly not anything hierarchical. It was not a racial, so-called racial concept. Like there was no pan-European white race or something. That didn't exist. It was just an incidental feature, a superficial feature, believed to be climate-related. See, you didn't even foolishness until your so-called enlightenment. That's when you came up with this foolishness, when you got enlightened. You had this racial epiphany, and it just happened to coincide with colonization and the transatlantic slave trade. What a coincidence. Before that, Europeans didn't think of themselves as white. Not once, not ever. The English thought of themselves as English. The Irish thought of themselves as Irish. The Germans thought of themselves as German, and the French thought of themselves as French, and so forth. There was no white brotherhood, no shared white culture. They despised each other. They detested each other. Genuinely, deeply, violently, generationally, they despised each other. There was no such thing as pan-European solidarity. There was no white fraternity. That never existed in history. There's centuries upon centuries of tribal hatred, border raiding, religious slaughter, dynastic warfare, and the systematic of every neighboring group whenever the opportunity presented itself. The 100 Years' War, that was England and France on and off for over a century, for 100 years. The 30 Years' War, it was so the 30 Years' War was so destructive that it killed somewhere between a quarter to 40% of the entire population of Germany. What's now Germany? Europeans doing that to other Europeans. So-called white people doing that to other so-called white people. The War of the Roses. Butchering each other for a crown, for the throne. The English occupation of Ireland. That happened centuries before they ever went to Africa or anywhere else. With the same logic of extraction and displacement and engineered famine, they perfected that on the Irish people, white people, so-called. White people being colonized by so-called white people. There's your Aryan brotherhood. So let's get clear. Let's get clear on what Europe actually was before the concept of whiteness was invented. Because it is a completely invented concept. For most of recorded European history, the overwhelming majority of Europeans lived in abysmal squalor. Absolutely abysmal squalor. You can't imagine the conditions. You would recognize it today as extreme poverty if it even exists anywhere today.
That's amazing that
We're talking about a level of destitution that's difficult to comprehend from a modern vantage point. Medieval European peasants, and peasants was most of them, the vast majority, about 4 out of every 5 people was a peasant. They lived in a one-room hut, dirt floors. They shared with their livestock, literally, slept in the same space that they slept in for warmth, sleeping with your goats and sleeping with your pigs. That's your history. The average life expectancy at birth was in the mid-30s. Half of all children died before the age of 5. 1 in 5 women died in childbirth. Famine was absolutely common.
I've been trying to figure that out. You know, huh?
Who you talking to?
He said, I'm assuming he talking to Europeans now. Because he keeps saying, you know, you invented that concept. He'll go to bank. I'll be back.
Business video. Business put a link in the chat. Hold on. Let me find it. Grand return, brother. Oh, right on, is this? He trying to put himself on some kind of moral high ground. You know what I'm talking about? I'm not like them. We're different. That's basically what he's saying. I'm not like them. He looked like a dude I went to school with too. That's crazy. I'm not. All right, here we go. What you got here, isn't this? 2. What the value, man?
All right, y'all. So we are at our lunch break. What was unusual? Oh, you step in back because I don't have my mic. So we are at the lunch break. Basically, what happened was they did 3 witnesses, and then after they did 3 witnesses, they decided that it would be better to break at 11 so that the rest of the day flows smoothly. And they told us to come back at 2. When I came out, I was talking to JLR Reports. He was covered at the D trial. Definitely go check that out. And I'll just get into the testimony that happened so far today. If you guys can't hear me, I'll try to project my voice loudly. But the first witness was a witness from Centennial. He was a friend of Carmelo on the track team, and he is a 17-year-old. I can't give his name because he's a minor, but said that he spoke to the detective that day, and he went to the same track meet at the same time. And when he went to the track meet at the same time, he said that he was like bouncing around between soccer and track, so he was kind of like all over the place. And then they wanted to know like if he was on JV and if Carmelo was on varsity. And I'm trying not to pay attention. Thank y'all. So they wanted to know what move Carmelo was in.
Is she alright? She cool? What's wrong, sis?
She was particularly low.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not part of that. No,
Okay, so he wanted to know basically like how was it that day? He wanted to know like what was the mood and everything like that. He said like when they first got, they warmed up, and then after they warmed up, then they went to like this soccer dugout. So I went to the dugout. Let me read where I was at.
I'm good. Thank you, boy.
Okay. I don't know. Y'all start moving around. So I started. Okay.
Don't worry about them.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Let me find my spot real quick. Oh, okay. So they wanted to know basically what was the culture and what was like the usual things that they would do at track. Like they wanted to know if it was usual for a student to talk to other teams and if that was like out of the norm. They wanted to know like if they saw other students talk to people who were from other schools. And they said that between the culture of football and what was the difference between culture of track. And so he said like with football, they kind of like start and it's like start to finish, but with track, there's so many different events going on that they have like a lot of downtime. They're able to talk to students and everything like that. The guy was just taking okay, I'm just saying.
You got 1,000 people taking your picture right now.
Huh?
You got 1,000 people looking at your picture right now. You had 1,001. Yeah.
So he said so it was like 2 to 3 of them, and they were going to the like baseball dugout. And they were at the baseball dugout. They were basically trying to hide out from the rain because it had started raining and they were trying to get away from the rain. So when the baseball coach came out and told them that they didn't have to, that they had to go there, he decided to walk somewhere else. And they went back to the field. It said that Coach Wooten told them to go warm up. He said it was rolling in. It looked like a big storm was coming. They go put their spikes on and start to warm up with a bunch of people, including Melo. He said he was on the 4x100 team on the field, and the rain had started to die down and then it had started to pick up again. While they were out there, Mello heads to the bleachers, saw him later on in the bleachers. So basically, he was kind of like setting up the stage where he said that he was on the field and then Mello was in the bleachers, but he was able to, like, from the 40-yard line, observe where Mello was, and things like that. And so, like, he said that he was in over there and he noticed like some movement and stuff like that. So then they wanted to know, like, well, when were you noticed Carmelo under the memorial tent? And he said that he noticed him under the memorial tent closer to the, and then after that,
Jane runs a camp, and you know it because she bought a .camp domain name with Squarespace so that you can sign up and go to her camp.
he went to go test out his cleat because he had never did like a track meet before where it was coming down. So he wanted to test out his cleats and stuff. So then he said that underneath the tent that Mello was under, they wanted to know, like, was it super crowded? And he said it was medium full. He said that it was getting crowded, but it was still like room for people there. And they wanted to know, like, well, what was your position? He said sometimes his position would be at the 40-yard line, sometimes it would be at the 20-yard line. And so he was able to hear certain things. And they wanted to know what the mood was under the tent. And mood basically normal. So he said, like, when he first came up at the tent, the mood was like normal. It didn't really look like a lot was going on or whatever. But he said that it was like a normal mood. And then he said he was able to be close enough to where he was able to hear voices on the field. And that's basically what caught his attention. He said he looked back and he seen people like on the front row of the bleachers looking to the back. You know, that's something that he started to notice. He said that he saw a push and he saw arms like go out and make contact with Mello. He said there were people all around Mello, and he was wondering maybe like, is the interaction with him friendly, or like did something happen? He said that out of nowhere, like it got, people stood up, and then he was like, whoa, like, went on. And then he said at first it sounded like people might be laughing, and then that's when he saw the push, but he didn't see Mello stab anybody. He said that also the next thing, they were like, okay, so like, what are the next things that you noticed? He said the next thing that he noticed was Austin pulled up his shirt saying that he got stabbed. He didn't know Austin at the time. He saw Mello do like a light jog going to the right of the bleachers. Then he saw Mello on the field. He said, so then they wanted to know basically what was his behavior when he was on the field after this situation had happened. And he basically said that like he was able to see that he was very emotional. And he said the best way that he can describe how Mello was that he was distraught. He said that basically like everybody was in that like distraught mood. Then they wanted to know like what did he hear him say? Okay, but I got a minute, so if y'all in the chat can look at the time, let my uncle know when 10 minutes go by, so because I got 10 more minutes. So all right, so after that, it went for the prosecution, and basically what tried to do was discredit the witness. They tried to basically say, well, you know that when we showed you the video about a few weeks ago that when you thought that all of this stuff happened and when you thought you saw a movement, that wasn't until after the stabbing, it wasn't before. And then he was like, yes, he agreed that it was after. And then he wanted to know basically that he got a few things wrong from his account and from what he had remembered. And then he said that in the detective statement, you say Mello was normal. He said, yes, sir. He said, you stayed dugout and they told you to leave. And then he was like, yes, sir. And then after they were in the dugout, he said that when the coach told you guys to leave, you left without a problem, right? And then he was like, yes, sir. He said, you thought people were surrounding Mello, and but that was after the stabbing. And then they was like, well, do you want us to show you like where you were on the field when all of this happened? And he said that like they didn't really need to show him, but then the prosecution was kind of like pressing, and he was basically like, well, we can show you if you don't remember, or you want to like refresh your recollect like that. And so then they showed him a video where he was standing on the field, and while he was standing on the field, basically was reminded that he was kind of like in the middle. So if you ever been to a football stadium and you see like there's like a center of the field, like there's like halfway between one side to the other, like he was in the kind of like the middle in the 40-yard line. You can see that the bleachers were kind of like a little bit ways. And then he showed him how once he started to look like it was after the stabbing, and he was like, well, the murder happened right now, right? And that's when you look back, blah, blah, blah. So then after they did that, they bounced it back to the defense. And then, well, you weren't in here when there was testimony that there was discrepancies with the timestamps, right? Like you weren't in here. There was testimony, and you haven't been looking at the testimony, so you wouldn't know that discrepancy with the sync of the videos. And he was like, yeah, no, I wouldn't know that, or whatever like that. And then he was basically like, when you detective, you said people formed a U around Mello. And then when you looked at the video, said that they formed an L. So when he said that, he was leading the witness, and he like put in like whatever motion or whatever. And then he said the tent that you said, and they said, yes, sir. And it was like not like packed prior to the push. Sitting under the tent, you saw all around him under the tent. And then he said there were people like describing what he saw, because he saw like people walking by, people around, and stuff like that. And then they wanted to know, okay, so right before the incident, like what was the mood? And he said that it was normal. And then he was like, let's see. He said, like you described everything to the best. And so then it was back to Cross, and they wanted him to say again like where Mello was, and he said he was in the top corner. And when they showed the video running to show that it was synced up, so they showed him the video again, and they were like, well, this is synced up with the murder, blah blah. And then it went back to the defense, and the defense was like, he tried to like insinuate that it was like part of body, etc. So after that, they said it's time for the next witness, and then like one of the jurors was like raising his hand or whatever, and they had they went on like a sidebar with the lawyers, and basically had 5 minutes to go to the restroom. We couldn't leave the courtroom, and then when we came back, it was Officer Riley. Now, Officer Riley, his name, he's employed by the city of Frisco.
Wait a minute. I've never heard of a juror raising hand and pretty much interrupting court. What? That made no sense to me. Let me run this back a little bit. What did you say, girl?
And he served. It was Officer Riley. Now, Officer Riley, his name is Bo Riley. He's employed by the city of Frisco, and he serves as a detective in Crimes Against Children Unit. He said at the time that the April 2nd incident happened, he was serving a search warrant on an individual that did a crime against a child. And he was told about the stabbing, so he headed to the stadium to interview some of the witnesses. And they wanted to know if one of the witnesses that he interviewed was
Wait a minute. Did I not go back far enough?
a guy by the name of Eddie Parra. He said yes. Second incident, and he really now varsity, etc. So after that, they said it's time for the next, and then like one of the judges was like raising his hand or.
I've never heard such shit. I've never heard of a juror raising their hand and doing some sidebar and shit with attorneys and shit like that. That don't register right with me. I ain't been in and out of courts and shit. I ain't did a lot of legal proceedings, and that shit just don't sound right.
Whatever, and they have the sidebar with the lawyers, and basically had 5 minutes to go to the restroom. We couldn't leave the courtroom, and then when we came back, it was Officer Riley. Now, Officer Riley, his name is Bo Riley. He's employed by the city of Frisco, and he serves as a detective in Crimes Against Children Unit. He said at the time that the April 2nd incident happened, he was serving a search warrant on an individual that did a crime against child. Was told about the stabbing, so he headed to the stadium to interview some of the witnesses. They wanted to know if one of the witnesses that he interviewed was a guy by the name of Eddie Parra. He said, yes, sir. It took place in the field house. That's where they did the interview, in the field house. And they wanted to know about the search that he did on Eddie's phone. Now, if you guys have been paying attention to the testimony of the witnesses, Eddie Parra testified that he lifted up his phone and he pretended to act like he was filming the video. And so they were like, you guys did a search, but you didn't like forensically download it. So like if he deleted something, you guys didn't download his phone to actually get an accurate accounting of the content. That's kind of what they were trying to get everybody to understand. And he said that he just did a consent search where Eddie was right there and he was like telling him like, well, go to photos or go to this, go to that type of thing, like that. The next witness was another student, but I'll say the rest for after. I just wanted to give you guys an update because something about today, like the way that they broke at 11 and wanted to come back at 12:30. I'm interested to see why that was and who the next witness is. They didn't announce who the next witness is going to be. So it looked like they were preparing for something. I'm really not sure, but I will keep you guys updated. Make sure you have your notifications on. I have been in a courtroom every single day of this trial, and I'll be giving you guys live updates when I can. So
You ain't gonna have it.
Sheesh, she was hard to listen to. I think it was all the he said, the uhs, and the but that And one part that really stood out to me about the juror raising their hand, or flagging down, motherfucker, convening with the damn attorney or whatever. Where they do that at? Yeah, she did a good job. She's just hard to follow. She was doing all that the extra stuff like the and the. At least she there covering this shit. Yeah, it probably was nerves. She probably amped up. Who else on it?
All right, I'm back. I got that taken care of.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, the jury had to go shit. Wouldn't they tell a bailiff or something like that?
I missed it. What you say?
Oh, this sister was reporting or giving her report on inside the courtroom.
Carmelo Anthony?
Yeah, Isness put the link in the chat. You probably missed the whole thing.
Yeah, I did. Was it update from today or last week or what?
It's from today, streamed 4 hours ago.
Oh, shoot.
How long? I think it was like 7 minutes long, maybe. How long was it? Oh, it was 17 minutes long. This motherfucker got a mind of its own today.
Did you you see that video BAP put up this morning? Charleston White. He was talking about it too.
Is it a short?
It ain't that long. It's not a short, but it's probably like about 4 minutes long. It's on both his channels.
I probably ran across it on X.
You remember it if you seen it, because Charleston White done flipped his script. At first he was you know how he do. He ride for the pink.
Cross-examine. The reason Hunter take the stand, and from what I hear, the dad's bought a new truck, the mom's got a new 8-bedroom house.
Not that one.
The dad, there's already text messages about the dad bragging on.
I don't know. It might be that one. Hold on. It might be that one. It might be that one. It look like the same thing. That's the one BAP put up this morning?
Why Hunter's not taking the stand?
Yeah.
He's not going to pass cross-examination.
Yeah, that's it.
The reason Hunter's not going to take the stand, and from what I hear, the dad's bought a new truck, the mom's got a new 8-bedroom house. The dad, there's already text messages about the dad bragging on going on European tours. Fuck you, Metcalf daddy. You're a fucking puss. Used to beat those boys' mom. And I'm going to tell you why they're not bringing up the fact that these both guys knew jujitsu. We're not even going to worry about them not bringing it up. We don't have to bring up the fact that Austin knows jiu-jitsu, trained since he was a kid. We'll wait to the closing arguments to do that. We won't bring up the fact that Austin and Hunter both kicked their dad's ass. He's a little short guy, they're big guys. These are some violent white boys. I mean, Neanderthals. These are some violent Neanderthals. So we're not going to bring up the fact that Carmelo didn't run when did what he had to do to keep those guys off of him. He ran straight to a coach. This is what they're not telling you guys. When he took off running, he ran to a coach, and even the coach's testimony, according to the police's initial statement that they got from the witnesses, that multiple children, 4 to 5 children, was chasing Carmelo to harm him. And teachers had of Carmelo. They're not telling you guys. So then let me go and say, there's rumors that Carmelo had and he wasn't supposed to be there. No, people were suspended. The Crackers. Cracker 1 and Cracker 2. Cracker 1 and Cracker 2. A.K.A. Austin Metcalf. And Pink Hunter. This shit is getting good, white people. White people. White people. White people. White people. This shit is getting good. No, it was Carmelo. It shouldn't be there. It was Austin, the dead guy, and his living twin brother, Hunter. They had been suspended the week before. You see how this shit get twisted? No, they was just coming back. There's so much evidence. It's the reason why Hunter hasn't taken the stand. But they may put him on because they're trying to prep him. Even coaches have been caught lying. The coaches said was authorized. Austin was authorized to run things. No, he wasn't. There was a text message that the coach sent to Austin to told him to step up as a leader, never giving him permission to authorize. Well, now they're saying, hey, there's a policy. No, the policy, according to the records in the city district, the policy was never put in place about who can sit under what tent. They just put that in place in what, 2026 school year. Let's stop the crap, people. This is a kid that's not claiming self-defense. This is a kid that said, I didn't do anything wrong, not guilty. It's a reason why, boys and girls, it's a reason why he still got invited to his graduation. Are we afraid that it's an all-white jury? No, because I believe in white people too. I believe white people, no matter what's going on, that there are still some good white people. That's how we got out of slavery. Don't y'all forget about that. Still some good white people. I got family that live in Collin County. I got relatives, friends, white people, black, all walks of life of people who live in Collin County. I salute that judge. That's why I put a gag place. That's why Sarah Feedham can't run around doing all that crazy once that judge got on there. All I'm gonna say is if you believe in God, just know God is doing what he's doing. And this kid will be set free. I'm telling black people, I know what it look like, but this ain't that. If you can on the list. See, I get to go to the trial. My name is on the list to go to the trial. Not like Sarah Field's name goes to trial, but mine is. Why? Who am I with? I'm with the family, so I'm not telling you guys no secondhand trial. I'm at the trial. I'm at the trial. Every day I'm at the trial. It's the reason why Mom ain't speaking on it every day. Man, we gonna win. And white people ain't gonna do a motherfucking thing. North Korea, and our president is not down for this kind of shit. These ain't nothing but po crackers. This ain't nothing but the po white man is mad. I ain't heard a rich white man mad about this shit yet. It's that po cracker, mean, hateful-hearted motherfucker that got no power but in the motherfucking homeowners association. Or with a lie. But lies ain't never stood tall, nigga. That's why this trial is shh. And that's why they won't release the video to show you what really happened.
Well, all right, Charleston. Trump shits his pants and runs off stage. What?
Yeah, I don't
What
believe
the
that
fuck
one.
just popped up? What the fuck just popped up? Trump shits his pants and runs off stage. Oh man.
Let's see the
Charleston,
footage.
something else. Charleston, wow.
Yeah.
Uh,
Charleston boot licking white.
he be on point sometimes, and then sometimes you be like, man, if you don't shut your ass up.
Right.
The classic case of you talk too much. Oh shit. What you done put down there? What you done put through in the chat? TP. Let me get to it. Shit. Oh shit. Nasty work. Nasty work. Before I want to see what these talking about real quick.
Shit his pants on live TV. So whether it's painting himself red, crashing out on reporters on live TV, or just maybe falling asleep in front of everybody. One thing we do know is this guy definitely is.
What the fuck? Wait a minute, dog.
Working hard, sleeping himself red, crashing out on reporters, shitting his pants on live TV, or just maybe falling asleep in front of everybody. One thing to know is this guy definitely is working hard for the American people. It has been a rough couple of days for Donald Trump on the world stage, as he's promised that historic peace deal was supposed to be coming as early as today this week, and we've all seen that, well, Israel and Iran are bombing the shit out of each other as Donald Trump begs them today to please stop, and it turns out nobody gives a fuck about what that orange has to say. And to make things even worse, Donald Trump sat down for an interview with Meet the Press, where he crashed out, shit his pants, and rushed on petulant toddler. So we're going to look at that interview because there's actually some pretty things, like Donald Trump saying he never promised no new wars on the campaign trail. So we'll take a look at that. So that's what we're going to talk about in today's video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, guys. Check YouTube didn't auto unsubscribe you. It seems to be a big problem right now for some reason. Who knows why? Okay, let's jump into it. Let's take a look at this highlight reel from the interview so you don't have to actually sit down and waste your fucking time watching it. Let's kick it off with, again, Donald Trump somehow now claiming he never promised no new wars on the campaign trail.
For us, every day is refreshing. Whether it's delivering an order to a friendly customer or a new
What changed? You insisted no new wars.
First of all, I didn't guarantee no war. Why would I have built the strongest oil? I built our military. I inherited it a terrible military. We had no thing. I built a tremendous military.
I'm not going to start a weapon to stop wars. No more wars, no more disruptions. We will have prosperity and we will have peace. Under Trump, we will have no more wars, no more disruption, prosperity, and peace for all. I am the candidate of peace. I am peace.
So can't wait for MAGA to defend this one. Yes, I can. Apparently now, Donald Trump never promised no new wars, and he never promised no new foreign entanglements and forever protracted wars in the Middle East. Wow. It's almost like we fucking again, huh? But truth doesn't really matter to this guy. He just says whatever the fuck he wants at this point, and his cult will defend it. What? Because, of course, now the Middle East are a good thing, according to MAGA. Now, let's actually take a look at what caused him to stage before we get into some more of the nuanced parts of the interview. And, of course, Donald Trump talking about rigged elections, because everybody knows when MAGA wins an election, it's not rigged. It's an election. Of course, it's rigged.
The election was rigged. It was a dirty election. And it's happening again right now.
First of all, we gotta
both
stop
sides do that, though?
with this dude's face. So, I mean, typically we know the orange bronzer is out in spades, but I mean, this is absolutely
I think
insane.
they're right, though.
So it
It's
looks like they're
rigged.
going with a new
Both
red
sides saying it's rigged. It's rigged.
to the face paint here. Is maybe that's to
It's rigged for the highest bidder.
Exactly.
It's like auction and shit. And who been secretly winning the auctions is not real.
Right. Why they always win, though? That's what I don't understand. Because they buy both sides?
Pretty well, I mean, I suppose the money. They talk with the money. I mean, I don't think it's about buying both sides. It's like whoever is aligned with their agenda gets
I
the
think
money.
they make both sides align with their agenda. I think they buy both sides.
You could say that. You could say that, but
Through lobbyists and things like that, them APAC funding missions. I think they be buying both sides.
It's like there's a lot of people against that shit right now, and they actively sifting their ass out. And that's crazy.
And you see they on both sides of the aisle too.
Yeah, they on both sides. The fart's rigged. Hey, you tripping. I got a dog outside whining. I think the dog next door and eat.
really drive home this anger
do it.
and power out here looking like the anger emoji from Inside.
Now in
Never presented
it's
evidence
happening
that the
in
election was
California
rigged.
right now. It's look at what's
Where's
happening
the
in
evidence
California.
to that?
It's
The
4
Republicans
days
are doing well in
in
California.
California. It's they're dropping fast because it's a rigged election. Let me tell you.
Okay, first let's talk rigged elections. Now, are some of these elections probably rigged? Remember the Thomas Massey race? Well, Donald Trump and MAGA didn't seem to have any issues with the fact that that was obviously the most rigged, fucking bought and forced election we've seen in American history. So, nobody really gives a fuck about Donald Trump crying about election integrity after that. But let's talk about the actual mayor race, because I see MAGA is crashing out saying Spencer Pratt should have won. Well, what do the numbers actually show here? The actual numbers currently from the LA about. Now, the top two candidates will head to a runoff, and people are saying this election is rigged because Spencer Pratt, the Republican, has now fallen into third place. MAGA, of course, is living in intellectual dishonesty and pretend world, as we could probably talk about the fact that the top two candidates both Democrats. And what would that mean? Well, had Spencer Pratt actually gotten in the top 2 spots, there would have been a runoff. And guess what? Let's just add up the numbers now. So let's just say it ended up being Karen Bass and Spencer Pratt is the top 2. Okay, Spencer Pratt got 193,000 votes. Karen Bass got 250,000. Well, there's a problem. These 200,000, those are all going to a Democrat. And so really what you need to do to understand what this race would look like in an actual runoff is give all of these votes, for the most part, to the Democrat. If we run the numbers now, it would look like about 450,000 votes to 193,000 votes, which would be an utterly abusive blowout. And MAGA also wants you to think that, oh, it must just be election fraud in LA, the reason why Spencer's losing, and not this. Yes, the reality is that everybody is sick and tired of politicians like this. No, again, I'm not saying there's not fraud, because the Thomas Massey race, I'm 100% convinced that every election in this country is rigged. But at the same time, I hear anybody crying about it after the Thomas. So rather than answer her questions when pressed, it's amazing to actually see a reporter flash back on this idiot. He, of course, freaks out, shits his pants, and rushes off stage.
Out your past because you're with a dishonest.
Listen, we traveled all the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
Oh, shit. That sounded milk. That boy started on this show.
All right.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is what you call sharded. That boy shit and farted at the same time.
One more time with the volume turned up.
Oh!
Wow, yikes. Now, outside of baptizing his britches there, I think what's actually important to notice is the fact that the President of the United handle a basic interview without emotionally crashing out and storming off of the stage. Well, we talk about it all the time on the show. Well, one of the main symptoms of frontal dementia is not being able to handle your temper from this guy. He cannot handle any pushback, any criticism, anything that comes from reporters. And this is just another example of that. And again, if you can't handle a simple fucking as the President of the United States without throwing a massive temper tantrum like a toddler, you probably are not equipped to be dealing with, I know, some of the issues going on in like the world right now, aka the fact that you're fucking still have a spiraling out of control, that you have no idea what to do with, that you're completely out of your depth in. Yes, again, it's probably time for Diaper Don to pack it in. Much like he packs that diaper on a regular basis. Now, let's take a look at some other clips from this. Fantastic.
Nah, he's still full of
like
shit.
An orange bowl at this point. Why? Not looking healthy.
Okay. He's the son of the last Supreme Leader, who's obvious hardliner. Is this younger comedy for the United States than his father was?
Younger, I think, injured. He's pretty badly injured. So there's a certain bravery there. A lot of people, if that badly, they wouldn't be talking about, how we doing with the United States, other things on their mind. So there's a certain bravery there.
All right. So Donald Trump claiming that the new Khomeini, even though he said that he's not in charge, he's back in charge, I guess. Well, he's brave, and he's also far more rational than his dad. Well, everything we've heard actually about
that motherfucking shark sound like it went up his ass crack and up his back. If he was wearing a diaper, that motherfucker was tight. He done shit up his own back. I mean, the shit up his back. Damn.
And he is far, far, far more radical than his father. So interesting. Sounds like more lies out of Donnie. All right, a little bit more on Iran, because again, this guy has it all figured out.
Iranian assets or lift any sanctions up front as part of any deal. So that would come after.
Comes after. Yeah.
They turned over their nuclear enrichment material.
Unlike Obama flew a Boeing 757 plane. I know very well. They took the seats out and they loaded up.
Who's always bringing up Obama? Are you skipping over Biden? Don't you know Biden was Obama's Vice President. What about Bush? What the rest of the motherfuckers? Why y'all always skipping on Obama bitch ass?
Maryland and Virginia and D.C. They emptied out the bags.
Y'all know that's y'all. Y'all think y'all stick with that bullshit.
And they gave 1.7 in green, and they gave them tens of, just kept giving them money. And it didn't.
All right, quick fact check. No, they didn't take $1.7 billion out of U.S. banks. That was actually just unfrozen assets that they get back to Iran's government. Also, Donald Trump is talking about, again, $5 billion to give to Iran currently. That's in the most recent peace negotiations that would be a requirement up front, by the way. So again, more lies from Diaper Don. All right, how about some pushing out over January 6th?
They should burst for that.
Do you think anyone who attacked police officers on January 6th should get taxpayer money?
I wouldn't be inclined to say so, but I have to see it. 90% of those people, you look at them, the FBI or whoever, crooked cops, you had dirty cops. Comey was a dirty cop.
Well,
A guy like Bolt was a cop.
There's no evidence.
Wait a minute, wait a minute.
Who,
Oh, you think Comey was a straight
people
cop?
who pleaded guilty to assaulting police
Comey was a dirty cop.
No,
They
but
had
the people
FBI.
assaulted police
Listen to
officers.
this. They had FBI agents ushering them into the building. They had FBI go into the building.
So Donald Trump claiming the FBI ushering people into the buildings. Probably. Wouldn't be surprised to see a bunch of feds there. But what's the problem with that? Well, let's chat GPT a quick question. Who was present on January 6th, 21?
We lost sound, old dude. Where you go?
Hear me?
I can hear you now.
Shit, you don't know. Okay. It did say my signal had failed or something. Can't call shit. Stop working. They on that bullshit. Hold on. I do have this. Let me see if this hot off the press. Nasty work. Nasty work. Is the sound coming through? Can y'all hear me and shit?
Can't hear you, but not the video.
All right, let me see if this should play. You hear that?
Not.
Can't hear that, huh? Oh shit. I'm trying to hear this hot off the press. Nasty work. Relax. It should come through now. Let's see.
State of South Carolina, County of Richland versus Chike Rick Chow. We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Chike Rick Chow, as to the charge of murder, not guilty.
They flip the script and call it law, but I can read the lines. Truth gets dragged through broken glass while they rewrite the signs. Before the cameras, it was words and words got lost in smoke. Our names went up against the badge and too many people choke. Now every phone can catch the frame, now every feet can see the same old line and new coastal dressed up as mercy. They want us quiet, want us small, want us scared to say the facts, but pain don't vanish when you post it and the feed don't hear the cracks. This is nasty work, and I know it when I see it. Truth in the light, but they still try to de-screen it. We been hurt, now we turn that fear to fire. When tears hit the ground, they rise up higher than higher. This is nasty work, but we standing through the night. Our babies ain't a price tag, our grief is our right. We won't bow, we won't break, we won't let them rewrite. Tears turn to a fight, tears turn to a fight. Young black child in the backlight, heart full of morning air. Then a grown man turns the street into a place that ain't fair. Son or daughter, someone's world, someone's reason to believe, and they treat that sacred little life like it's nothing. Honestly, we carry names like burning coal.
We can hear now.
Man. Yeah, I bet I'm getting Is that chopping for anybody else? Like pausing and skipping? Or is it just me?
Nah, it was chopping and skipping for me too.
It might be bush meat. Hold on a second.
But at least we can hear it though.
Yeah, but what bush meat ass said? He got to go. I think that's him. Get your ass out of
Banana snatching ass bitch.
here. I want to hear this shit. No hiccups.
State of South Carolina, County of Richland versus Chike Rick Chow. We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Chike Rick Chow, as to the charge of murder, not guilty.
They flip the script and call it law, but I can read the lines. Truth gets dragged through broken glass while they rewrite the signs. Before the cameras, it was words and words got lost in smoke. Our names went up against the badge and too many people choke. Now every phone can catch the frame, now every feed can see the same old line in a coastal dressed up as mercy. They want us quiet, want us small, want us scared to say the facts, but pain don't vanish when you post it and the feed don't heal the cracks. This is nasty work, and I know it when I see it. Truth in the light, but they still try to de-screen it. We been hurt, now we turn that fear to fire. When tears hit the ground, they rise up higher than higher. This is nasty work, but we standing through the night. Our babies ain't a price tag, our grief is our right. We won't bow, we won't break, we won't let them rewrite. Tears turn to a fight, tears turn to a fight. Young black child in the backlight, heart full of morning air. Then a grown man turns the street into a place that ain't fair. Son or daughter, someone's world, someone's reason to believe in it. Treat that sacred little life like it's nothing, honestly. We carry names like burning coal, we carry dates like stone. Trayvon in the echo chamber and more gone from the home. Cyrus in the headlines, now another mother left to cry. Another father tasting silence where his boy should have been high. They say it's just a moment, but that moment changes years. And every new attack on us is baptized in our tears. It may EDA, why can't you hear the warning call? I ain't gon' lie, I'm so mad it makes me wanna ball. But anger ain't the enemy, it's fuel for what I do. My tears will learn to march in time, my grief will make it through. This is nasty work, and I know it when I see it. Truth in the light, but they still try to de-screen it. We been hurt, now we turn that fear to fire. When tears hit the ground, they rise up higher and higher. This is nasty work, but we standing through the night. Our babies ain't a price tag, our grief is our right. We won't bow, we won't break, we won't let them rewrite. Tears turn to a fight, tears turn to a fight. Peace for the lost and power for the living. Peace to the earth and the courage for the giving. If they set the stage, then we change the play. Truth got a voice and it ain't going away.
Our unity in sisterhood, brotherhood, and struggle is profound, principled, and forever.
I didn't. How the fuck this gonna pop up after? Look, all right, I'm just gonna have to let it play. Obviously, it won't play. Fuck it.
I guess so.
You're getting pretty worked up. Yeah, you're enough. But I ain't gonna argue, because I know what's what. And you don't know nothing, like a boat without a rudder. Every word that you're uttering is a bald-faced lie. Why you keep on talking? Please close your lips. Please read my lips. They say you're stupid, stupid. You're stupid is showing. You're stupid, you're stupid. You're stupid is showing, you big dummy. You big dummy. You big dummy. Your face is getting redder, like you're madder than hell. But your eyes are spinning like a bottomless well. There's no water coming out of there, no wisdom either. And you're spouting all you know it all nonsense. Please close your lips. Please read my lips. They say you're stupid, you're stupid. You're stupid is showing. You're stupid, you're stupid. You're stupid is showing, you big dummy. You're big dummy. You're big dummy. Close your lips and read my lips. They say
I see why. Hey, brother, not said that nasty work. That shit tough. Maybe I ain't really got no critique. Let's see, maybe the horns in the chorus. Was that the desired effect you was looking for? I got that shit pulled up right here, isn't this? Hold on. This, so she uploaded this when? 4 hours ago. So this is probably after she did a report, right? Let's see. Share this tab instead. I already got it pulled up right here. I'm just waiting on the songs to finish playing. This looked like it was after she did a report when she's sitting in the car. Both these uploads was 4 hours ago, wasn't it? Yeah, the first one 4 hours ago, 4 or 5 hours ago. She visibly looks upset. Let's see.
I'm okay. I just got worked up. I'm all right. Anyways, I came here to cover a trial, and That's what I'm doing. So I'm gonna give y'all a quick update. We only have a little bit.
So hold on, she getting fucked with? They making threats to her? Something. Let me see what she's saying.
So far there has been 3 witnesses. The first one. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm surrounded by Black Panthers right now, so they protected me. So the first witness was a 17-year-old who goes to Centennial. I'm sorry. I'm gonna come back.
What the Fizzy? That was the first link. See, is this the bot? This new link? Is that a follow up? She couldn't even get it out. What the hell? I can't stand this damn cliffhangers and shit. I'm sorry, I can't. Yes, you can. Calm down. Get that shit out. Relax. Emotional creature. Now I really want to know what the hell going on. Why is she crying? What's up with this 17-year-old witness she trying to talk about, but she can't get it out? Let me go to her channel. Is that the last video? What you doing to me, Isness? Trying to get me triggered? Let me go to her channel. That's some shorts. That's probably her last short. No, I don't even see that one. Let's go to the home tab. Oh, she got different ones. Hold on. Shorts. I like that one. Yeah, I'm glad his son with her too. They look a little out of shape though. They need to get it together. So let me see. Go to videos. I don't even see the videos of her in the car. This is the same damn channel, ain't it? Yeah. Where the hell is the video that you just sent though? I don't see that shit nowhere in these playlists. Not in the videos, not in the shorts. 2 days ago, shorts. Did she go live? Was it a live? Was it live? Hold on. No. Can't be. I'm gonna play this. Give me a post from her Facebook. Let's go to her Facebook. Let me go and give her a follow because that's what real niggas do. Hold on. 16 hours ago. 17 hours ago yesterday. So it ain't on here either. What the hell? What's going on with this woman? Reels?
All right. Hey, what's up? It's your girl Neek, and you're tuned in to Neek at Night. And tonight, I'm going to be delivering a message to Miss Sarah Fields. Now, this situation has turned into a literal comedy show because we have somebody here that is supposed to
live?
be the most
I didn't see him on the live. See, I'm on her live tab right now. I see the video, the other link right there from 4 hours ago, but I don't see the one where she started crying and shit. I need a follow-up. What's going on with that? It's right here. Oh, it's right here. Okay, I'm tripping. So she uploaded that before she did this.
Doug Jr., you take it.
Coach, you should run the customized with Liberty Mutual and save hundreds play.
That's not a play.
Okay, that explains why. That explains why this other live video, why she was acting in this video. She was obviously disturbed about something, but she didn't get into what happened to this witness, the 17-year-old witness. It's crazy. I was in the courtroom. Wild student testimony explodes Carmelo Anthony's trial. Opening statements and surveillance video. 9/11 call. What's this?
All right. Hey, what's up? It's your girl Neek, and you're tuned in to Neek at Night. And
Can you hear me?
tonight it was today.
Yep.
Okay. You didn't hear me before though. Oh, okay. I was saying that anybody peeped that them Panthers didn't have no guns?
Not seeable.
Yeah, I didn't see none.
I ain't know if they had them on their waistline or nothing.
Unless they in that van, but you know, they don't usually carry no, you know, pistols only.
Right.
They was, you know, I was looking at them. They sort of looked they sort of looked like lionish.
Little crisis actors.
They look like the Black Lions.
Oh shit, the bird songs. Huh?
That's what they look. I mean, structure wise, I didn't see they patch. I couldn't. I'm just saying, them Panthers that I saw with her look kind of weak.
The bird that sings a song. I ain't heard nothing from him lately.
Right.
I wonder if I can find something on that fella.
I hope not.
Let me see.
He about to try.
It's the latest. What's the latest on Mr. Paul Bird's song? Enrico Dukes.
Them dudes I saw out there looked like they, you know, they had their hands in their pocket. They didn't look like they was ready for no smoke.
This fucking video 2 hours long, girl. What you talk about? I guess she go over the phone call and some bullshit. Oh shit, Aton. Let's see what Aton talking about. Let me go over here and get in some light
type
real
of get
quick.
down and your little sides. You know, you about to get a Chinese meal in there. You know, you're gonna get some kung pao chicken and some noodles and some rice with your homemade.
Everybody on the Chinese food today.
I guess so.
Let's go to nationwide order and don't pick up.
Did somebody else say that?
No, I ain't seen recipe. It, I'm finna type it in his chat.
Order takeout everywhere. Don't pick up shit. Oh no, we don't eat it. We just order it. And don't pick it up.
Because they sold them the recipe, Louisiana, that Louisiana fried chicken. And when you go to Normandy and Manchester, that line is around the corner. Yeah. So, yeah. All right. So, if you want to look it up, we can actually go to where we at here. Let me come back here while I go surfing. I'm going to pull up the video. I'm going to put that in there where we actually dealt with the boom, boom. Where we got the where's that? Here we go. What I'm gonna do is I'm taking a quick little run over here to. I'm going over here to my live playlist, and I'm gonna put that birthright citizenship in there. Boom, we're gonna come down. Oh, you put in a lot of work, brother. You put in a lot of work. Nope, I don't want that. I don't want that. Don't want that. Yep, we're gonna put this in. Yep. I'm going to take my time and I'm going to bring this in, and we are going to deal with the birthright citizen. So let's share this. Let's add to the stage. Where we at? Bam. So if you go right here, here's the channel. You have a subscribe or prescribed. I like to use the word prescribed. Go ahead. Here it is right here. This is what you see. And then we'll come down here. You see all these right here. You can click on the lives. You actually.
He ain't gonna see my comment. He didn't seen it. He probably kept it moving. I just heard Chinese food, and then I had to say that. I don't know if it was putting it to. I don't know if it was something to do with the child case or not. I'm gonna get back on this bird song thing. I'm definitely about to search something in YouTube. Hold on.
Yeah, I
look
hope
for
he
latest. All bird song. What was this thing? The lion what? What was this shit?
The White Lion Party for self-defense or some shit. I don't know. They white lions or black lions? I ain't got confused.
I don't know, but let me mess with these filters real quick. Let me upload date this week.
I think you got to look up white or maybe black lions for self-defense or some shit.
It is black lion. I'm still trying to set the like everything's from 4 months, 3-4 months ago. Let's see, let's go to a month. Let's say this month. Damn, this nigga, he disappeared as fast as he showed up.
Good.
Right?
He got exposed.
Quick, fast, in a hurry. Shorts, videos, shorts. No results found. God damn. This year, nigga? At all? Anything? Oh shit, I'm having.
What about Rico Dukes?
That me.
He probably on Facebook running his mouth.
Nah, he got a whole channel. I ain't getting no notifications because I am subscribed. I haven't gotten any notifications from this.
What, a
cat.
YouTube channel?
Yep. They Fear Truth TV is the.
Oh, okay, that's his platform.
iHeartRadio. What? Play new. He got some music out there.
Okay, so he done left Birdsong alone too.
He got an upload from 1 day ago.
Or Birdsong left him
view.
alone.
Let's see. The family member of Cyrus Carmack Belton speaks to the 21st century Black Panthers. Huh? What do we have here?
Yeah. Hey, America. This is Real Media News 33 reporter Rico C. Dukes reported in regards to Sierra Delta. His family speaks in regards to his, I'm going to call it a.
Is he claiming this Timmy Turner is a family member of Cyrus?
Good question.
I guess.
Assassination.
Let's go.
In South Carolina.
I hate to give him a second view, but damn, let's go.
This one of the first that any one of the family members have spoken publicly to news agency or reporters or anything. So we're gonna get a family. First, I'm gonna give my condolences to the family and the family member that is on in the interview. He's a great friend of mine. He's a great friend of mine. So it still kind of touched me personally. It still touched me more personally than a lot of things because it's close to me. But I'm gonna let him have the flow now and kind of just let him open it up to tell you about a couple of things, and then I go into the end.
So I guess this is supposed to be one of his family members, right? That's basically what I'm hearing.
I thought he was saying he was a good friend, or is he saying he's a good friend of Carmack?
Did I miss that part?
I don't know. I might have missed it.
I mean, the caption, the thing down here at the bottom say, "Family of Cyrus Carmack Belton speaks." Real Media News 33 reporter Rico C. Dukes Justice.
Okay, so Timmy must be his family then.
Yeah, Timmy Turner, I guess, is a very strange name. Nonetheless, look like
Might be an alias.
Yeah, could be an alias. Could come up with nothing better than Timmy Turner.
You got the flow.
Yo, how everybody doing today, man? Hey, this your boy. I was just coming up trying to get the truth out there about Cyrus. I know there's been a lot of rumors, and there's a lot of rumors speculating and circulating, and you know, a lot of people, you know what I'm saying, like, yeah, pretty much don't understand. Some people do, and yeah, so it just, yeah, I just want to get the truth out there and clear things up, you know, so you can hear it straight from, you know what I'm saying, like someone that's close to the situation instead of hearing it from somebody that heard it from somebody or somebody that heard it from somebody else and just speaking on it and don't know, you know what I'm saying, what we've seen.
So speaking on that note, what did y'all see that the public didn't see, or what video was released that the public that wasn't released that y'all seen that the public didn't see?
But man, it's a lot of like skipping around in the videos. Just like it's a lot of footage out there, you know, like pretty much that show that him walking in the store, him saying okay, you know, when they asked him to put his book bag down, him picking up the waters, him putting the waters back, him turning around and just grabbing the book bag to walk out. The lady, you know what I'm saying, asked him where the water's at. He told, he done put him back. He even frisked himself down, and they still took it upon themselves to chase behind him because he didn't want to let them frisk him down.
Right. So, upon the video, how many feet approximately was he? Because I think it was like 130 feet away from the store.
Yeah, it was over 130 feet away from 130 yards away from the store.
What and they spoke. I seen the article where it said the owner of the store, Rick, he was involved in several other shootings in regards to theft at his stores. So I'm taking a look like that. I'm looking at it as if he just feel like it's okay to just shoot a person coming there to steal a quarter bag of chips.
Well, hey, that was crazy because it's like they withheld all that, you know, evidence, and the fact that his video footage floating around online of him jumping on other little kids that was going in his store to shop, and it's like, bro, you habitual with picking on the kids. Like, you got a whole wall of shame sitting up here that you put people on, that, you know, you got a whole system sitting here that automatically detects people's faces and can let you know whether or not they done stole from you before. But, you know, say you chose to target him and he wasn't in none of your databases, wasn't in none of your systems, wasn't on your wall or none of that. So what was the point of targeting, you know what I'm saying, this kid, you know what I'm saying? Unless it's you targeting every child that come in your store. And that's the way it's looking from all the other videos that coming out. Anytime kids went in the store or someone that looked young went in the store without their parents, that's pretty much they got manhandled or, you know, got harassed. And like, we shouldn't have to deal with that. Like we humans and we people just like everybody else. We should be able to go shopping and not have to worry about them accusing us of stealing something and shooting us in the back because we decide we don't want to buy that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like what if them waters was hot? What if he pulled out 4 waters because the first water was hot, the second water was hot, the third water was hot, the fourth water was hot. Now he just decided, man, let me put these waters back and I just get something to drink from the house.
Right. So I also read in the news report, in one of the news reports that, and speaking to you, it said that he had a firearm. But the firearm had the prints of Rick on there because Rick must have touched the gun. Could you tell the people in regards of how they went in the situation with that?
Yeah, like I mean, they trying to say he had a firearm, whether he had a firearm or didn't have a firearm. The trial wasn't about the firearm that he had. The trial was about his murder. You know what I'm saying? The trial was about what actually took place. And even when his son got on the stand, Andy Child, he admitted that he never pointed that gun, he never threatened them, and the whole time he was just trying to get away from them. He never even turned around and even brandished the gun towards them. Andy said it out of his mouth right there on the stand, and it's like, okay, if he said it out of his mouth right there on the stand, then what else need to be said? That's cold-blooded murder.
So he stated that on the stand against his own self.
He stated that on the stand against his own self. That Cyrus was trying to get away from them. And I mean, if you 14 years old, hell, even a grown man, you think about it, you know you ain't did nothing wrong and 2 people come running behind you to chase behind you and you see one of them got a gun on their hip, what you gonna do? So, you get what I'm saying? Most people gonna run because we got that fight or flight. Unless, you know what I'm saying, you ready to fight it out. But the natural instinct, you know, when you first see that happen is to at least run until you know what I'm saying, get your train of thought like, okay, let me get behind cover or something, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, and they took advantage of that.
Right. So the bullet wound, he was struck one time in the back and it came out the upper part of his chest. So
Yeah.
that sounds like he was running and he fell and Rick was still shooting while he was on the ground.
Rick only shot one time, and Rick had to shoot because when you think about the trajectory, how it going in your lower back and coming out your chest, unless you're trying to get up off the ground. Unless you're trying to get up off the ground, which means you're on the ground because hell, how tall Rick is, and you look at it like you can't shoot and get a trajectory that go upwards unless you shooting upwards, which that means he would have had to be up in the tree, or he had to be down on the ground to get that type of trajectory.
Right.
You had to be shooting at some type of angle, so it ain't like you was shooting straight, like he running straight. And then, you know, the defense tried to say, well, he was pointing the gun while he was running, and it's like, okay, if he was pointing the gun while he was running, that means they're supposed to have hit him in his side. They wouldn't have hit him in his back and came out the way it came out. It would have went in his side, or you know, it would have went in his front. You get what I'm saying? Like it wouldn't have went in his back.
Correct.
Like every law that we done known since. Hell, the United States even been the United States is, you know what I'm saying, never shoot a man in the back.
Right.
Like that's something that's always been a rule. That's something that, you know what I'm saying, like everybody was always told, bro, you never shoot a man in the back.
That shows cowardice. Cypress' mother, that's your aunt?
Cyrus' mother, well, I don't want to get on the family relations because what I say, you know what I'm saying, don't reflect the whole family. So I don't want nobody to get the misconception that, you know what I'm saying, I'm speaking for everybody, or what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying, is how everybody else feel. Because I'm not trying to, you know what I'm saying, like speak on nobody else, and then I don't want to really tie my family relations in because I don't want nobody to go back and say, well, this was such and such that said this, or, you know, such and such, or try to hold them accountable for what I said.
Right.
So I'd rather keep it like that, so nobody that, you know what I'm saying, I'm involved with in my family is held accountable for my words.
Right. Understood. Have anybody reached out to your family, like any other organizations, or have the police of South Carolina speaking of any form of civil settlement or anything of that nature?
Well, I mean, the family attorney is talking about, you know what I'm saying, the civil suit. As far as I know, you know, the sheriff, he's very upset about it, you know what I'm saying? And he's mad, but it's like, well, if you already know that other people was involved, how come, you know, you didn't lock everybody else up that was also involved? Like in the state of South Carolina, we got the hand of one, the hand of all. So
right. I can't hear you. I don't know.
And you would still go to jail right along with me.
Right.
And that was one of the statements that the defense made, you know, was like, well, you know, he committed a crime, why his son wasn't charged.
Right. So like the son, what particular crime are they saying that the son
he hasn't been charged with anything.
So what do y'all feel the son should have been charged with?
I mean, the son was a part of the crime, so he should at least, you know what I'm saying, got accessory to it. You know, he should at least got, you know what I'm saying, because he helped initiate the killing of my little cousin.
Like, so for the listeners listening, and those that will be listening, like give the listeners a greater detail in regards to how the son and your cousin connected to the crime.
Well, the son, he was standing behind the register, first of all, so he had a clear line of sight of my cousin. He was looking at my cousin. He the one initiated the chase. He the one that said he told his dad that he had a gun. He the one also said that he pointed the gun at him, then went back and when he got cross-examined, recanted his statement of everything that happened. And then he also admitted that, you know what I'm saying, the lawyers told him, hey, don't only say certain things, only answer certain questions. And if you look at him, man, you can see he looking over at the lawyers to see what he can answer, what he can't answer. And then when he started answering, you know what I'm saying, like freely, where he was just on the roll with it, where he was rolling with it, you can see he recanted everything he said. So when he was speaking with a natural mind, he pretty much admitted, like, yeah, we murdered him. And not one time did they even say, I'm sorry. Nobody said, I'm sorry. He didn't even apologize. Hell, even when he got found not, you know what I'm saying, not guilty, he could have said, hey, can I say so? Can I at least tell the family I'm sorry?
So are organizations coming into support?
Well, from what I was told, that it's a few organizations that should be here this weekend, and there's a few different protests going on and a few different walks going on. And yeah, just hopefully, you know, people show up and support, man, and just let them know, like, yeah, this could be anybody, child, man. This could be any of us. Like it could be anybody, man. I don't know nobody that haven't walked in the store and never, you know what I'm saying, left their money at home or missing left their money in the car or something like that, you know what I'm saying, and had to put the stuff back and go and get their stuff. I mean, I done it before. I done woke up and hopped in the car, just go to the store, you know, and get to the store like, oh, I left my wallet sitting on the dresser. Then I have to turn around and come right back here to the house to get my wallet, you know what I'm saying, because I left it on the dresser.
I done did that 1,000 times.
You know what I'm saying? And everybody just keep trying to paint this image of him as a thug. Well, why he had a gun? Why most kids do what they do, man? Like when we was that age, hell, we plundered through people's stuff. Like, hell, we was at our auntie's house. We was at our cousin's house. We was at our mama's house, our daddy's house, our friend's houses. Hell, we plundered. That's what kids do. Right. You know what I'm saying? For anybody, and especially any man, hell, I don't care what nationality is or who you is, man. When you was that age, man, you plundered. Hell, whether you found the gun and you wanted to play with it when your parents went home, or you found the porno magazines that you wanted to play with when your parents went home, or whoever house you was at wasn't around. You know what I'm saying? Like it's.
So the owner of the store, Rick, Is he still in South Carolina? Has he fled the country? Does he still own the store?
Well, they on some of the documents I've seen, it say that he sold the store, but then it is other documents also out there that's floating around that say that, you know what I'm saying, he still owned the property. And it's a lot of stuff going on. Like I can't really speak on where he at or what he got going on, you know what I'm saying? That's something I would like to know. Like I would honestly love to know that, you know what I'm saying? Like, but right now he off grid, you know, and everywhere you turn around, like they got the police at the store, so we know he not coming back there. It's some other guys that's running it now. As far as, you know, the backstory on, you know, how they got it, what they got going on, that's something I can't speak on because I don't know nothing about that. But
well, the Black Panther Party movement, along with the 21st Century Black Panther Party, and a lot of Black Panthers from across the nation will be in South Carolina in support of your cousin's assassination and support in regards to your family.
Ain't nobody there,
We
Rico.
just received that word in, so y'all would have support up there in South Carolina.
Yes, sir. Thank you, comrade.
What they gonna do? March
So,
around the store?
We have to stick together in unity, man, for what this coming down to in this world today, what the Trump administration is doing, and all the things that is just going on right here in America, just alone. We must have unity. We must be able to protect our own in order for us to survive. We must have resources and protection. Protection is the main thing. It's like every time something like this happens to us, nothing is never done. We just wind up dead and nothing is never done. Those who commit these crimes, they go about freely upon for the rest of their lives, and we're left grieving, stuck with the tragedy of what had happened. Only because we don't have a protection force. If we had a protection force that stood against things of this nature right here, like when we see police just killing just for no reason at all, then we should go and arrest those. If the laws that we pay won't arrest them, then we go arrest them and do it ourselves. And by any means necessary, the job must get done. So I understand your pain, and all Real Media News 33 can do is keep updating and reporting on this story. And I'm pretty certain for certain that Panthers are gonna, support in extra ways. But it's like we have no justice. We pay a system to protect us, but yet when things happen to us, the system don't protect us. So it's like, why are we even still playing along in their system in any shape, form, or fashion?
And that's what's crazy. It's like, we defend ourselves, we wrong. We run away, we wrong. Regardless, like, of what we do, we wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's never no justice for us. The only time you see that they do want to have justice if it's one of us versus one of us, and then it's like, okay, now we got numerous of them we could take off the streets at one time.
Right. It's like it's a system that's built against us, and they giving regular people the power to eliminate us, like they eliminate us. It's like they gave themselves a extra helping hand to try to exterminate us.
And that's how they doing it. Oh, like, it ain't no reason he should have walked away from that without somebody being paid off or something, man. Like, it had to be something, because it ain't no way you walk away from something like that, man.
What was the verdict at the end of the trial? The reason why they say he was acquitted. What was the acquittal decision?
Because it was self-defense, but they tried to say because they couldn't prove that he did it with malice intent, but it's like, man, he showed malice intent when he left his property behind him. That was malice intent right there. I can understand you running him out your store. I can understand you running him off your property. But once he's off your property, you got no right in the state of South Carolina to chase nobody.
And you can't
Like if somebody come break in your house and let's say they could kick your door in, but if they don't step inside your threshold and they turn around and walk away and you shoot them in the back, you going to jail for murder.
Right. In the state of South Carolina.
Yeah, you going to jail.
Right.
They gonna hit you. Either you gonna get murder, or you gonna get manslaughter, and then it's like when we go to trial or we go to court, they have our charges stacked where it's like 4 or 5 different types of charges where the jury at least have something to pick from to convict you on. Now, how come he only had one charge? Like you could have had it stacked. Well, okay, just in case, you know what I'm saying? That 1% chance, let me have this down here so they can at least choose from this one right here too.
Right. So it's like it never was a fighting chance from like the system already on Rick's side from the start.
Yep, pretty much.
So do y'all feel that it was district attorneys or judges that played along and get supported?
I mean, I'm not sure who played along in it, but somebody had to play along in it, man, because that was a clear, clean cut case. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a clear, clean cut case, man. Like you done chased him off your property and you still decide to shoot him in the back while he running.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Your son that took the stand, your son admitted that he never threatened y'all. Y'all still ain't found the water that he supposedly quote unquote took. You still ain't found that.
From what I read, he didn't take any water. From what I
read, that's what I'm saying. But that's why I said quote unquote. Y'all said he took it because they claimed that he took it. So if they claimed that he took it, where the water at?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? The wife done picked up the shoes. The wife done picked up the cell phone. She already been tampering with the evidence, but y'all still ain't presented that bottle of water that y'all claimed he took.
Right.
So y'all done did all the mischievous stuff, or you know what I'm saying? Like, and y'all still ain't even showed where he was guilty. Everybody just focused on why he had a gun. Man, why kids do half of the stuff they do? Black kids ain't the only kids with guns.
Right. I'm glad you pointed out that, because when black kids are shown on social media with guns, we'll criminalize and scrutinize. So white kids that are at the age of 10, 11, 7, 8 years old on there at the firing range holding their gun to their parents, nothing is never said about it.
They ain't even got to be at the fire range, man. I done seen images of them, man, out in the streets with them. I done seen images with them in the yard. I done seen them take family photos. You know what I'm saying?
I have seen photos up, and I have seen them actually do it in real life. So but it's never publicized to the people as if how we're publicized to the people. We're always publicized to the people as bad people. When we take a picture of a gun, we have. You never hear, to make an example, you never hear about white boys taking pictures, white boys with felonies taking pictures with guns and then going and get Fed charges because the feds have seen the picture and then went put charges on it. But you always hear about this here with African American blacks of our
but they do it too though. That's the thing. They do it too. They do the same exact stuff that we do, man, but they just, you know what I'm saying, like to draw an image of us.
They don't get scrutinized for. That's why I will make an example. Like when our black kids have guns on Instagram, Facebook, I know kids that have been arrested for that, therefore possession of firearms, or have caught federal charges for possession of firearms just by showing a firearm on a social media profile, right?
Oh, but then you can have, you know what I'm saying, they kids up there, you know what I'm saying, with assault rifles, with assault rifles, it ain't nothing wrong with it.
Right, don't nothing happen to them. And they kids, some of the ones that be doing it, they are felonies as well. So they use it. Oh, they was a felony. That's why they were okay. So what about the white ones that I know that's personally with felonies with pages like that and things like that? But it's never publicized. Everything is publicized with us because they want to degrade us. They want us to look like we are the lowest part of the earth and we're the highest vibration of the earth.
Yeah, and that's like what I just can't grasp it. And then the first thing a lot of people like to say, well, I'm not racist, but it is you racist. If you can't show sympathy for a child that was killed, a child. I don't care if it's a black child, white child, brown child, yellow child, green child. If it's a child, it's a child. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't hurt kids, man, and you shouldn't even laugh or, you know what I'm saying, be happy about a child losing their life.
Right.
So that show a lot about, you know, their characters.
Like when Charlie Kirk got killed and Congress went to passing laws talking about if people get talk about Charlie Kirk on social media, they'll lose their jobs, and people were losing their jobs for these things. So, but now here it is, you making fun of a child that has been murdered. Now
put it like this, man. We was having the memorial. Don't you know the governor of South Carolina turned around and signed a bill protecting K9s. And not one time did he say anything about, you know what I'm saying, that man killing my cousin. You know what I'm saying? Like he was a little kid. Like, if anything, he could have went up there and signed the bill like a child protection act. It ain't even got to be for, you know what I'm saying, black kids. It ain't got to be for brown kids. It could be for all kids. You know what I'm saying? Where, hey, if you hurt a child, guess what? You know what I'm saying? The charges is a lot worse. We gonna do this right here to you. You know what I'm saying? Be prepared for the ride.
All right.
Be prepared for the ride. You know what I'm saying? Like he could have did something like that, and or he could have but he pretty much got up there and blatantly in our face signed a bill to protect K9. So pretty much he's saying a dog life is worth more than ours.
It's like what Trump just did. It's kind of like what Trump just did. Trump, our people been screaming for reparations for the last 400 years. Nobody ever gave it to. But Trump came back and gave reparations to his people, the January 6th riders and things of that nature right there. But so that's like a spit in our face. It's like, when are we gonna be tired and just stand up? You
want me to tell you why we not gonna get our reparations? When you start looking back at all the things that were passed and where our reparations went to the Asian and Indian communities.
Yes. And
that's where our reparations went.
The 1.8, I think it's $1.8 billion funding that Trump just did for the January 6th people, the Trump supporters, as he called the Trump supporters. They just got $1.8 billion reparations, and he said on national TV that they overly do. They desperately need it. Well, okay, what about our people that it's clearly that these people don't give a damn about us, but yet we still sign petitions. We still go and march and protest. Like, it's time for other things to be done than those two things right there.
Yeah, I mean, and it's like, when enough gonna be enough, man. Like I said, that could be anybody's child, man. My little cousin, man, 14 years old, could have been anybody's child, anybody little cousin, anybody little brother. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? They took his life away from him and they sent back like, oh, he a thug. Man, at 14, you're figuring yourself out. You know what I'm saying? No telling who you're going to be by the time you graduate high school. Hell, you done cut his life short, and guess what? It probably was in his life, you know what I'm saying, to save somebody one day that possibly have an accident, and it just so happened he be right by and he need to give him medical attention. But now, guess what? That person ain't even got him here to fulfill his destiny in life because you decided you wanted to take it away with your own hands, you know what I'm saying, without even giving him a chance.
Right. It's just like our life is worthless to them. If it's not putting dollars in their pocket, it's useless to them. And we got to accept that, and we have to understand that our life is very precious to us and useful to us. So we have to protect it at all costs. We have to provide for our people at all costs. So the only way to do that is unity. And it's like I was talking about something one day, and I was saying that if it was a million of us that joined in union and put $1 in every week, we'll have $1 million budget a week, and we'll have a $4 million budget every month. We'll be able to have enough money to pay our own people, to build our own infrastructure, to build our own nation. But it all starts from unity. So if we have unity, then we have resources. If we have unity, then we have protection. If we have unity, then we have freedom. It all starts from unity. So this is basically what is going to happen in South Carolina. It's the United States.
Yeah. I mean, by the time that we put our foot down, man, and say enough is enough, man, and we ain't got no choice but to get treated equally, man. Like, and the thing is like, regardless of how much they hate us, they ain't got no choice. Like, we here, you know what I'm saying? We ain't going nowhere.
Right.
So they can hate us as much as they want to hate us, but you know what I'm saying? Why keep trying to hate us when, you know what I'm saying, we the originals. We here.
It's common sense why God keep letting us multiply and be successful. We're the chosen people. But one thing I always teach everybody and tell everybody, the chosen people we was chosen to endure pain. No one ever understands that when I say it, but when I say the chosen people, what people are chosen that don't endure pain? Why do you think we endure that pain? Because we're overcoming, we're overriding every time. And how can you not be, if we're the chosen people, so our creator endured pain. So we got to endure pain. He overcame everything. We overcome everything. Us being the chosen people, we are chosen to endure pain and overcome that pain because others can't. We endure the pain of the world.
Yeah, but eventually people get tired of taking that doggone all the lickings and turning the other cheek.
Right. And that's what time that is coming to. We had to endure that pain in order to come to this time, right? So it's like we got 47 seconds left on the interview. Is there anything that you would like the people to know, where they can reach you at, if you want them to reach you or reach out to you, anything like that, or anything that you feel you want people to know before we end the interview?
Oh yeah. Well, if y'all need to reach out to me, y'all can reach out to me through Rico. He know how to get a hold of me through all my personal contacts and stuff like that. And I want to thank everybody for listening, and I want to thank everybody in advance that's planning on showing up, for showing up to support my little cousin. And I just want to let everybody know we appreciate all the love that's given. And yeah, we here, it's either justice or else.
Y'all heard it first exclusively on Real Media News 33. Exclusive interview from the cousin of Cyrus Cormac Belton, the 14-year-old who was gunned down in South Carolina, to where the big protest is going down in South Carolina. You have Black Panthers there. You have 21st century Black Panthers. There, Panthers from all across the country will be in unity there in support. We wish you the best, and we give you our condolences. And as we always say, Real Media News 33 report, Chief Reporter Rico C. Dukes.
All right, thank you, comrade.
What did we learn from this? Okay, what did we learn from that? I had to go do my Donald Dump real quick. I ain't wearing a diaper. I could have did what Donald Trump did and just had to do my Donald Dump. The microphone been on, yeah. What did we learn from that little interview? I was paying attention. I was still listening. So the son popped him allegedly, but the firearm is registered in the dad's name, so he stepped up and took the charge, I assume, and then got acquitted. Oh boy. What else can I find?
Yeah, it sounded like they had a whole lot of evidence they didn't let walk through court. Probably the same thing they're doing in Carmelo Anthony's case.
Right. 130 miles per hour fastball. Good luck with that. Mama Cheap Live, 126 years of white lies, part 3. Uh-oh. She right going in. Let me go get us a like.
So, I'm scrolling down the page to get back to try and figure out what what we starting on, y'all. Not the Natasha doll, not the chair, not that. Let me see. That's where we was. But I think I already got it on the screen, 120-year history. But I think I went on down to the timeline of racial oppression in America because it starts with that 120 some odd years. So y'all hold on, let me see. But I done added some more stuff, so I got to see where we going. Because we're going to finish this. It might take a while. And that's when we did NASA and our cosmology, breaking that flat earth cosmology madness, right? The origins of pre-colonial people. Oh, y'all, that's new, y'all. That's new. That's new right now. That's new.
Breaking the flat earth
cosmology. That's new right now.
Huh? Oh, I missed shit.
And I'm going to start right there. And then we go, oh, dude. Good to see you, man. Long time no see. How you doing? Great continuation to you. Look, so y'all know where we at, but I'm gonna start right here for a minute. I just want to show y'all something. I want to give y'all a little preview on some stuff, right? Watch this. I just want to show y'all how during the day this stuff be coming up, right? It come across my desk and I just go ahead and just ask the right question. And pull some sources that nobody else don't tell me, ain't nobody told me about. So let's go watch this. Shout out to the 9 of y'all that's here. Let me shout y'all out before I get started reading, because y'all know I get to read. Old dude, D. Allen Warren. That's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah. Sharon Walker. Alexis B. L. Bora. I think that's it. That's about all of y'all that came up in here, and I appreciate y'all. How about that? It's CNN Bush. I mean, it's Fika, Sherry. I don't know who else out there, but shout out to y'all, and I hope everything going the way you want it to do. Okay? So here we go, y'all. I said, wow, something just hit me pretty deep. And I think I remember you telling me one time that the original whites with status people and the people of the land across the water are all originally the same people. Y'all hear my question? The land would be the same people as what they call Africa today. Do y'all hear my question? I remember, yeah, I have memory lapse, y'all, to go places that, yeah. That's why I asked the question. Now look, here go the answer, y'all. Here go the answer. This is how I get my research, y'all. I don't read 4 books.
What AI she be using, y'all? What is this?
That gives me answers that I'm satisfied with.
Copilot, Microsoft.
Let's play.
Oh,
see if you will be too. So it said yes. It said, Mama, yes.
Oh,
what just hit you is the same thing you and I touched before.
Copilot,
But
don't that
now
don't
it's
that come with
landing
Windows
deeper
11 or
because
something?
you're seeing the pattern.
Yeah, that come with
not just the pieces.
Microsoft. So yeah.
Oh.
Okay. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people they thinking, but they ain't. You know, that's why I say vet your questions, Elbora.
Hit the like, drop a couple comments, and slide on out. Do you think, Monty? Gotta keep it real. People need to return the favor when they running past the live with their bitch ass. Hit the like on your way by.
Right, that's what I'll be doing. Even if I don't come in the chat, I just hit
know
the
like. Look at you running past the live with your bitch ass. You can hit the like while you're running by. Yeah. Okay, let me check my YouTube algorithm. I got somebody with a Trump tattoo on their back that look like a nigga. Wait a minute. What the hell? That's Trump with a Michael Jordan face? What's going on? This is crazy. I know this ain't real.
Well.
I know that ain't real. Is that Michael Jordan / Trump?
It's Michael Jordan with a Trump hairdo.
With a Trump comb over. And they gave him a fat throat and a neck and chin and shit. That's diabolical, man. I know this ain't no real tattoo. This gotta be some fake shit. This gotta be.
Baby. Who is that?
She bugging up. What the fuck? I done seen it all. Ain't got nothing. Should the racist backstabbed? Uh-oh. Give a fuck about you. Whites will soon beg to marry blacks? What? What kind of shit they on? That's that Jane Elliott crackpot, bitch. She slave narrative pushing. The awakening continues due to tribe ministries. That's some Hebrew shit. Jeff Metcalf caught witness tampering in live court. Hold on, Metcalf. That's the is that the Carmelo Anthony thing? Or am I tripping? What's she talking about?
Thanks, Mike.
See you next month.
So you can get these through water.com. Your favorite water brands on schedule, delivered right to your door. They even have 5 gallon bottles too.
Quart, which is
Neek at Night. All right, guys, we are talking again about this Carmelo Anthony trial. Now, I got up this morning at like 4:30 and could not go back to sleep, and I was just researching and researching and researching. Now, I had been watching one of the YouTubers who this person is actually in the court, Neek at Night. But I just recently now start watching a few other people, because what I want to do is get elaboration of different information and dissect it and kind of put together what I believe and what I don't believe. Because, you know, we all have our personal biases. Now, what I learned from watching Neek at Night's video is that prosecution, and I also learned this from watching Queen Sheba's video, is that the prosecution instructed the whoever this person that was in court that was talking about the video, that this person was instructed not to talk about the fight, but only to identify key things about Carmelo Anthony, which again is going to that narrative that this kid was in fact jumped. Well, it gets even more crazy, guys, and this is one of the reasons why I said we gonna video this thing all the way out, because I feel like there is something else going on here. Me trying to be as unbiased as I can, but I can see the things that I can see and I can hear the things that I can hear. Now, Jeff Metcalf caught witness tampering in live court. If you don't believe me, believe this.
We have Free Carmelo. Welcome, Free Carmelo. What you got?
I just thought it was really interesting when you said that it was very obvious to everyone in the courtroom that Jeff Metcalf allegedly was helping one of the witnesses answer the questions. 'Cause in your comments, in your comment section of that video, everyone was saying like, "Oh, who is this woman? She's just biased, saying anything." And then Court TV, or Law and Crime, YouTube page with like 1 million something followers, their reporter said the exact same thing, that the witness was looking over at Jeff Metcalf and he was visibly shaking his head in the courtroom. Yeah. So if everyone else was able to see that and Judge Roach was kicking people out for whispering, how is he not seeing a witness look over at someone in the gallery and giving answers to like, how is he not seeing that? That just doesn't make sense to me.
That's a good question. So let me tell you what happened with that, and thank you for asking. So when that was happening, Judge Roach was positioned this way. If you can see me, Mr. Metcalf is back there. So Judge Roach would have had to have.
So I want to stop it here just to give you guys. This is Queen Sheba's. She did some kind of call-in show. She's here on YouTube. But I wanted to stop it here because Queen Sheba is giving the judge an out. The judge's job is to man that damn courtroom. So him turning his head, not hearing or not seeing, that is not acceptable. But what she's going to get into is that she believes that the judge didn't see it. But as you listen to her, she says it went on for 20 minutes. So a judge that was not aware of what was happening for 20 minutes, I don't buy it.
I turned this way to see what was going on. I was able to see it because I was this way and I'm watching the witness. I could see every time he was asked a question, he would look like, if you, right, I'm looking into the screen, are asking me a question and I go this way every time.
The witness sat in open court, eyeing to the father, Jeff Metcalf, who is Austin and Hunter's father, basically nodding to him to say yes and no, and signaling to him what to say. You gotta be kidding me, guys. And so you're saying only the Black people in the court saw this? Y'all, this is what had me up at this morning, because I said I want to give his defense to the benefit of the doubt. So I'm going to tell you what I did. I sent the defense Queen Sheba's video at this mark when she said that she saw it. And I also sent the defense the law and crime video, which I'm going to play next, because they also said they saw it. Because guys, this is a bias. Now the judge has decided to actually come into court. And when I say pick who he picked, I mean in terms of media. Why did he select these handful of media only for the state of Texas? This is starting to get really weird.
My answer, and I'm like, what is he looking at? I mean, it went on for at least 20 to 30 minutes.
She said it went on for at least 20 to 30 minutes. I cannot give the judge the benefit of the doubt. You mean to tell me, judge, for 20 to 30 minutes, you didn't notice that the witness, not his witness, but you didn't notice the witness on the stand was looking to Jeff Metcalf, the father, and he was shaking? I mean, come on. So you mean to tell me somebody's shaking their head? You don't notice that? I'm starting to think that maybe, just maybe, that is why the judge specifically selected this type of media, because guess what? They're right there in Texas. Based on the makeup of that particular county, I believe that there is some prejudiceness there. Well, it's everywhere. So, yeah.
So finally, I attempted to position my body because I thought maybe he knew somebody in the jury. But it was Mr. Metcalf he was looking at. And when I leaned back to take a better look at the jury, I could see Mr. Metcalf telling him when to say yes and when to say no. And
Mr. Metcalf, Jeff Metcalf, the father, telling a witness what to say on the stand, y'all. This is why the judge, and listen, I'm starting to think the judge is some bullshit too, because come on now. You're supposed to be a veteran judge. I've heard what people said about this judge. They runs his courtroom. He's very strict, but for 20 to 30 minutes, the judge somehow didn't see this. Man, it is cameras in that courtroom. Like I stated, I sent the information to his attorney. If nothing happens, as a matter of fact, I need to reach out to see if I can get in contact with his family, because they need to do something about this. That is going to be my next step, because this is not right.
And at the exact time when a defense said, would you describe Hunter Metcalf as a big boy, a bigger boy? Mr. Metcalf said, and the witness said, no.
The Beyond the Gates, Young and the Restless crossover event.
It will be an unforgettable evening.
This room's full of reporters who are itching for.
Did y'all hear this? What is going on here? That's grounds to, come on now, you can't, like, what?
And at that point I said, he's leading the witness, and I forgot I wasn't supposed to talk in court, and everybody's like, shh, shh. And I just dropped my pen and paper, and I was like, I don't want to take notes anymore. But it was absolutely jarring. Free Carmela.
Yeah.
This is what.
All right, guys. When I watched that, I was just like, this is really ugly. So for the people who will probably say, she lied, she made that up, or whatever weird shit that you're saying, okay? Or you will say, you won't say anything weird, but there is, as you guys heard in that clip, the caller referenced that he heard it on another channel. Now, let me make sure you guys know what channel he's referring to. All right. He is referring to Law and Crime. Now, I don't know if you guys watch that channel, but I'm going to share my screen just so you can get a good idea of what, of who they are. I'm sure you guys probably know who they are. But anyways, they got about 7, almost 8 million followers. I'm sure you guys know. But anywho, I took a screenshot of that because, you know, the comparison here is it just the only Black people, or, you know, why Why is nobody else calling this out? This is why it was very important that the community that represented Carmelo Anthony was allowed to, be media and be a part of the jury, because them people don't give a damn about us. Because when we get into this video, you'll see this Black news reporter. He caught it. I mean, he wasn't the only one that caught it. He was just probably one of us that actually was like, wow, why is this happening? But let's get into it, because he said the exact same thing.
I won't say their name because he's 17 years old. He is a student at Memorial High School, which is Austin Metcalf's high school. And in just kind of reading the notes of the day here, when it came to the defense questioning him, and he was a defense witness, so this is someone who knew Austin Metcalf, was on the team, and the defense is calling him. He had, I felt like, a little bit of a different perspective of what happened compared to some of the other students from this high school who have taken a stand.
Yeah, Chris, and it was interesting before he took the stand, or right when he took the stand, the defense attorney said that they had not talked before. Sir, we haven't talked before. It was just 2 minutes right now in the hallway. I thought that was interesting, because if you're trying to, gain an edge or gain a leg up, why would you have a witness that you haven't done, witness preparation with?
Now that was another part that really made me think, what's going on? What he's saying is the prosecution met a witness in the hall and had just talked to the witness right before the trial. Why is the prosecution, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say the prosecution, I used the wrong words. Why isn't Carmelo Anthony's defense speaking to the witnesses prior to when they show up at this courthouse or when they show up at the hearing? When I heard that, I was like, wait a minute, this kid is fighting for his life. But then the defense team says, yeah, well, I haven't spoken to you before, right? Yeah, we just spoke. So I don't know what that is. And it was making me a little bit, get a little bit worried here. So let's get into the part that I want you guys to hear. Because remember, the title of this video is that Jeff Metcalf caught witness tampering in live court.
But anyway, they start talking. They're walking through the events. It takes them about 20 to 30 minutes to walk through the lead ups to everything and what this kid saw. And we heard this for the first time today. He said, Carmelo, the whole thing with the hand in the bag and touch me and see what happens. He said that Austin Metcalf tapped Carmelo as an annoyance. Like, oh yeah, touch me and see what happens. And then he says something that we haven't heard yet. He said, Carmelo said, okay, well, hit me and see what happens, or punch me.
He said, we heard something that we have never heard before. Again, this is how you know that they are lying. I mean, but I want you guys to hear this part. This is the part that I want you to hear.
And see what happens. I haven't heard that from any student so far. So I'm just wondering, why it was just now said here. We've had over 10 of these student witnesses, and it was just said now during this witness. And then, as he was testifying, he was kind of disagreeing with some of the things that the defense attorney was throwing out. Obviously asked to kind of fit the narrative of the defense here with the self-defense claim. And one of their, narratives that they're throwing out is that, these Metcalf boys are some big boys, 6'1", 6'2", linebackers over 200 pounds. And they started talking about the size comparison thing again, starting to go down that rabbit hole. And they were talking about Austin. Austin was 6'1", 213, according to the medical examiner. And his brother Hunter, the defense is like, well, Hunter was similar in size, trying to make them out to be, the big bullies and all. That's the narrative they're going down. And as the defense attorney is asking this, I can see Jeff Metcalf, the father, just shaking his head.
Honey, I brought back enough tomatoes to last us a whole month.
Good boy. Now sign this divorce paper. My daughter is remarrying someone who doesn't smell like dirt.
I spent all my savings on this spaceship. How could you treat me like this?
Did y'all hear that?
That commercial diabolical. And I go back to the video. She talking about, did y'all hear that? That's crazy.
This is the second person. These people don't know each other. They're just there in live court. So why is it that the father is in live court leading the witness, and you're telling me nobody else saw this. I need y'all to send this video to Carmelo Anthony's folks, because I have already reached out to the attorney, but of course the attorney is not going to respond back to me. They're not supposed to. I pretty much sent the attorney the information. I still don't understand, how is the attorney not seeing this? Something is wrong here. Really, really bad. So I'm going to rewind it just a little bit.
To be, the big bullies and all. That's the narrative they're going down. And as the defense attorney is asking this, I can see Jeff Metcalf, the father, just shaking his head like these boys are not the same size. And the young man on the stand said, I wouldn't say that. And he actually said that Austin was substantially bigger, which is very interesting. I mean,
I don't know what else to say, guys, but what is going on in this courtroom? Anthony family, I don't know what their social medias are, but they need to know that there should be court evidence. His father, basically everybody has stated that they have been doing this whole trial, coercing these kids and telling them what to say. But to sit your ass in open court, shaking your head, tells a story that it seems like they're trying to railroad this kid right to prison, because that's just bold as hell. Like, you gonna sit in a courtroom and say
that? Okay, I'm listening. Go on. Yeah, I'm tapping it on now.
All right. Yeah, say something for that boy. It's just that was crazy. Metcalf. Anthony. You don't talk to the witnesses before they get on the stand. And then your own witness is going against the shit you saying. That's just diabolical. I hope this boy ain't got no public defender. This started to sound like he got a public defender. I'm just saying. Has his family? I know his family got a bunch of money and shit. They was moving to a big ass house and some more shit. After all this shit went down. So y'all went and bought a house and just got a public defender or something? 'Cause that shit ain't adding up. They're not working this case. It seems like they're just letting that shit run however it's gonna run. You know what I'm saying? That shit is bogus. Let's see. Kept fucking her ass up, yo. They Let me get this on the screen. I hope that boy ain't got no public defender. I ain't looked into the case like that. The defense need to do a better fucking job. Seem like they're trying to throw that nigga to the wolves or something. They getting checked. Somebody's got to go down for this. You gotta, white kid, flag on the plane, dead. All that shit could be fake. Crisis actors, all that shit could be fake. Let's go to X. Let's check out my X algorithm. It's bound to have some exciting shit on it. My last DoorDash order and I'm done. What happens? Oh! Yeah, that'll be your last DoorDash order for sure, because you will no longer have a job. It's over. Knock somebody's boat off the damn driveway down the yard. I don't think that cat likes you, lady. Wow. Ooh-wee, that cat tearing your ass up. What you do to that cat? You up there leaking. Boy, I've been threw that cat at the motherfucking wall so hard. You know, get your ass off me. That cat say, this is my house. Let's go to my bookmarks. Let's go. Let's see more bookmarks. Oh, you little badass kid. Oh, shit. You never know what's going on in other people's minds. Just look at this, for goodness sake. That little boy need his ass beat. We really need your ass beat. And then gonna run off like he ain't did shit. Bam! I'll beat your little ass. Boy, ooh-wee. Nobody saw that? Then he gonna hop and skip it. He gonna run his ass off like yeah, act like you ain't did. You know he wrong. That's why he's acting like that. Boy, somebody should have told his ass. Ooh wee. Somebody should tow his ass up. Oh shit, here we go with the bullshit.
Back up!
Why you pointing the gun?
Why you
He has a gun.
Back up!
Why you pointing the gun? He has a gun at my gun.
Hey!
What the fuck? Oh my God, she has my brother. What the fuck?
Step back. You better step back.
Yo, why
Stay
y'all shooting
back.
stuff, yo?
Stay
You
back.
can't come in my house, yo.
Stay back.
You can't come in here. Turn over. You can't. Why y'all doing that, yo?
Roll over. Stay back.
What? You can't come in here, yo. You can't come in here. Why is you in my house? Why are you in my house, yo?
Hey.
Why are you in my house, yo?
Get the hell out of my house.
Why are you in my house? What? Obstruction of what?
Oh, now they try to put some bogus charges on
What
me.
are you talking about?
Nobody obstructs me.
Yo, what is going on? Don't worry about it. What the fuck is going on, yo? Yo, what the fuck?
Terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Red alert. EPA Chief Lee Zeldin confirms stratospheric chemical spraying sulfur dioxide into the sky. Health risks are health risks are real. What used to be called conspiracy is now called official policy. EPA chief confirmed that dangerous chemicals, including sulfur dioxide, are being released to the sky for geoengineering. Health risks are real. Environmental damage is guaranteed. There is no longer conspiracy as official geoengineering gone rogue. The U.S. government has funded it. The skies are full of it, and now the truth is official. Yeah, we know this. But
Concerned Americans have urgent and important questions about geoengineering and contrails. The American public deserves and expects honesty and transparency from their government when seeking answers. But for years, people who asked questions in good faith were dismissed, even vilified by the media and their own government. That era is over. The Trump EPA is committed to total transparency. As a result, I tasked my team at EPA to compile a list of everything we know about contrails and geoengineering for the purpose of releasing it to you now publicly. In other words, I want you to know everything I know about these topics and without any exception. Instead of simply dismissing these questions and concerns as baseless conspiracies, we're meeting them head on. We did the legwork, looked at the science, consulted agency experts, and pulled in relevant outside information to put these online resources together. Everything we know about contrails to solar geoengineering will be in there. That means anyone who reads through this information will know as much about these topics as I do as EPA administrator. To anyone who's ever looked up to the streaks in the sky and asked, what the heck is going on? Or seen headlines about private actors and even government.
Oh, so you saying they rested their case today? So that's the end of it? They're not bringing no more witnesses. That's diabolical. Mistrial. No, that's not considered a public trial if it's closed off to the public. CDC slammed with federal lawsuit for operating illegal 72-dose childhood vaccination program never tested for cumulative safety. Never filed illegally required safety reports. This lawsuit could dismantle the CDC's unlawful vaccine regime that has poisoned the nation. All right, let's go. What you got to say,
buddy? The CDC is actually being sued for operating an illegal and unconstitutional 72-dose hyper-vaccination schedule. All 72 of these doses from birth to age 18, not one has been tested in combination. And particularly the cumulative safety of 72 doses was never studied. So it's literally just experimental at this point. Nobody knows what's going to happen with all of these doses. And that's exactly why they're being sued, to kind of dismantle this dangerous program. And so this is huge. This whole vaccine ideology is now crumbling down as people begin to understand the real risks and just how absurd it is. And even Trump highlighted that. He said it's a travesty we're injecting beautiful babies with all these toxic loads of needles. It's stupid and it's got to stop. The CDC is actually
Oh my God, pause. First, Texas. This is what happens when emotion overrides logic. A police officer gives a ticket citation. Texas law is simple. Signing a ticket is not an admission of guilt. And your point is?
Stop! No, stop, please, I'm scared, stop! Wait, stop, stop, please, I'm scared, stop! Wait, stop, please! Wait, please,
Here's your copy of the citation. As far as the bills, you don't want to take it?
No.
Well, yes,
Give me
ma'am,
my
take it because it's your citation.
I don't want it.
That's your citation. That's littering. Step out of the car.
No, don't do that. Fuck off my car. I'm not stepping out. Look.
Mom, chill out. Mom.
I'm not doing call. Yes, call. I'm not touching.
Mom, please chill out. Mom,
Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I'm not stepping out of shit. Call your motherfucking supervisor. You're not the supervisor. Call your supervisor. A supervisor. I'm not stepping out of nothing. Get your fucking hand off me. Get your hand off me. Get your hand off me. I will step out when the supervisor. I'm not stepping out of nothing. Get your hand off me. Get your hand off me. I'm not letting go. You littered. You dropped the ticket, not me.
I put the ticket in the car.
No, you dropped the ticket, not me. You dropped the ticket, not me. Get your hands off me. You're touching me. Give me the ticket. You're touching me forcibly. You're holding me too tight, and you're being out of line. Y'all see this, right?
Sir, I'm sorry. Can she just get the ticket?
No, you stop. Why are you holding my arm like this?
Because I gave you the ticket.
Why? No, you did not. You dropped the ticket, not me. I told you I did not want it. You dropped it. You dropped it. You're doing too much. I'm not afraid of you. Get your hand off of me. You're holding me forcibly for no reason.
Because you need to step out of the car.
Get your fucking hands off me.
Step out of the car.
No, what am I stepping out of the
Is there
car for?
anything I can do to get you to comply? Look, Mom, he just said take the ticket and we
Comply.
can leave. He said take the ticket and we can leave.
No, I did not. You did that.
He said
You
take
threw
the
the
ticket
ticket
and
at
we
me.
can leave. I gave it to you so
You
you
threw
could
the
leave.
ticket at me.
And then you grabbed it and threw it out.
Give me the ticket.
It's on your phone video.
Give me the ticket.
No,
Give me the
we're
ticket.
past that.
Okay.
You're under arrest. Step
For
out of
what?
the car, littering.
Okay.
Step out of the car.
No, I'm not.
You're under arrest.
No.
Under arrest for littering. You threw the ticket in her car, but she didn't want to take it. She threw that motherfucker back at you. Now you want to arrest her for littering? Oh boy. Oh,
When
When
your colonel gets here, then I will step out. I'm not getting out of the car. I'm with my child, and I'm not doing that. Call your father right now.
Step out of the car.
I'm not.
Step
I'm not.
out of the
I'll
car.
step out when another officer gets here. I'm not
Step
stepping out.
out.
I don't trust you. You're holding me too strong, and I don't
Because
trust you.
I don't
You
trust
don't
you
have to
not
hold
to.
me like I'm not going anywhere. Where am I going
I
to
will
go?
stop holding
I'm not
you
going to
if you
go
step out of the
anywhere.
car.
I'm not stepping out of the car.
You need to
Call
step
your
out of the
colonel, and
car.
I will get out of the car.
This is
You're
resisting
holding me.
arrest.
I'm not resisting arrest. I'm
Because you're
not.
not
What am I
answering
under
my
arrest
order.
for? What am I
Littering.
under arrest for? I didn't litter. You
threw
did
the
that.
ticket
No,
out
I
the
did not.
window.
You did that. You did that. It's all on camera. So when your colonel gets here, then I will step out. I have my child with me.
I am
I'm
the
not getting
corporal.
out of the. You have a supervisor, okay?
I am the
So when your
supervisor on duty.
supervisor gets here,
He
then
is
I
not-
will
I
step
am
out of
the
the car.
highest ranking
Call
supervisor.
someone else
I don't
to
have
come
anyone
here.
else.
There is someone else.
Not right now.
Yeah, there is someone
You
else.
need to
Let me
step
call
out of the car.
911.
Stop.
Get your fucking.
Wait, please, sir, stop. Stop, wait, stop. Mom, chill out. Mom, please, wait, stop, sir, please stop. Wait, stop, please, stop. Wait, stop, sir, stop, please. Wait, please, stop. No, stop, please, I'm scared, stop. Wait, stop, please. Wait, please, stop, sir. Wait, stop, please. Wait, please, stop. Wait, stop, please. Okay, wait, I can get out, please, it's okay. Wait, please.
What did I say? This is a fine-only ticket. Texas law designed for this to end with a citation and release, not a trip to jail. Class C, fine only, no jail. Ticket help Texas. Littering is a ticket, right? You get a ticket for littering, so you don't go to jail for that. This dirty bastard, this shit will trigger me. He couldn't even handle a woman. He'd get his ass whooped. Fucking with a man. Can't stand these punks.
Wait, please, stop. Wait, stop, please. Okay, wait, I can get out, please, it's okay.
Damn, man, how come the mama more tough than this nigga you raising, man? Your son in the passenger seat sounding like a straight bitch. Oh, scary ass. Man, I can't deal with this kind of shit, man. This is too much. Too much. This that X algorithm. I'm gonna have to send that one to Big Dog Philly. Yep. Happening now. Did you know that the Pentagon has issued an emergency warning concerning Netanyahu's attempted hijacking of not just the Pentagon, but all of U.S. intelligence? Less than 24 hours after a House committee cleared the way for the passage of Section 224 in the 2027 NDAA, that would effectively give you-know-who co-equal control over the U.S. military-industrial complex. The Pentagon issued an emergency warning. Under the provisions of the bill, A special executive agent or czar would be able to override anyone in the Pentagon, including the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Researchers have now discovered that a clone of the treasonous legislation is also contained in 2027 U.S. intelligence agency funding. Bills are sponsored by Congressman Tom Cotton. In this key report, Mr. Alex Jones reviews S46-15-2027 in the Nightmare subsection 622. All right, what you got here, bub?
The real gut punch
Tell
is
it.
what's happening in Congress at the exact same
Tell it.
time. On the heels of the revelation of Section 224 slowly advancing, Senator Tom Cotton slipped Section 622 into the FY27 Intelligence Authorization Act. This thing locks America into permanent, unbreakable intelligence entanglement with Israel. It mandates expanded sharing, ties it to Israel's qualitative military edge, restricts the president or futurists from scaling it back without jumping through huge legal hoops and notifying bought and paid for committees, and even pushes sharing with Abraham Accords countries. There will be no unwinding this.
Every time I start reading the subsections, I want to throw up. I mean, you see what that does? Do you see that?
Oh, shit, he about to
The
go on an
treason
epic rant.
contained in the 2027 NDAA, handing over control of the U.S. military and intelligence systems to Israel, is mirrored in the National Intelligence Funding Bill. So that even if we shoot down Section 224 in the NDAA, it will pass in the Senate Intelligence Bill. It just goes on and on. So much of this broadcast is we're just researching live here on air. We've got to go through everything. We've got to check all the defense bills. There's a whole bunch of them, not just the big omnibus bills, the intelligence bill and the defense authorization bill. This is about trillions of dollars here. This is insane. And it's all about Israel. Page 2. And it goes into handing over everything. Good gracious. I am just absolutely blown away right now. But of course this is going on. And I would imagine, did Netanyahu write this too? Because Netanyahu wrote letters to the Republicans of the committee thanking them for passing it out of committee. The first committee, now it passed the final committee. Now it's got to go out for a full vote, then it goes with the Senate and back and forth. It'll take a month to haggle over the whole bill. And then he changes the House, goes back to the Senate, and back and forth in conference. But Netanyahu brags that he wrote the legislation subsection, his plan, quote, thanks for implementing my plan, in his letter. What do you want to bet? Because I'm reading it. It mirrors the defense bill. And they are hell-bent on this coup, this silent, covert coup. And I guess they just thought nobody was going to find this stuff. Wow. Wow. It's S4615-2027 Intelligence Funding Bill. And it was on Section 622. It's not as long as the Defense Authorization Act. It'll be easier to go over all. Defense Authorization Act's over 1,000 pages. And by the way, people find a bunch of other nasty stuff in there. But hey, we're not screwed. We're not up the creek without a paddle here. Because the Pentagon came out Friday and said Israel's the #1 threat to America right now. Taking over our government. Espionage. So this is on the front burner. That's why I've been spending so much time on it. Because back when we were covering a week and a half ago, nobody was really talking about it. But we beat the drum. We beat the drum. We beat the drum. You beat the drum. You share the articles. You share the videos at Rumble. Rumble.com/The Alex Jones Show Live. That's the new official channel. and on X at Real Alex Jones, the network backup at AJN Live, Alex Jones Network at AJN Live. Follow us there. Share the information. Share the videos. Share the articles. Go to alexjoneslive.com. That's where all the free feeds are, and audio feeds and video feeds and articles and videos and Bounds Report. It's all there. And Trump told Netanyahu, people didn't believe it. He told TV last week, he said, no, I said all that. Netanyahu said, yeah, he did say that to me. He said, you've made Israel the most hated country in the world. You're crazy. You got to stop all this. Stop bombing Lebanon. Stop getting in the way of the peace deal. And Israel bombed Lebanon and killed a bunch of people, including a Lebanese general today. And Lebanon's been trying to work with Israel. So it's a serious situation. There are many examples, but the EU in 47 and then in 56 was just a steel trade cooperative and then a trade deal. And they set it up with these globalist corporations, the old elites of Europe, the old royalty, to have the government sign away pieces of their sovereignty at a time through a business deal. And it wasn't until the late 90s they go, by the way, we're a union, we're an unelected commission, the nation state power is gone, you got to do what we say, and by the way, the chains are on. Totalitarian. Well, that's what this Israel thing is, but it's not getting it one piece at a time over decades and then saying, by the way, we got you by the balls, you signed all your authority away to unelected bureaucracies, just like the UN does. Israel's just coming right in saying, we don't need Congress's money anymore. We're just merging with the military and we'll co-own all your weapons and have all your intelligence. Unbelievable. So I never air the same report back to back. This is so important. I am. Watch it, take notes, the ball's in your court, send this report that I'm going to have uploaded during the next break to Real Alex Jones on X. Upload to Rumble right now. And get it and get it out. Now the Senate Intelligence Funding Bill hands over total control to Israel, not just the Defense Authorization Act. Treason alert. I mean, just what the hell? This is unbelievable. Israel's not the 51st state, folks. Israel's very adversarial to the U.S. We're told it's our little buddy all day long. Israel does whatever it wants, whenever it wants, and primaries are Congress people that get in their way. Israel is throwing its weight around like a bull at a china shop here. This is serious. And the Pentagon just came out Friday and said 2 weeks ago we warned the president secretly that Israel's the number one spies are taking over the government. Uh-huh. Word for word what I said in the weeks before, because it's what's happening. You can watch it in live time. Here's Bounds Report. Share it.
The Pentagon just cranked Israel's counterintelligence threat level all the way up to critical, the highest designation, right there with our worst adversaries. U.S. officials are now using burner phones and staying tight-lipped in hotel rooms when they visit Israel because the Israelis are aggressively spying on top Trump administration people, digging by dope on decisions about Iran and Lebanon. This isn't some operation. It's all coordinated, hyper-aggressive espionage from our so-called closest ally. Jonathan Pollard-style damage from the past should have been a warning, but here we are again. Americans are rightly asking how an ally that spies on us
Let me see if I can get it to quit skipping. Give it a second to catch up. These people doing they doing way too much. Way too much. Trying to sneak shit in. It's pretty much already intertwined, actually. I mean, now they want to make it official. They want to cause civil unrest. Look at this shit. Get your ass off the floor in front of this mother. Boy. All right, let's see if it'll play without skipping.
from our so-called closest ally. Jonathan Pollard-style damage from the past should have been a warning, but here we are again. Americans are rightly asking how an ally that spies on us at this level gets treated like family.
With me, I don't care if you start throwing nukes immediately, responsibly, but immediately. And a case that I've been pushing is the use of an electromagnetic pulse weapon or weapons against Iran. Why are we waiting to get hit?
That's Jonathan Pollard, the most famous Israeli spy in modern history, who sold out our secrets, got our agents killed, you name it. He sold to the Russians, the Chinese, the Israelis, everybody. Remember, Trump pardoned him back at the end of his first administration. So now Israel's funding will be within the Pentagon in joint weapons development, but they're going to be allowed into everything and be able to claim co-ownership of the U.S. military-industrial complex that Eisenhower told us to beware, the technological elite that control the military-industrial complex. So think that. Then you've got 38 states that have passed laws or executive orders that if you criticize Israel anyway, or ever boycott Israel, or criticize Zionism, or what happened in Gaza, these are laws that you cannot have any government contracts or government jobs. Totally illegal, unconstitutional tyranny. And that's because Israel admits they're moving their weapons industries here to the United States. And so now if you criticize anything Israel's doing, you're shut down by the state governments. You add that with the NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act, you got to read that for yourself. Total lifetime fusion integration of everything, from academia to DARPA to MIT to secret weapons development to live intelligence, telemetry, weapons guidance, weapons systems, everything. Other agencies don't even let each other know what they're doing. The other armed services branches are in competition to let them have their secrets. And that's good. Keep things.
Wait a minute. They've been embedded into academia. What do you think controls the major universities? The school, the curriculum for public school. It's all small hats. Come on, man. Alex.
Doesn't even know their secrets. Doesn't know what they're doing. Weapon systems, everything. Remember, the other agencies don't even let each other know what they're doing. The other armed services branches are in competition to let them have their secrets. And that's good to keep things compartmentalized. This is, Congress doesn't even know 10% of what the Pentagon's up to. This is Israel's coup against America.
The real gut punch is what's happening in Congress at the exact same time. On the heat of Section 224 slowly advancing, Senator Tom Cotton slipped Section 622 into the FY27 Intelligence Authorization Act. This thing locks America into permanent, unbreakable intelligence entanglement with Israel. It mandates expanded sharing, ties it to Israel's qualitative military edge, restricts the president or future Congress from scaling it back without jumping through huge legal hoops and notifying bought and paid for committees, and even pushes sharing with Abraham Accords countries. There will be no unwinding this. We are looking at Intel Fusion as a pillar of policy, handing over leverage that could bite us hard if relations sour. We'll find ourselves either towing the line for Israel or facing serious consequences. Meanwhile, the Pentagon flags Israel as a top spy threat, and lawmakers are wiring them deeper into our system. This isn't partnership. It's a one-way street that smells like foreign influence money run amok. America first means putting our sovereignty and secrets ahead of any foreign lobby. It's not optional, and it's a major insult on this 250th anniversary of our nation. John Bound reporting for the Alex Jones Network at alexjoneslive.com.
John Bound's worked here 14 years, about 8 years from home, because take care of his family. He's a great chef at a great restaurant by night, and then takes care of a very sick family member, I'll just leave it at that, who's crippled. And his dad won a Peabody Award, famous journalist as well. We are just so blessed to have people like John Bound here. And my only critique of his report is he put it out saying, look at this new legislation, S4615, that mirrors the treason in the Defense Authorization Act, handing everything over to Israel, an internal coup. but only 2 minutes of the report is about this. We need to get on this now. This is a big frickin' deal. Because I was just during that reading it again. Now let me go back to the NDAA section 224. Because I couldn't remember the exact name of the czar, what they call it. The Secretary of Defense shall designate an executive agent. Put that on screen, please. Responsible for synchronizing cooperative efforts between the United States and Israel to expand and accelerate bilateral defense technology research, development, testing, evaluation, integration, and industrial cooperation. So see right there, you got synchronizing, integration. That's what integration means. They call it fusion in other areas. And it talks about how it's all going to be classified with a report that's classified once a year to Congress. The executive agent to expand, accelerate deeper integration again, of Israel into U.S. institutions. That's the bill. The EA would be solely focused on implementing Section 224. It takes procedure over the authority of other. It takes precedence. So the executive agent would be solely focused on implementing Section 224. EA authority takes precedence over the authority of other DOD component heads per DOD instructions. Keep scrolling down. See, I read this twice. I read the whole subsections, 5 or 6 pages, twice last week. And then I had Mark Levin, all the usual suspects, call me an anti-Semitic liar. It doesn't do that. It's just about a missile system. It says that this czar has presidential power. Only the president can override him. He operates in his own area, and no one at these agencies says DARPA, the universities, the 5 branches of the military. Meaning the EA would be able to overrule determinations by DOD agencies such as the Defense Technology Security Administration, Israeli access to U.S. technology. The appointment of the EA would replace direct congressional oversight with supervision by the Secretary of Defense. There would be no congressional confirmation or ability to remove of the executive agent. Go read the bill. It's right there, the link to it. So, again, I didn't want to spend the whole show on this because I got it, but it's just so central that you think of a foreign army taking over with troops and guns and helicopters and jets and nuclear bombs. No, you just come in and say, oh, Netanyahu has an idea. We don't need your money anymore. We'll just sell you a missile system. And then it does this. Sets up some ring wraith that reports to the president of the U.S. and the Israeli prime minister and has precedent and override everybody else. That alone. And look, Massey's great. He's really busy. But he's like, yeah, I don't know if it messes with the chain of command and that stuff. I don't really understand the military, but doesn't look good. Oh, yeah, it doesn't look good? The guys they say that are these radical Israel haters just had his constituents sick of funding all these foreign countries, and his constituents wanted Epstein files. He said, I guess I'll do it. So they all attack him and say he's this big mastermind. You're lucky you had Massey to deal with, okay? This is a good thing I'm not in Congress. I don't want to be up there. I just want to put the intel out and deal with it. It's worse than I've even been saying for 2 weeks. Every time I start reading the subsections, I want to throw up. I mean, you see what that does? Do you see that? Nobody else, including the Secretary of Defense, can even question this executive agent who overrides everything. It lists DARPA, bioweapons, chemical weapons, nukes, AI, all the weapons, all the grids, everything. Everything. Lifetime integration, fusion, synchronization. You know what that means? It means Netanyahu's going to have his degenerate, fetid tentacle 8 feet up our ass. We'll be right back. I'm not funded by the Albanians. I'm not funded by the Israelis. Step into history and not just be a spectator. Because the boomers are great, but, you know, we were the generation before that, and everything's fine, and they kind of go to sleep time. So share the article, share the... Because the boomers are... That's at the highest level Republicans put control of our intelligence. 3. agencies, all there. No one else is reporting on this new bill, Tom Cotton. Code keys and lifetime intelligence and everything to the Israelis. It's all there. No one else is reporting on this new bill that's at the highest level Republicans pushing it. Senator Tom Cotton. We are the Paul Reveres. That means you are the Paul Revere. I'm the horse you're riding on. Literally, I'm just the vehicle. You guys are the Paul Reveres. You've got to decide to step into history and not just be a spectator. Because the boomers are great, but, you know, we were the greatest generation before that, and everything's fine, and they kind of go to sleep and have a good time, great. We can't, not all the boomers, but a lot of them, we can't sit on our hands like the boomers and just be spectators. We've got to be engaged. We've got to be involved. And this is an exciting time, so share the articles, share the videos. Tell those you share it with to share it. Go get the free apps for Droid and Apple at alexjonesapp.com. But whatever you do, take action now. It's an info war, and it's about your energy and your will in this fight. Because whether you want to admit you're in a fight or not, the globalists, Bill Gates, the New World Order, are trying to take everything you got. And all the predator centers, the IMF, the World Bank, Chi-Coms, the out-of-control, will fight it all and promote Americana and freedom.
Well. See, a massive political earthquake just happened. Congressman Massey just called for an official investigation into Israel's false flag attack on America's most decorated ship, the USS Liberty, on the 59th anniversary of the war crime. Oh boy.
The next day, on June 8th, they started the day. The visibility was unlimited. The American flag was flying proudly on the USS Liberty. More planes came from Israel to surveil the boat, the ship. And they thought they were in good shape, but what happened next surprised them all. French Mirage jets showed up and for 25 minutes strafed and attacked the USS Liberty. They shot rockets. They shot 30-millimeter cannons into the hull and into the ship. They even dropped napalm on the bridge of the ship. This was an effort to kill everybody on board. There was no intention of taking prisoners. After the 25 grueling minutes of attack on this virtually unarmed ship, and they thought things were over and they could recover, the torpedo boats showed up, 3 torpedo boats. They launched 4 torpedoes. One of them hit the hull of the USS Liberty and killed 25 people instantly. It blew a 40-foot by 40-foot hole in the side of this ship. They were intent on sinking it. But they were also intent on not having a single survivor. According to eyewitness accounts, the Israelis machine gunned the lifeboats that they put down. They machine gunned the firefighters who were on the deck. They were bringing the wounded and the dead to the mess hall to triage them. They had one doctor who was trying to help them all, put a few stitches in. It was harrowing, and it's amazing.
The captain had to tie his guts in.
That crew, that boat would have sunk that day. But it still wasn't over. Helicopters showed up, combat helicopters. And the USS Liberty, even though their signals were being jammed by the Israelis, got a signal out. And there were ships that tried to respond. The USS Saratoga, the USS America sent planes. Both of them sent planes to help the USS Liberty. And something happened that's never happened before. A ship under attack, the planes were recalled. This has never happened before. And they sat there for 17 hours. 34 dead, 174 wounded. Out of 294 crew members. That's over 70% casualty rate, unheard of. The Israelis were intent on leaving no survivor. And what about our own military? Why did they not send anybody for 17 hours to help these men? So what really happened? You know, the official reports say that it was a case of mistaken identity. But if you listen to Dean Rusk, former Secretary of State, Richard Helms, CIA Director, Bobby Ray Inman, head of the NSA, Captain Ward Boston, who was the chief counsel of the Court of Inquiry. If you listen to Admiral Moore, who served in Pearl Harbor, Midway, commanded both the Atlantic and Pacific Fleet, and was chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, none of these distinguished men think this was an accident. They think it was intentional murder by the country of Israel, either as a false flag operation or because they simply didn't want anybody observing what they were doing that day. Well, I've got a call to action for everybody here. Honor these individuals. Quit ignoring that they exist. Go to their website, ussliberty.org. Support them. And while they're still alive, they need closure. Let's give them closure. Let's have an investigation. Let's pass a resolution honoring them. It's long overdue. And then they can have their justice. With that, I yield back. And I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a declaration of Ward Boston declaring that the only official court of inquiry was invalid.
This is Israel's biggest nightmare. All right, Phil Turney, the head of the USS Liberty Association, many times years ago. Today is the anniversary, 59 years since that Israeli false flag attack, working with LBJ and everybody involved, try to sink it, blame Egypt, go to war with Russia, kind of Gulf of Tonkin or Operation Northwoods 2.0. Phil, I want to invite you on as soon as you get home via Zoom for a full hour. I miss you. Haven't been on in years. What a great job you've done. But you've joined us via phone. You've been up there at Congress today on the 59th anniversary of the most decorated ship in U.S. history that you survived, those incredible patriots. That's a Phil Turney, doubles Phil on X. Just say Phil Turney, Tourney on X. He's the former U.S. Navy petty officer, survivor of the June 8, 1967 attack on the USS Liberty during the Six-Day War, an incident that killed 34 American sailors and wounded 170. Turney, who was 20 years old at the time, has spent decades breaking his silence to challenge the official U.S.-Israel explanations of the events. He is a vocal advocate of the survivors, serving as a three-time president of the USS Liberty Veterans Association and authoring books such as What I Saw That Day and Erasing the Liberty. Turney asserts that the attack was deliberate and part of a conspiracy involving U.S. government, specifically citing LBJ Johnson's order to withhold assistance to protect Israel's asset, turn the planes back. His personal account has gained significant public attention. And so he's here with us for a brief interview. He's up on Capitol Hill via phone. But I want to, as soon as he can, come on for a full hour to do a deep dive on this, because I'm concerned Israel's going to do new false flags. Bibi was prime minister when 9/11 happened, and that was clearly heavily involved with Israel. And so I'm really concerned, Phil. And I want to talk about the USS Liberty 59 years later, and your fellow sailors you lost, and those that survived that you've lost since then, and just recap that. But in the larger view, Israel tried to kill you to launch a war against Egypt and the Russians, working with LBJ. I talked to the JAG officers that did the trials, as you know, that were like, LBJ comes on the sat phone and says, I want that goddamn ship on the bottom. You're not going to help them. So this was premeditated. We know that. And then it failed because you guys kept the ship up. But now to have the Pentagon come out and say Israel's the main threat to our national security, and now to have Israel caught trying to do a coup over our military and this new legislation, I mean, this is now front and center. So you were out in the wilderness for decades trying to expose the Liberty. Are you feeling vindicated now that this is all front burner, sir?
Yeah, thanks for inviting me, Alex. And by the way, Tom Massey told me to give you his best regards.
Thank you.
And yes, he's a great man. He did something on the floor today that no other congressman or senator has ever done. He introduced a bill, to get the investigation open on the USS Liberty, which is 59 years too late. And, Thomas Massey is a fighter, and he's an America First man, and I really respect him, as I do you.
Well, I knew you were there for something special, and I didn't know it had actually happened, so we'll grab it. It's probably on X by now. He actually called on the House floor for an official investigation, finally, of the USS Liberty?
Yes, sir. It's on X right now. You can look it up, Alex.
Wow, there it is. We're going to play that after you leave us. Promise you'll come back. You got some time now, but promise, I know you're in the middle of Congress right now. Promise you'll come back in the next week or so to do a full hour, 2 hours on this, but just give us your emotions, your view, where we are 59 years later after they would threaten you guys, threaten to put you in prison, the hell you went through, and to now, you know, see this starting to come out. It's got to feel like at least some justice.
It does, and it's long overdue. But you know what? I really believe, Alex, in our lifetime, and I'm 80 now. We're all getting older, but we're gonna win this battle with people like Tom Massey. And I'm sorry about the noise in here.
No, we get it, sir. It's okay. It's great background. You're just amazing. You know, my biggest frustration is I've been on there 32 years, and early on I started interviewing guys like you. And I get to interview so many of the guys that are gone now. We've tried to dig up some of the interviews, but some of it is so old we can't find it. That's got to be frustrating to you that all those incredible men are gone now, and there's still some of you guys. What percentage of you guys are left?
There's probably about 40, 45, maybe 50 of us still alive out of a crew of 294. So we're all dying off. You know, there's 34 killed originally and 171 wounded, as you know. And, you know, another thing, Alex, they committed war crimes against us, and our own government won't do anything about it. We had a war crimes resolution sent to the Army. That's the ones who took care of the War Crimes Commission. They haven't done anything since 2005. They don't even talk to us. So it's a cover-up. I mean, Israel first, that's it, no matter what. If Israel can get by murdering Americans on the high seas, they can get by with almost anything, and they're doing it right now.
Well, it doesn't ever take away from Israel, but you pointed out in your bio and your LB, it's a sick relationship with our deep state in Israel that keeps doing this.
It's very sick, and it's got to stop. We're going to lose everything, and I truly believe that. I mean, look what they've done to everybody, and I mean it's full bore. And no, I don't think anybody in the world in their right mind could love Netanyahu or Trump at this point. You know, I voted for Trump, and everything he said, he lied to me, and you know, nothing he said was the truth. And I'm sorry I voted for him, but I apologize to everybody. I did give my vote.
Well, don't apologize. You had Kamal on the other side. I mean, come on. But I get it. He's definitely become a lesser of two evils. I don't blame you for being disgusted. But you can see, even main Israel analysts, all their former Mossad chiefs say Netanyahu is going to destroy Israel. Israel's bit off more than it can chew. And for people that don't know about the Liberty, it would take an hour to go over it all. Why was it the most decorated ship in U.S. history? That's saying a lot.
It is. It's one of the most decorated ships in history. I mean, 2/3 crews either dead or wounded. You know, from the Medal of Honor on down.
But it's the amount of torpedoes and rockets and machine. I mean, they shot the thing up like Swiss cheese, and it wouldn't sink.
It wouldn't sink. We had a 40 by 40 foot hole in the starboard side, over 850 rocket cannon holes in it. They napalmed us. They were burning us up with napalm. They shot our life rafts out of the water. We only had 3 left. We shot them out of the water. We were going to put our most seriously wounded in them. And they shot them out of the water. That's how evil they were. They didn't want any survivors. But the whole ship, by the grace of God, stayed afloat. And here we are today, still talking about it.
Now, I'm going from memory, but didn't they send commandos in on helicopters who finally turned back? Why do you think they turned back? Because they thought you guys were about to defeat them, or because maybe the commanders refused? Because I'd read that some of the first jets that came over refused, and they had to send more, and some pilots got in trouble.
Right. They sent help from America in the Saratoga, and they recalled the aircraft. LBJ said he didn't give a damn about a few dead sailors. He's not going to embarrass his ally Israel. And nothing's changed from that day on to this day. It's even worse.
Incredible. Well, listen, Phil, I know you're busy. I've been trying to get you on for a year. Promise me you'll come on whenever you want. I'll do a special time. I'll tape it. Just tell my producers when you want to come on via video, because I want to really, it's time to really revisit all this right now.
I will do, and I'm going to plug my own book, White Mare.
Please do, yeah.
Book. It's called Stay Afloat. and you can get it on Amazon. But if you want a signed copy, go to philturneypodcast.com. philturneypodcast.com. You can get a signed copy.
Well, Phil, I read one of your books. I haven't read that one, but you're on the next week to talk about the book, brother. And we're going to play the Massey thing here now. Thank you. Anything else you'd like to add?
Well, I just want to thank you for having me on. And next week we'll get together and we'll just blow them up. We'll do it.
Well, that's great. Going back to Massey, he's in good spirits. He said hi. I appreciate him too. What did he say?
No, he said, tell Alex hello, and he respects you, and he's glad what you're doing. I mean, you're telling the world, and today he told the world about the USS Liberty, and it was very brave of him. He did a hell of a good job too. I mean, an excellent job.
Oh, I agree with you. I think that if he could have overridden their fraud, they were going to kill him. Don't you think if he'd actually been able to defeat their buying of the seat, they were going to kill him?
Yeah. Well, they spent $40 million out him, and it was all outside money. Miriam Adelson and others. I mean, how could the guy win? There's just no way. But
well, you're a bad person because you survived people trying to kill you.
I know it.
But nobody buys it. Phil Turney, we'll talk to you soon. God bless you. See you next week.
Yes, sir. Bye-bye. Thank you.
And going back to and letting Ivan Ranklin finish up and play the Thomas Massey Club. I would come on tomorrow for a full hour, fourth hour, uninterrupted. But we double booked, and Brianna had to move her time, and she's coming up. But just we're not on the Israel bashing thing. I know you're not. That's not your background. I mean, I know you're Jewish, but the point is you're America first, and not this crazy cult running Israel. But this is a nightmare. I have to be on Israel all the time now because it's everywhere, and people are awake to it. And I would just advise Israel to get rid of Netanyahu. What would you say to Israel to get out of this? Because I can see second, third, fourth order. This isn't going to end well for anybody, including Israel, Ivan.
Yeah, so my dad is Jewish and agnostic. My mom is Christian, Russian Orthodox, just to clarify.
So you're a Christian. That's your identity. I get it.
But that's not the issue, just like you were saying. The issue is we have a country. Okay, it's called the United States of America. And so my loyalties are to my country and to the Constitution that created it, not to another country, not to Russia, not to Ukraine, not to Venezuela, not to Israel for that matter, right? And so what I'd say to those Israeli citizens that aren't a fan of Bibi Netanyahu, I think it's time to move on from him as your leader because, I mean, how long has he been in power?
And that means Ben Gvir as well. That means, well, you're a smart analyst. Do you think I'm right that the number one threat to Israel is the Likudniks?
Right. What they're doing is perpetual war, and it only increases their threat posture because I get it. Iran needs to be dealt with. Okay. We've destroyed quite a few things in Iran, and we've done some targeted addressing of individuals in the past. President Trump has done that. But at the same time, you need to mitigate your own national security risk as an Israeli citizen. And I think one of the things that you need to consider as part of your calculus is, at what lengths do you want to go to do a regime change? Is it to do it in order to keep Bibi in power, or is it going to actually provide you your security?
Well, let's be clear. You're killing the world economy. The mullahs didn't fall, as the Pentagon told you it wouldn't. If it would have worked, I said, great, do it. It's not going to work. So the experts said, don't do it. Didn't work. Now you want to take over our government because it wants to get out of it, and now you've bit off that? I mean, this is crazy town.
So Bibi Netanyahu, Mark Levin, and now Laura Loomer, as well as Lindsey Graham, are all creating a lot of anti-Semites, right? They're the ones that are creating the anti-Semites, not those that are addressing the political, governmental issue. So I think that's something that people need to consider. I mean, we're seeing that real time. So I think if you don't mind, I mean, can we play the clip? Yeah, and then maybe do a quick analysis
Here's
of
Congressman
Thomas Massey?
This just happened like 45 minutes ago, and I like to shout out
Like
for
15
Massey.
15 minutes ago.
Yeah, so here it is. This is Congressman Massey calling for an investigation of USS Liberty.
On the next day, on June 8th, they started the day. The visibility was unlimited. The American flag was flying proudly on the USS Liberty. More planes came from Israel to surveil the boat, the ship. And they thought they were in good shape, but what happened next surprised them all. French Mirage jets showed up and for 25 minutes strafed and attacked the USS Liberty. They shot rockets. They shot 30-millimeter cannons into the hull and into the ship. They even dropped napalm on the bridge of the ship. This was an effort to kill everybody on board. There was no intention of taking prisoners. After the 25 grueling minutes of attack on this virtually unarmed ship, and they thought things were over and they could recover, the torpedo boats showed up, 3 torpedo boats. They launched 4 torpedoes. One of them hit the hull of the USS Liberty and killed 25 people instantly. It blew a 40-foot by 40-foot hole in the side of this ship. They were intent on sinking it. But they were also intent on not having a single survivor. According to eyewitness accounts, the Israelis machine gunned the lifeboats that they put down. They machine gunned the firefighters who were on the deck. They were bringing the wounded and the dead to the mess hall to triage them. They had one doctor who was trying to help them all, put a few stitches in. It was harrowing, and it's amazing.
The captain had to tie his guts in.
That crew, that boat would have sunk that day. But it still wasn't over. Helicopters showed up, combat helicopters. And the USS Liberty, even though their signals were being jammed by the Israelis, got a signal out. And there were ships that tried to respond. The USS Saratoga, the USS America sent planes. Both of them sent planes to help the USS Liberty. And something happened that's never happened before. A ship under attack, the planes were recalled. This has never happened before. And they sat there for 17 hours. 34 dead, 174 wounded, out of 294 crew members. That's over 70% casualty rate, unheard of. The Israelis were intent on leaving no survivor. And what about our own military? Why did they not send anybody for 17 hours to help these men? So what really happened? You know, the official reports say that it was a case of mistaken identity. But if you listen to Dean Rusk, former Secretary of State, Richard Helms, CIA Director, Bobby Ray Inman, head of the NSA, Captain Ward Boston, who was the chief counsel of the Court of Inquiry. If you listen to Admiral Moore, who served in Pearl Harbor, Midway, commanded both the Atlantic and Pacific Fleet, and was chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, none of these distinguished men think this was an accident. They think it was intentional murder by the country of Israel, either as a false flag operation or because they simply didn't want anybody observing what they were doing that day. Well, I've got a call to action for everybody here. Honor these individuals. Quit ignoring that they exist. Go to their website, ussliberty.org. Support them. And while they're still alive, they need closure. Let's give them closure. Let's have an investigation. Let's pass a resolution honoring them. It's long overdue. And then they can have their justice. With that, I yield back. And I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a declaration of Ward Boston declaring that the only official court of inquiry was invalid.
This is Israel's biggest nightmare, Ivan Raglan. They are crapping bricks right now, aren't they?
Yeah, just like Massey said at his victory speech at his election, that he has 7 months left, and this is the opening salvo. It's in order to educate the country, uncensored on C-SPAN, for the whole world to see and hear, going back 59 years, what were the transgressions by Israel. I mean, and then from there, I think he's going to lay out the history and how Bibi Netanyahu is probably the biggest threat to American national security right now.
Wow. Ivan, how do people find you? We want to get you back tomorrow, 4th hour, to get back into this historic awakening. And we wake up to the Israel influence. We'll
There's a lot that I can recommend to Thomas Massey if we can get into it tomorrow on what he can do over the next 7 months to continue to escalate this exposure and truth.
Yeah, well, I figured it would become an issue for him, but he listens to the show. I'll leave it at that. But yeah, definitely. The earlier guy was like, "Oh, Massey loves you." I was like, "Yeah, I know. We kind of everything's DL, but yeah, he's definitely going to be on fire, like you said, the next 7 months." And if the globalists thought they struck down Obi-Wan Kenobi, they just created 1,000 more. We have the very best, strongest methylene blue. from a medical grade electricity because it was literally it'll make you jump off a building. I mean, people.
Open air biological
that he's selling
experiments in
methylene
USA.
blue now.
You say it's interesting he's selling methylene blue?
Yeah.
Yeah, he been advertising. He been selling that shit probably about a year now. Maybe close to a year. Maybe 10 months, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
It may be a year now. What would you be? Where you coming at? Where you coming at with that one?
It's Alex Jones, you know. It's you figured he has some type of merch, but methylene blue.
He got all kind of shit. He got methylene blue, methylene red. He got
wow.
Irish sea moss. He got
oh hell no.
He got
AJ ain't
turmeric
selling
supplements. He got, yeah, he is. He started selling that shit probably a couple years back. I said, this motherfucker selling Irish sea moss.
That's crazy.
Somebody been in his ear like, hey, yo, you need to start selling this shit.
That's crazy.
Yeah, Alex Jones on that Dr. Savvy shit.
Yeah, you remember everybody jumped on the bandwagon. I can't imagine Alex Jones like, I'm gonna get me some sea moss shit. That's
what you talking about, Brother Nasir? The judge violated the rights of everyone in the state of Texas. You talking about over the trial? Is that trial in Texas?
Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah, that's Texas.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it ain't too much public access. They allowed a few news out. It seemed like independent news than goddamn mainstream.
Yeah, it seemed like they
That's
letting they letting content creators in the courtroom. That's weird.
Kind of following Trump's new little giddy when he got back in the office, talking about how they allowing more content creators and independent news media in the media room and shit.
Yeah, I think it started with Puffy.
Oh shit!
Letting all the damn content creators in the court.
The diddler.
The diddler strikes again.
Terrible. Them small has been a problem. Now they want to report on it. They're trying to get civil unrest.
Yep. Always pushing for civil unrest.
Okay, Google is taking over your body. Google launches massive transhumanist attack against humanity. 64 million GMO mosquitoes are set to be released in the U.S. In a project pioneered by Bill Gates, literal flying syringes will forcefully, against your will, inject GMO bacteria associated with infertility into your body. God damn. Why need to do something about these people?
Yeah, that's Bill Gates with that bullshit.
Okay, A man in Oregon was convicted in jail for collecting and using rainwater on his own property.
And he not the first one.
No, he ain't.
And to provide drinking water for wildlife. However, the state classified his actions as theft and brought criminal charges against him.
Theft of what? Rain? He's stealing rainwater?
Yeah, I guess. And it's funny because the USDA, they're funding collection barrels for me. That's weird as hell.
Yeah, this is some strange shit. Hold on.
Rainwater is a public resource, and collecting it without permission is illegal.
In Oregon, a man was convicted and sentenced to jail for collecting and using rainwater on his own land. The state government charged him with theft. Rancher Gary Harrington built 3 large reservoirs on his property to collect rainwater and snowmelt. Harrington said the water was primarily used for and to provide drinking water for wildlife. However, the state classified his actions as theft and brought criminal charges against him. Under a municipal regulation, all water resources within city limits, including precipitation, are considered part of the public water supply system. The city asked the court to order the removal of his water collection system and impose fines. Despite multiple appeals, Harrington argued, "The water falls on my land. I didn't sell it. I only used it on my own property." The court ultimately rejected his argument. In the end, Harrington was convicted on multiple charges, including the illegal use of state water resources. He was sentenced to 30 days in jail and fined more than $15,000. The case sparked strong public backlash, with many residents calling it an act of tyranny. If a person can...
How do you, like, as a law enforcement, go through with that order? Like, go arrest this man for collecting and using rainwater. I ought to look like, what?
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm not finna go arrest this man for collecting and using rainwater. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here with that shit.
And they probably got some they that's crazy as hell. They probably got the sheriffs to do it too. Like, here, go serve this.
I would think the sheriff would really tell him to go fuck off. That's got to be more like a local PD thing.
I bet you it's the local sheriff.
Sheriffs tend to be more on the side of the Constitution and the people. At least they're supposed to be.
Well, you know, sheriff is they usually that's county police. That's pretty much county police. And I mean, like, I guess it depends on who brought up the charges against them. Government is government, but I think that's the county that brought them charges against them.
I wonder if it's in a municipality where the sheriffs are elected versus, you know what I'm saying?
Probably.
Elected. Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm getting at. I think that was county police. I don't think no city municipalities was tripping on that. It'd be interesting to find out though. Who he pissed off collecting rainwater? Was it the state?
Yeah, it said the state.
They said he was stealing water from the state. So did the state bring charges on him?
3 reservoirs. He built 3 reservoirs on his 170-acre property. The state demanded he drain every drop. All water belongs to the state.
Ain't he on well water though? With 100 and some acres, 170 acres, he got to be on well water. Like, what's the difference whether you're collecting it from the sky or getting it from the well? It's going to the same place.
I don't know if he got, because I guess their angle is if the rain falls and they can collect it, it's part of the public water system, tap water and all that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but where is this public water coming from? That would be my question. Like, if he got 170 acres, he probably don't own that in the city. So is he getting city water on 170 acres? That's what's not, it ain't making sense to me. Like, what choice did this dude got? He got to be on well water.
So this shit from like 2012.
2012.
Yeah.
And that's still an ongoing case?
The case recirculated in 2026. Explore Oregon water rights laws. Investigate prior appropriation doctrine. They put this man in jail for 30 days over this shit.
Yeah, that's crazy. No fine, just jail. You're locking your ass up for 30 days.
Oh, and $15,000 fine.
Damn.
Not only do your ass have to sit in jail for 30 days, we also want 15 racks out your ass.
That's crazy.
That is fucking nuts. No way.
So they monetizing rainwater then.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's bananas. $170 acres, he can't collect rainwater. That's bananas.
Mm-hmm. Let me get to these. Let's listen. Let me listen to these mosquitoes.
Right.
These Bill Gates mosquitoes. The newest information on these mosquitoes.
Google should not be partaking and conducting one of the largest open air biological experiments in U.S. history, because that's what this is. They do plan to release 64 million, actually. It's not 32 million like many outlets are claiming. You counted up the numbers. It's 16 million per year over 2 years in both California and Florida. So we'll have 64 million. And yeah,
they releasing them with the centipede.
these male mosquitoes. These male mosquitoes are infected with low bacteria.
Watch out for the mosquitoes,
yeah. So they'll release them into the wild, and that will suppress the mosquito populations because their babies, they won't be viable. The eggs won't be viable. Now here's where the risk comes in. When you suppress an entire species artificially, that's going to screw up the ecosystem in that whole area. So basically birds, bats, frogs, fish, they all eat these mosquitoes. So you wipe them out, they're going to have one less food item, and that's going to screw things up. And it could be irreversible.
It's public knowledge. Look it up that the CIA has released weaponized techs here in all the world, and that Bill Gates is involved, but he's trying to cure cows of disease by releasing ticks that bite them and give them a vaccine. Let me boil this down for you. It violates the Nuremberg Code against unauthorized forced medical procedures, violates consent. It's a felony punishable by death under the Nuremberg Code, international law. And it sets the precedent for Google and Microsoft and all these eugenics companies, is what they are, to take control of your body. And all over Latin America, all over the U.S., Florida, Texas, you name it, they've had all sorts of weird outbreaks after they release these mosquitoes. In the case of this particular mosquito, the bacteria that does this, they can Trojan horse the bacteria and then use the mosquito to carry it, that has not just what they claim they're giving the mosquitoes, but what it gives you when it bites you. Because a mosquito sticks its proboscis into your skin, into a capillary, and then injects a large volume, up to 20% of its weight, of saliva or acid into you. That liquefies the blood cells for exsanguination, so that it can then suck your blood. And then obviously that's why it itches and swells up is the anticoagulant. And so it's the perfect vector to deliver things the government and globalists want to put in your body. So the headline should be, Google set to release 22 million weaponized mosquitoes to set the precedent that your body does not belong to you in total violation of the Nuremberg Code. This is a crime against humanity. Google set to commit major crime against humanity. Following the steps of Bill Gates, they are set to release 60 plus million GMO mosquitoes. Google gave masses of money to Chapel Hill, North Carolina under Obama's governmental corporate initiative that started in 2014 to create gain-of-function weaponized respiratory viruses. And it was a scandal in 2015 that a bunch of scientists came out and said, we're making bioweapons. So they moved it to Wuhan, as you all know. But Google continued, along with Microsoft, to put hundreds of millions of dollars into Wuhan and that specific research. So you know they're involved in really evil stuff. And you know, Musk has talked about Sergey Brin, Larry Page, founders of Google, openly saying there's too many people, we're not pro-human, we're anti-natalist. So that's what's going on here. But just imagine if Palantir, and I'm not defending Palantir, I'm saying we hear about Palantir all along because it's in competition with its own systems with some of the bigger globalist companies. That's why I talk about Palantir, because the corporate media tells you it's Big Brother, it's going to get you, it's everywhere. But they don't talk about Amazon for 15, 16 years with the Alexa listening to it in your house. They talk about all the new cars with kill switches and cameras and microphones watching. It's all of it. It's the whole system. But Bill Gates and Microsoft and Google are all over GMO ticks and weaponizing GMO mosquitoes and claiming it's for this, but it's really for that. And wherever they release these, and Gates has already done it all over the world, including the U.S., all these diseases pop up, all these really serious problems. And so when you get into the villain class of these people, Bill Gates is the worst of the big tech. And then Google is a close second if you want to rate the stratospheric out of control behavior. So Google to conduct one of the largest open air biological experiments in American history. They were saying it was 32 million, and now it's 64 million. They've doubled it. Bacteria-infected mosquitoes released from vans, drones, helicopters are set to be released into the wild pending EPA approval. They say it can be as early as this month. This can irreversible ecosystem disruptions. And they claim it basically sterilizes the mosquitoes. Meanwhile, in Nebraska, there are just ticks raining from the sky all over the country. Suddenly ticks are traveling 1,000 miles that give you alpha-gal syndrome, so you can't eat red meat. Don't worry, Bill Gates has got one that doesn't have that protein in it or that sugar, so you can eat his. And there's other diseases being funded by Google and Microsoft. High school in Washington held a pride event where drag queens danced around half naked, shaking their asses and putting their butts in little kids' faces. So there's other diseases out there other than just the flying syringes and the ticks. Meanwhile, Vaxpert lusted after Northwell health scientist, then got her canned when she wouldn't have sex with him, the lawsuit says. Well, I don't know about that. Hotez is the mini-me Fauci and is absolutely evil. But that just shows you who these guys are. Brooklyn suit accuses Peter Hotez in Northwell scientist firing. But it's not just the poison mosquitoes and ticks. Ultra-processed food increases risk of dementia. So bad for you. Let's go ahead and go to this report out of the High Wire dealing with the flying syringes. Oh, Google doesn't want to just spy on you. Thermostat. No, Google wants a mosquito to bite you that they GMO'd. Here it is.
Google.
So Google didn't buy those
Not
mosquitoes from
be
Bill Gates?
and conducting one of the largest open air biological.
Google is a partner in it.
So they in bed with Bill Gates.
I think that's safe to say. I think I heard about that shit years ago, as far as like Bill Gates and Google, and from his Microsoft days. You know what I'm saying?
That's wild as fuck.
Yeah.
How these data and software companies getting into medicine and shit? What the fuck is going on?
Bioengineering.
Yeah. Fuck is going on?
Bioengineering. You got let's see, Borg, cyborg, and bioengineering and nanotech.
They on some resistance is futile shit, huh?
All that shit is like, it's all links. It's all linked. Biometric shit, bioengineering, nanotech.
I feel like I went to sleep and woke up in the fucking Twilight Zone.
Honestly, woke up in a movie, huh?
Yeah, straight bizarro world.
Fucking sci-fi movie in this bitch.
Yeah, this shit crazy.
You know, do they have a reason to lie?
I don't know why they would be lying about this shit.
I think when they get to tell you this shit, it's been going on for 20 plus years. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If they want to tell you about it now, best believe they had this shit running 20 years ago.
The fuck they telling us now for then?
Civil unrest.
They still trying to provoke the nigga to do something?
Agenda 2030. I think they're trying to provoke everybody to do something. But they know don't shit really get cracking unless niggas get it cracking.
Right. It seemed like that's why they always fucking with these trials to try to provoke the nigga.
Yeah.
But so if they let Carmelo Anthony off, do you think they'd be like trying to provoke the white people for and encourage them into civil unrest?
Maybe. That's how they probably gauging the public with this Mr. Child shit.
Well, the public definitely took action in that case.
Right. So they read that. Who knows if that was the public or that was the feds? You know what I'm saying?
You think niggas gonna act up if they lock Carmelo Anthony up?
I don't know.
I don't think so. I think, you know, the chances are if it's gonna be some type of uproar, it's gonna be over them letting him off.
Yeah, a lot of these podcasters like Alex and them, they like to talk a whole lot about how it's so much hate and unaliving the white folks, and how niggas and whoever else don't even get charged for it, and all this hate crime on white. I'm like, what are you talking about, dog?
Yeah, they trying to make it seem like niggas got all the power and niggas is rigging shit.
Right, like niggas just running up and they like to bring up that knockout game fools were doing for a little while, or they try to use the example of the crazy nigga on the subway that stabbed old girl in the neck. Even that shit look fake though.
I mean, how can they blame the nigga if the nigga is not in control of the court system, though? That's the courts doing that. The court put that dude back out on the street time after time after time. It wasn't the nigga.
That's what these podcasters be trying to say, that all these people of color do these crimes and get put right back out on the street and face no real jail time. I'm like, y'all hear yourselves?
Right.
You know how niggas get way more time for the same crime than you motherfuckers get? Y'all ain't even making sense. Now y'all just trying to fuel the flames and dog whistle.
Exactly. It still boils down to, it goes right back into get the nigga.
Yeah, it calls
by any means necessary.
They want some Rex 84.
They better be careful what they ask for.
they want to get that shit kicked off. They got in the woodworks. That's why when I was digging to old Birdsong and them and the Megan Good story with the damn T-Rex stomping on the car in the background. I said, what the fuck is this?
I'm still seeing them damn T-Rexes all over the place.
I'm finna tie this into some Rex 84 shit.
It ain't even nowhere near Halloween.
I wonder if they scrubbed that image from the internet. Or is it still running around?
Them T-Rexes?
I know it ain't just a few. Yeah, I know it ain't just a few of us that noticed there was a damn dinosaur in the background standing on the car. In the initial video, this woman getting shot by ice. I bet it's still on the internet. What's this? Let me find it. Let me find the video. That chick name was Megan, wasn't it? Oh yeah, here we go.
ICE officer's perspective. Take a look.
Well, it's interesting, Connell, that the ICE officers don't have body cameras, but that this ICE agent decided to record it himself with his
nope,
phone.
He's still back there.
There you go.
There he is. He's still back there. They still using this shit, dog.
I should have recorded that one that was around the corner from my house. They took it down.
You mean they had a dinosaur up there or something for real?
It was similar to that one, except it was standing straight up.
I think this is computer generated. I don't think they
Which almost
had a statue of a fucking dinosaur.
makes you wonder.
Well, there was actually it was a fucking blow up dinosaur in front of this house, big one, and it was there for
even the car
around the same time this happened. That bitch was sitting there.
Top of the car is destroyed. Like, that don't even make sense. And it got snow on the motherfucking dinosaur.
A tree probably fell on it and somebody put it out there being funny.
Born in the new video of the shooting of Renee Good.
Maybe. Let's see. I'm gonna ask. I should have asked chatbot if that damn video was AI. How do you spell this woman's name?
Renee
Warning.
Good.
The new video of the shooting of Renee Good from the ICE officer's perspective. Take a look.
Well, it's interesting.
I didn't put Megan. It's Renee Good.
Yeah, it's Renee Good.
I'm thinking of Megan. Shit.
No, Megan Good is the actress.
I know.
It's a Goode.
Okay. I can't be the only one. Just noticed this.
I'm wondering why there is a dino, like a literal dinosaur, a T-Rex, in the video of the agent footage that was released earlier today. When the right-wing rag Alpha News dropped this video from ICE agent Jonathan Ross's cell phone footage, it's clearly edited, compressed, altered. There were questions about how altered it was, right? In the video, you can see a literal dinosaur in the background. And I was actually chatting with my friend Bona Bones about this earlier, shortly after the video came out. And she and I were both like, is this an AI artifact? Like, what's going on? That's weird. Why is there a literal T-Rex in the background of this video? And go watch her whole video on it because she did some digging. I know that person just has a really big dinosaur statue in their yard. I mean, one of my neighbors has a dinosaur skeleton statue in their yard, right? Like sometimes people like weird yard art, but that part of the video is not altered, although it's really clear that Renee's killer gave this footage and it was processed, laundered, put out in a way that is supposed to minimize the impact of it. Again, it's clearly edited in some way, but not the dino. That's real. I'm wondering why.
Oh shit. More. I need more than that. What was that chick's name? Bosa Bone. What was it?
Bona Bones.
Bona Bones. Is she on YouTube or is she on TikTok? Bona Bones.
Why she got a porn star name?
I don't know. But apparently she likes to go digging up information. I wonder if this is her. This probably is her. Might be on TikTok. That was one of them TikTok comment reply looking things. Bona Bones. Bona Bones. That is
what is that? 200 subscribers? 280 subscribers?
Yeah. Bona Bones.
Uh-oh. She got oxtails. She like niggas. Oxtails, greens with ham hocks, macaroni and cheese.
Sweet potatoes. I don't know who that is. Who is this? What is this?
$25. She put it.
Oh, somebody making a music
Easily.
video.
What's the address? Do you have cats? I wasn't sure until she said.
Bona Bones.
Not Umar.
Oh damn! I missed it.
You didn't see Umar pop up. Hit your back button.
Oh, plate, let me show you what I got. These are the plates that you get for $25.
I wasn't sure till she said $5. I wasn't sure till she said $5. Season white, okay now. I saw the haircut and knew she about that life. I knew you was the real deal when you said $25. She put her voice in it. Hold up, where you at? Did you say Easley? What's the address? Do you have cats? I wasn't sure till she said $5. I just know a black man somewhere.
I beg your
Don't
pardon.
play about you. I'm sorry, Dr. Umar.
I said, I'm sorry, Dr. Umar.
That's funny as hell. He like, I'm getting this snow bunny. She said $5 for a plate of oxtails. Nigga.
Hey, yo.
The accent tells me I'm in good hands like Allstate. I'm sorry, Dr. Umar. The food, the hair, and the voice say it's safe. It's safe.
All right, y'all, I got this food ready, so y'all come get y'all a plate. Let me show you what I got. These are the plates that
He's diabolical for that shit. Man.
The oxtails do look kind of good, though.
Hey, I ain't no cap. I wouldn't turn down a plate. I'd have to watch it make it, though.
Oh, yeah, for real. And she better not have no cats.
No. Damn cats. Bone and Bones. Renee. Was Renee 1 E or 2?
Renee is 3 E's.
So apparently she went looking and looked up.
She want to cook them dinosaur bones.
Okay, so there is a question about the footage being AI, the footage that has been released of the officer's perspective in the murder of Renee Good. CNN is reporting that the footage is real. The reason people are questioning it is because there's this dinosaur in the background. This dinosaur. People are seeing this dinosaur, and I also, like, yes, this is weird, but it looks like this has existed in that space. This is yard decoration. And so, like, yes, there's just a dinosaur in the background of the footage. You know, it is weird to look at, and I think that we should question everything that we're seeing. But
is that facing the right way, though? Like, what? Where's the car underneath?
But like, this has verifiably, this is a Reddit post from 5 years ago with
like
that
a
dinosaur
totally different
on
dinosaur.
Portland Avenue.
Yeah, I don't see the car or nothing.
Right.
So it appears that this dinosaur is just a yard decoration. And you can see it again here in the background of this photo, which is from a different video. So that video is consistent with the other information that we.
I don't see that fence. I don't see like this in the way, but
have right now.
Well, that
and so
they would have had to take that from them people's yard. Because I think it's the greenhouse next door that's got the fence around it.
Verifiably, this is a Reddit post from 5 years ago with that dinosaur on Portland Avenue.
Greenhouse.
That's a different dinosaur. That's not the same house.
Background. People are seeing this dinosaur. Yes, it existed in that space. This is yard deck. And I also in that space. This is. I also like yes.
Why the mouth is on this part, and then I was.
But it looks like this has
a different dinosaur.
Oh, like not why? It's a different dinosaur. Bitch, you playing games. So who paid you to do that?
Their plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later.
Where's the fence at?
Ain't no fence.
I see a wooden. I see that ain't even the same shit.
That's fine. U.S. citizen.
Yeah, I see a wooden fence.
U.S. citizen.
That ain't no wooden fence in the other video.
That's fine. U.S. citizen. Their plates.
She making content.
Okay, lady. Yes, you. Trying to get views.
She trying to save
Don't
up for some
care,
oxtails.
He gonna make me go back to that shit.
That shit was funny as hell.
Yeah, well.
All right, y'all. I got this food ready, so y'all come get y'all plate. Let me show you.
Some wild shit though. Hold on, he be doing that. This shit's diabolical. These songs they be making. Man.
These are the Flaming Meons. Yeah, they were $14 a piece.
Rest in grease. We steaming the flaming meons. Look like something flaming need to be gone. House smell like cigarettes. 100% flaming meon season. And Marlboro Reds. Cookout combo. Those are just 3 different kinds of salt.
Every taking the comments and making songs out these motherfuckers. What do we got? What is that? Hold on. Oh no. Oh no.
Know that I didn't want to do this. Man, but you asked for it. You really did. For real. He literally asked for it. The way he cocked and loaded that arm, I wouldn't try him. Nope. Do a left foot, followed by a right wing, buffalo style. So you're a south claw, rocky elbow. On the one hand, he's a good fighter. Actually, though, ain't nobody talking about the flow and the accuracy, though. That precision crazy. Can't even comment, I'ma keep my little jabs to myself. Smart choice. We don't talk about my club. Rule number 1. If he blocks you with his right, is that called a wing style? Giving it the 1.5. The wing that stings. Single-handedly nailed it. Single-handedly nailed it. Partial arts. Partial arts. Partial arts. Partial arts. Look like
a... Hey, yo. Partial arts.
Not partial arts. He's stupid.
He called it wing.
That's how you.
Wait a second. What
Know that I didn't want to do this, but you asked for it. Boa. On the one hand, he's a good fighter. Actually, though, ain't nobody talking about the flow and the accuracy, though. That precision crazy. Can't even comment. I'ma keep my little jabs to myself. Smart choice. We don't talk about my club. Rule number 1. If he blocks it with his right, is that called a wing style? Giving it the 1.5. The wing that stings. Single-handedly nailed it. Single-handedly nailed it. Partial arts. Partial arts. Partial arts. Partial arts. Float like a butterfly, bent like a wing. Partial arts. Partial arts. Partial arts. Partial arts. People out here winging it, winging it. Bony, 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 bony. Those are me left hook. Me 1, 2. In the alley, upset right. I like how he locks it in place. Left, right, right, left, right, left, left, right, right. Those are me left hook. That connection, that in the alley, upset right. He got attitude. Left, 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 right, left, left, right, right, left, right, right, left, left, right. Finish him. We don't talk about my club. Easy work. Number 1. If he blocks it with his right, is that called a wing stop? Giving it the 1.5. The wing that stings. Single-handedly nailed it. Single-handedly nailed it. Partial arts. Partial arts. Partial arts. Partial arts. Float like a butterfly, bit like a wing. Oh no. Partial.
Motherfuckers is diabolical.
That's funny as hell. Niggas ain't shit.
Like, he asked for that shit himself. He sent his own video in like, hey, my comments going crazy. You need to make a song out this shit. There's so much of this shit out here, man. Hold on. Oh no, yeah, this shit funny too.
Get out. Little bit of this. Little bit of that. Wings and things. Wings and things. Wings and things. Chicken and shit. Baked wings and belongings. Wings and things. Wings and things. Chicken and shit. Baked wings and belongings. She made chicken and miscellaneous. Miscellaneous. Play the straight bullshit. Them 2 onion rings are sending me. Sending me. Baked chicken and bullshit. Chicken and shenanigans night. Chicken and shenanigans night. Chicken and etc. Chicken and etc. Wings and things, wings and things. Wings and things. Chicken and shit. Baked wings and belongings. Wings and things. Wings and things. Chicken and shit. Baked wings and belongings. Wings and things.
Damn.
Baked wings and
Chicken and shit.
you got a plate with some baked chicken legs, some frozen bag, crinkled French fries with some, look like some cheese sprinkled on them, a couple onion rings, some green beans and corn.
Them not just crinkle cut fries. That's all righter.
No way. What is y'all doing over there, man? What the fuck? No. Ridiculous. I don't know if I get millions of views. I should make me some of these. What the fuck is this?
This was Denaja's birthday meal.
Is it also her
Yo, I wasn't ready for that. Wait a minute.
This was Denaja's birthday meal.
Is it also her Are you feeding a gargoyle? Is Denasia your pit bull or what? What breed is she? Denasia gotta be a Rottweiler. Denasia a Great Dane. We need to know. Is she a cane corso? By any chance? Surf and dirt. Surf and dirt. Surf and dirt. Everybody's so creative. Brown sugar with 6 shrimp is diabolical. Everyone gets 1 shrimp. Bite the shrimp and pass it down. Pass it around the room. Do you love her? Do you even like Denasia? Who put the shrimp in the litter box? Everybody's so creative. Everybody's so creative.
This was Denaja's birthday.
Fucked up.
That's funny as hell.
I wasn't ready for
I'm
that.
so proof. I salt my food.
You ain't seasoned a damn thing.
Oh wait, pepper.
You ain't seasoned a damn thing. Just in the kitchen making bullshit. Just in the kitchen making bullshit. Spin about it, taste delicious. Just in the kitchen making bullshit.
Man, stop.
A mere suggestion.
Stop.
About 10.
Hey, what is she? What kind of device is this? I've never seen this. What is this thing? Rotating ground beef? You just throwing.
I don't know. I swear I don't know.
I've never seen Power XL. What the hell is that? That's not an air fryer.
You're killing me.
They put about 10 speckles of seasoning on this shit.
Anybody say anything about your
What the fuck is this?
Man, he made one more.
Where's the seasoning? I don't know what the thing is. No, this is crazy.
You seasoned it with the concept of seasoning. Hey, that's a pinch. I bet. The shit gon' taste like Tim.
It's a bland meat
Baby,
stir.
I can count the flakes of seasoning. She put salt and pepper on the air, but food. Just in the kitchen making bullshit.
They say she put seasoning and pepper everywhere but the food. What's the second?
But food. She put salt and pepper on the air, but food. Just in the kitchen making bullshit. Just in the kitchen making bullshit. Just in the kitchen making bullshit. If you ain't sneezing, it ain't seasoned. By the taste delicious. Season that middle thing one more time.
I was just peeping that. She's seasoning the shit out the blade.
He said season that middle thing just one more time.
Actual proof. I salt my food. Oh wait, Pepper.
These
are the flaming me.
I ain't good.
This was an Asia.
You know they all the same song, right?
I usually skip this part. We know. Yo, as a whole trip.
How you get in that fucking thing in the first place?
This all the same song. It's same beat, melody.
Yeah.
He killing
Transforming now. It's a party, you now buy it and ride it out. Hey, bro, you can't park there. Hey, bro, you can't park there. Let him know he can't park there. Yo, dog, you can't park there. Autobots, roll out. Fire department's gonna love this one. That's part of your body now. How did he get in there? Did he ever get out? The James Brown split is tearing me the fuck up. Mind you, this is an adult. Free will has consequences. Leave him in there. Leave his ass in there. Play stupid games. Win stupid prizes. Is that piss? Is that piss? Play stupid games. Win stupid prizes. Oil leak or pee. Look like you just bought yourself a new car. You wear it, you buy it. You wear it, you buy it. You wear it. You wear it, you buy it. Play stupid games. Win stupid prizes. Did he pee on himself? Did he pee on himself?
This was an Asia.
Behind this shit, I got thoughts that I. Hold on, dog. Hold on, dog. Where he get the paint job on that car though? Because I've never seen that make and model in that color.
I've never seen that either.
And he got a man.
Goofy that shit.
Behind this shit, I ain't never seen Sloppy Joe. Behind this shit, I got dogs that I never get back.
I thought my damn phone was glitching. Somebody said 30 sets of is it in yet? On his tippy toes, he ain't creasing them shoes. On his tippy toes. When the kids be like, watch this and it's some bullshit. Those aren't push-ups, those are hiccups. Couple reps of this and that. Those aren't push-ups, those are hiccups. Is it in yet? Bodies, 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 bodies. Catching bodies, bodies, bodies. 20 more. 60 instantly, 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 instantly. Bodies, 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 bodies. Catching bodies, bodies, bodies. 20 more. 60 instantly. When the kids be like, watch this.
I ain't never seen Sloppy Joe by the gallon. My boy done showed out. Yeah.
Hey, retarded.
Yeah, man.
He look exactly how I thought. Looking like he invented Sloppy Joes. That might be Sloppy Joe himself. Wait. That's Sloppy Joe himself. That's Sloppy Joe himself. Bro is Joe. He couldn't be no one else. Bro is Joe. That shit about as old as hell. Yeah. That's Sloppy Joe himself. Yeah. Had that container since 86. He pulled that from the freezer last night. Called the security ASAP. Shit expired in 09. When the last time he washed that jar? That jar ain't never been washed. When the last time he washed that jar? That jar ain't never been washed. Jar look like it's been marinating for years. I know that bathroom was humming, buzzing, beeping, steaming. That shit stinks. He look exactly how I thought.
I ain't never seen Sloppy Joe by the gallon.
But I tell you, my clients don't come to play, they come to slay.
Damn. What days are you not open? Which day, which day? I see. He booked the disappointment. Okay. My stomach hurting from these comments. Lord have mercy. Not me looking at the finished product. Still trying to trust the process. Try my best. How do I book a cancellation? We need to know. I mean, the parts are wide as hell. But other than that, I hate it. Can I book a cancellation? Can I? Do you take walkouts? That man, hair thinner than my patience. My patience. Boneless braids. Boneless braids. Them braids falling off the bone. Brakes falling off the bone.
Hey, down.
But I didn't want to do this.
Missed a chance to say it's okay, we'll take baby steps.
Bro, can't walk on thin ice and be fine. That boy gliding, they're gonna save tons of money.
There's no way his feet really that small. Is this real? No way.
Missed a chance to say it's okay, we'll take baby steps.
Bro, can't walk on thin ice and be fine. That boy gliding, they're gonna save tons of money on baby shoes.
His feet are lowercase.
A gentle breeze will topple this brother over.
Once this windy bro is done,
He's standing on business. Bro tiptoes around. Bro hovering on business. He can pick locks with them feet. He's standing on business. Bro can walk on eggshells. Bro hovering on business. How he balancing? How the fuck he standing on it? How the fuck he standing on it?
petite feet.
Bro skedaddles.
Petite feet.
Imagine walking a mile in his shoes.
Petite feet.
Bro skedaddles.
Petite feet.
Imagine walking a mile in his shoes.
Petite feet.
Bro skedaddles.
Petite feet.
That boy moonwalking. That boy moonwalking.
Petite feet.
Bro skedaddles.
Petite feet.
Imagine walking a mile in his shoes. Why he have to wear the little buckle shoes?
Drip too tiny.
Oh boy, got him leprechaun feet. Don't do it, sis, he's unstable. One gust in his hole, he be real popular in the King Dynasty.
Man, I gotta roll up. I'm not high enough.
Why did I turn my head? I just opened my eyes. Yo, let me. Why did I turn my head? I just opened my eyes. Yo, let me stand the fuck back. She finna spit some fire. Piss me off so bad and fuck my glasses up. She fuck my glasses up. No, on some real shit. Don't do that no more, I ain't even playing. Blowing the morning breath straight to us is insane. It felt warm. I just opened my eyes. It felt warm. She finna spit some fire. I just opened my eyes. Yo, let me stand the fuck back. She finna spit some fire. Piss me off so bad and fuck my glasses up. She fuck my glasses up.
Take it.
Hey, I'm just here to remind you.
I don't understand what you trying to do. Just go lay down, remind us tomorrow. We don't need any more reminders. I don't understand what you trying to do. Just go lay down, remind us tomorrow. We don't need any more reminders. I beg you, gravity tested positive.
What goes up must come down.
Must come down.
I've been reminded. I've been reminded. I've been reminded.
I've been reminded. Won't be forgetting that anytime soon.
I'll remember.
I remember.
I'm reminded. I'll remember.
Are you okay? Thanks for the don't try this reminder. Thanks, I almost forgot not to do that. I'm reminded, I remember.
Should I be reminded?
You know what? We would've listened. You didn't need to draw blood. Great opener, but you gotta finish. That's gonna need stitches. Hell of a hook, though.
Hell of a hook.
Hell of a hook. Hell of a hook.
I've been reminded.
Hey, his ass was leaking.
You better tell them motherfucking me hoes that I said to hold them comments the fuck down because I see all that shit, all that shit. And just because you don't tag me, don't mean I ain't on here watching. I see every goddamn thing you got going on, and I see every goddamn thing. So you let them know you got a motherfucking queen.
He been discharged weeks ago. He don't wanna go home. Can't even die in peace. Gave that man a stroke. Wake up, bro. She got your phone. Wake up, bro. She got your phone.
Wake up, bro.
She got your phone. Yeah, she the reason why he in there.
That man is playing dead on her.
He checked himself in the hospital to get some rest. Man, imagine playing dead in a hospital bed. And imagine playing dead. Wake up, bro, she got your phone. He just praying for a slow recovery. Slow recovery. First person in history to wish for slow recovery. Keep bro admitted. He's been discharged weeks ago. He don't wanna go home. Can't even die in peace. Gave a man a stroke. Wake up, bro. She got your phone. Wake up, bro. She got your phone. Wake up, bro. She got your phone. Wake up. She got your phone. Doctor said he physically healthy. He just scared to leave. Wake up, bro.
That dude gonna stay in the coma. He ain't never waking up.
Hey, what the man in the hospital? You on his ass like that? Come on.
You better tell them motherfucking me hoes that I said to hold them comments the fuck down because I see all that shit, all that shit. And just because you
Ain't no way, no way. Ain't no way. Let a nigga hear it too.
All right, y'all. I got this food ready, so y'all
Get out. Stick some butter in there so it'll slide in the trash easier. Easier. Table full of mountains. Agriculture for dinner. Let it sit, let it simmer. Because that shit ain't my dinner. Why don't you ever cut anything up? Just shook the fridge into the pan. A pot of whatever the fuck ingredients. No butter, no oil, just some bullshit. This, that, and some of those ass foods. I just made some bullshit. Used to make this right in my parents' front yard in the dirt. I just made some bullshit. Must be her first day on Earth. I just made some bullshit. Used to make this right in my parents' front yard in the dirt. I just made some bullshit. Must be her first day on Earth. Ingredients, a pot of whatever the fuck. A pot full of shits and giggles. I just know they taste like toenails. Why don't you cut anything up? Just a pot of whatever the fuck. Just shoot the fridge into the pan.
Great.
I'll run you out the streets, nigga. I'll run you out the streets, nigga. I'll make you don't come back in the streets no more, nigga.
Bro, I'm staying inside. My fault, yeah, you got it. You got, I believe him in the power.
What?
What kind of hairdo is that?
I don't know. Look like it's braid, like a baby bird braid. Like he need this shit rebraided or something. I don't know what the fuck he got going
It look like he got the pig pen fade.
I thought I seen some braids or something. Like, did he lean? I don't know. What the fuck? I have no idea, dog.
I'll run you out the streets, nigga. I'll run you out the streets, nigga. I'll make you don't come back in the streets no more, nigga.
You got it, bro.
My fault, gang. You got it. You got. I believe him in the powder. Shh, I'm convinced. He needs to leave that dope alone. What's that white stuff up on your lip? Do me a favor. Clean the dope off your nose. Hey, one more favor. Wash your face, brush your teeth before you start running. What streets you be in? So I'll make sure I never slide through 'em. Never slide. That east to west tongue swipe was insufficient. I don't know how to explain it, but bro look flammable. One like he ain't got shit to lose. For real, you got it, champ. I am definitely running from you, dog. Don't even know what you are. What are you? You got it, bro. I'm staying inside. My fault, gang. You got it. You got it, bro. I'm staying inside. My fault, gang. You got it. Stay inside. Stay inside. Stay inside. Stay inside.
Yeah, that nigga profile diabolical.
This is why you're not supposed to have children with your cousin.
I like to save money. And I also like to save electricity.
What's your Zelle? Drop your cash app gang. Damn, bills can't be that high. Yes, they can. I get them a TV, man. They gon' have to rap about this when they make it out. Damn it. Type of backstory you hear from someone in the NBA.
In America's Got Talent.
That's somebody's apartment?
Make it out.
Hey, they really doing this?
What the fuck am I looking at?
This gotta be in Africa somewhere. This can't be in America.
Can't be. Cannot be.
They putting in a puppet show for kids. No,
What is that? Is that a dumb waiter?
That's it's like puppet string puppets and shit.
Yeah, I get that, but what was that inside a window?
Trippy.
I like to save money.
That's a window, ain't it?
Maybe a hole cut in the wall or something.
No, and I also like to save electricity.
What's your Zelle? Drop your cash app gang.
Next to the porch, working puppets.
I see is that a gas line, a water line? What is that?
What's wrong with their floor?
Oh no, man.
That looked like it came out of cow pasture or something. They actually recorded this shit?
Hey. Is this what he did look like he was a cousin. He looked like he could be. That boy profile was real crazy. And why he start every video off with his head turned to the side and he turned to the camera like, yeah. They got on his noggin.
Bills can't be that high. Yes, they can. I get them a TV, man. They gon' have to rap about this when they make it out. Damn it. Type of backstory you hear from someone in the NBA.
In America's Got Talent. Make it out, make it out.
Can they at least have carpet from the money you saved? No, he really tried to change the channel. Got him in a dungeon.
Wait a minute, did that kid have a remote control?
Got him. Try to change the channel. Got him in a dungeon. Deep in them trenches. Just give him a book, man. Just give him book. Too deep in them. Try they in a dungeon. Deep in them trenches. Just give him a book or something. Yo, drop your cash app. You got metal glasses, but no TV. Yo, drop your I never wanna be this broke. Essential hoodies and puppy shows. Drop your cash. I pray to never be this broke.
Terrible.
What the fuck is this? That's
Human skin, blood and guts with some green. Speaky wiggets, bricky brackle, red 40.
Bros eating a plate of microbiology.
Right, here's this. Get them some books and shit. Damn.
Them kids need prayers.
Prayers, some books. They need
adoption.
Somebody had to tell him to try to change the channel while I'm videotaping. No fucking way, no. No way.
Bro, being on ribs are so white. They got trial.
I thought it's fish.
These just got more rights than I do. What are those? Tilapia ribs?
Did you cook them in a dishwasher?
Did you microwave them on high for a year and a half?
A good vet could have that pig back on its feet. Did you cook them in a dishwasher?
Love me some ribs, cooked with shower, steam for a week. Those ribs put raisins in their potato salad. Those ribs clap when the plane lands.
They're just happy to be alive. Damn.
Those ribs look like they wanna talk to your manager. If you get a good veterinarian, he might just revive them.
Revive them, revive them.
How would the oven with more season than the food.
These ribs got more rice than I do.
They would've cooked in half the time if you use these comments to roast them. I mean, it took all day. Where the fuck you find the time to post them?
All day, all day, all day, all day, all day, all day. Did you cook them in a dishwasher?
Did you microwave them on high for a year and a half?
A good vet could have that pig back on its feet.
Did you cook them in hot dog water? I mean, some ribs cooked with shower steam for a week.
They need to take a few more days. Go ahead and take another day. Maybe one more day. Another day.
Take another day. And another day. And another day. And another day.
They need to take a few more days.
Go ahead and take another day.
Maybe one more day. Another day. Take another day. And another day.
Everybody's so creative.
Right?
Do what you do, wrote about in this.
Why is he so close?
And why he got that on? The whole body posing, but he up in your face. Face, 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 face. Bro look like a good example. He look like an imaginary friend. Bro look like a good example. Standing on business.
Standing on business.
Standing on business. The photographer said pose like you holding the wall up. Prepping for an interview with some gang.
Should they?
I want you to pose like you got a plate on your lap at a barbecue. Standing on business.
Somebody said should they?
Grown ass baby type bill. That's that brisket buy. When you need a LinkedIn account, fashion over. Good luck on your real estate endeavors.
What is he doing? What is he taking a photo shoot for? What the fuck is going on? I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is he doing.
Bet that's his Facebook picture. What is this even for? Whatever it's for, I hope it's successful.
Right, what is this even for?
What could you be working on that this is required?
Should they?
Look forward to the launch. Bro, look like a good example. He look like an imaginary friend. Bro, look like a good example. Standing on business.
That man probably taking pictures for a dating profile. He done called him a professional photographer.
His shirt dirty as hell too.
It's tight too. He got the crib version of Where's Waldo in this motherfucker.
He looked like somebody drug him on his titties.
God damn. The photographers was killing me though. What is you doing, bro?
What's wealth to you? This how scams be sounding low key. This feels expensive already. I type profit, my bank said relax. Relax, bro. Passive income, but I'm actively stressing. Not the DME, final walls. I've seen this movie before. Say this poster, save my seat. Which one? Low key, I'm curious. Not the DME, final boss. He talking like I got money already. Don't. Why he explaining it so smoothly? Low key, I'm curious. I knew it was serious when he said trust me. Oh no, I'm one broke, trust me, away from bankruptcy. One more. What's wealth to you? This how scams be sounding.
Watch that damn microwave, I guess.
Oh no, damn.
Microwave ain't been clean in 30 years.
Jeremiah Myers
microwave got chlamydia.
Damn. Somebody contact Sunshine. Tell them their client's microwave is dirty.
Yeah. Microwave has syphilis.
Oh no.
Motherfucker put egg on a styrofoam plate, stuck it in the microwave. I can't. What is he doing? Where's it going?
Like he using plastic explosive.
Burn it down. Sure, why not? We all have to die eventually.
We need to know.
How are you still alive? You live in Chernobyl, that's a whole biohazard. Pretty sure that thing's got hepatitis. That microwave is crap. Throw the whole kitchen away.
Look at the damn plate. Look at the damn plate.
That plate made of C4.
That plate got holes. Look, the microwave done burnt holes in the damn plate. And you gonna eat the egg off that motherfucker?
Throw the whole kitchen away. Now clean your house up. Throw the whole kitchen away. Burn it down.
Now clean your house.
How are you still alive?
Somebody uploaded that?
How are you still alive?
To wash that.
I thought that was an arm for a minute.
I had it up to here as neck.
I've had it up to here at his neck. Bro's neck is built like a knee joint. Bro got a sleeve on his neck. Bro got a 3-story neck. Risky.
This neck look like an ankle.
Bro got a 3-story neck. That's that risky. Neck is the safest gamble out there. Neck taking a risk. He look easy to choke out. So easy. Neck might snap in the wind. Bro gotta eat the day before, so it get to his stomach. The ink take a Uber from the shoulder to the ear. Bonus beard, crazy risky neck. Definitely throat, holy gobbler. His food go bad by the time he's done swallowing. Bro got a 3-story neck. That's that risky. He got deadly throat. Bro got a 3-story neck. I've had it up to here, ass neck. I've had it up to here, ass neck.
Bro got a sleeve on his neck.
Bro.
Hey, I had it up to here as neck. It's diabolical.
This is why you're not supposed to have children.
You gotta
with your
eat a day
cousin.
early so he don't starve to death. It's diabolical.
Oh, this the one you talk about. Is this one? This the one? This the reason you shouldn't have children with your cousin? Wait a minute.
This is why you're not supposed to have children with your cousin. Believe it or not, them boys are dangerous as fuck.
Brothers.
I don't even think they supposed to be outside. Keep them in.
Got the nerve to beat 2 of them. Got the nerve to beat 2 of them.
I know that Guardian get a smooth 10K for both of them. I just know they stay with their grandma.
Got the nerve to beat 2 of them. Got the nerve to beat 2 of them.
I bet 911 know them by first names. They are radio's kids, AM and FM.
Got a nerve to beat 2 of them. Got a nerve to beat 2 of them.
Why they talking about radio like that though?
I don't know, no.
Why they gotta be radio kids though?
AM and FM.
Damn, Cuba. Damn.
I'm done with this shit. I'm done. I'm not fucking with this shit no more. Maybe. What's this?
He said
that ain't just rare, that's unheard of. Unheard of. Medium alive. How do you like your steak, cow? Unconscious flat.
Oh my God.
Great cannabis.
Look at this shit. That's nasty.
Thank you, amen. Cook with warm regard. Cooked in the heat of the moment. Heat of the moment. I seen steaks fight back, but this a new case. Chef said trust me. That's a bold face, knife hit the plate. He twist in place. I swear it blinked when I say grace. That angel's real.
T-bone.
Man, I can't do that. That's
Hell no.
That's terrible.
No, if you can eat that shit, you're a fucking vampire.
All right, y'all, I got this food ready, so y'all.
Or a werewolf or some shit. That shit's crazy. That shit was moving 5 minutes ago.
Dig into, huh?
Time for a left turn.
Could be a left turn. That shit was kind of crazy.
That was wild. Your drive is starting to scare me, dog.
He's like the old girl in that car. Yeah, that's the police. I'm with the police.
Turn around, you're under arrest. She escaped this bitch ass though.
I'm about to lose my ID, social security card, and my diploma.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Becky said $5.
Fucking crazy, dog. What we got? What we got?
I'm sorry, Dr. Umar.
Blades going chop, chop, chop. In the hole saying stop, stop, stop. We in the hot spot, smoking on chronic, mixing yak with my hypnotic. Yes sir, we getting paid, riding Escalades, private party escapades, rolling in Escalades, y'all. Private party escapades now. You see Slip, he be off in the drop, 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 with the blades going chop, chop, chop. Why you hating? Stop, stop, stop. We pack more pumps than shell. I'm on fire like the chronic in the L. Whatever you need, I got it for sale. I gotta get this mail. I play the game by the newest rules, while y'all niggas making the same foolish moves. Niggas try to stop me, I'm hockey, give them the St. Louis blues. Anything I want, it will happen. Till I die, I'm still facking. Ladies, I ain't a player, I'm coaching like Phil Jackson. We keep mail, dro dope and females, choking like I was the one coaching spree well. What you do, Slip? I still be on that loop shit. Till my whips like in WA, they ruthless. Private party escapades, let's do this. Smoking blue shit. Going chop, chop, chop. In the hole saying stop, stop, stop. We in the hot spot, smoking on chronic, mixing yak with my hypnotic. Yes sir, we getting paid, riding Escalades, private party escapades, rolling in Escalades, y'all. Private party escapades now. We live lavishly, keep it all gravity. Grizzle stuff and work in they body cavities. Taking flights, we click tight. Let me tell you a story like Dolomite. Consider 4 hosts of them dyke, you know I'm bright. So I got them freaking each other with me in the mix. Never forgetting about one boy turning tricks. I got it now, go. Boy, I'm one of the realest. This game's going down. Wait, over here, take it over. Right now, don't think your ship is unsinkable. Cause all you can be touched, I'll do the unthinkable, man. Don't make me rush. Mr. Bowling Ball, nuts in the lack with the peanut butter guts. Or the super sport burning the clutch. This game's been connected, so I inject it. And don't you disrespect it. Look, kiddo, I'm big O. Come through smoking the guard with Dro in the middle. Hey, play, it's just that simple. See the bass going chop, chop, chop. And the whole saying stop, stop, stop. We in the hot spot.
That's the same dude.
Smoking on chronic,
Make the same yak with my hypnotic, yes. We getting paid.
That's the same dude that did the funny videos. That song?
Nope. No. That's
okay. I didn't think
song
so.
I have. Yeah, that's like a 20-year-old. Let's see, 2000. I think I made that like in 2004.
Oh, okay.
2004, I think. Yeah. Nah, it ain't the same, dude.
All right, I didn't think so. I was like, what happened?
I turned that shit off. I couldn't do it no more.
It's like my man must have
And that
got
shit was hella choppy.
He must have got some sister's food or something. Paid a little more than $5.
Let me see. Oh, somebody lied. Ooh, let me go to YouTube. Let me get to YouTube real quick. What kind of left turn could I? Well, let me see. I know I'm getting hungry in the motherfucker though.
It's about dinner time, ain't it?
Asian man taunts FBAs after many stated they were boycotting Asian stores, I guess.
Yeah, that's the dude that said he dared black people to boycott his store.
Streamed 3 days ago. Phil from African Diaspora News. God, Phil, you need to come on, man. I can't change my whole scheme, man. I got the African Diaspora News. Trial over. Carmelo Anthony surrenders. What? I can't stand this closet freak. He married with kids, but I bet he's sweet. Sugar in his tank.
I see these
surrenders
ads all the time. They're fake. I download them and they play nothing like the.
Right now, I want to hear his bullshit. What do you want to talk about?
For Carmelo Anthony, a quick trial and a quick verdict means you monstrably guilty, and there's nothing else to debate as Carmelo Anthony declines to take the stand in his own defense, his own witnesses turning on him and getting impeached. I just can't think of it going any worse for the young teen who's raised $1 million by people who just want to see white teenagers get slaughtered for no reason, I suppose. He didn't spend any of that money on an attorney. He's using a public defender, and that public defender...
Here we go with that bullshit. And want to see white teenagers what?
Get slaughtered.
Right, yo talking.
I guess that's the same reason why they gave Zimmerman over $10 million, huh?
Or been pumping Chud the Builder's GoFundMe and shit like crazy.
Maybe needs to have their law license taken away. Not like I want Carmelo Anthony to have a good defense. I don't, because what he's done is indefensible. But his family stole all the money and then brought on board the stupidest attorneys who brought up witnesses who actually turned on Carmelo Anthony. So this is their defense of their client. The witnesses are being twisted into pretzels by the prosecution and getting their own testimony impeached. Always a terrible thing when your witnesses can't figure out their own story. Defense witness number 4 testimony has been impeached. The 17-year-old witness originally claimed that Carmelo Anthony was surrounded and that he witnessed Anthony reaching for him on cross.
So this must be the 17-year-old witness. Girl was in the car tripping about, and she couldn't finish the little video she was shooting.
She act like she had been, somebody had did something to her physically.
Right. Scared her.
Why would she be that emotional over, you know, like work?
Somebody would have had to pull her ass to the side and do checkmating, you know what I'm saying? Put that thing to her head or something to her throat, like, but you act like that. What you crying about?
Right.
Right. Cross-examination, the prosecution played the surveillance video, which showed the witness had his back turned.
Yeah,
she wasn't upset or disappointed. She was scared.
Yeah, she was scared for some reason. These cats.
When Austin reached and Carmelo stabbed him. So the witness was lying. So it's never a good thing. The witness actually turned around after the stabbing, witnessing the commotion, called it Anthony being surrounded. The witness might explain why some people believe Anthony was jumped. He also admitted that he doesn't normally see people go into others' tents and that Carmelo Anthony should not have brought a knife to a track meet. The only witness who claimed Carmelo Anthony was surrounded in this self-defense trial just admitted under oath that he was not surrounded and that actually he lied about witnessing anything. He had his back turned. Today, a teen says Carmelo was sitting under the tent and kids from other schools surrounded him. I don't want to phrase it as surrounding, the teen said, in a reversal of his testimony, and now the defense has rested. And the state has closed their evidence. And the defense has closed their evidence. And so now closing arguments happen tomorrow, straight to a sequestered jury after that, and that's game over. I mean, you're talking about maybe the last couple hours of Carmelo Anthony being a free young man. Because a trial that goes this quickly with such nightmarish results is not going to be good. And then Carmelo refusing to take the stand. I mean, maybe you could have put him up there and he could have explained things. If he had a bunch of witnesses to back him up, he could have explained his self-defense. Why did he bring a knife? He could have given some sob story about his background or the neighborhood he grew up in. This is how you normally do these kind of things. O.J. Simpson with the glove doesn't fit. You must acquit. Nope, none of that. Carmelo Anthony has declined to take the stand. What that means is his public defender is saying, if you go up there, you're going to get destroyed. They're going to tack on another 20 years to your prison sentence. There's some rumblings about a potential plea deal, negotiations that are going on right now, where Carmelo Anthony changes his plea to guilty. Yes, I killed him. His plea is not guilty right now. And I killed Austin Metcalf. I'm sorry I did it. Please only give me 50 years instead of 99. I want to frame this up because I already see this in the comment section.
Like talking to somebody.
The Supreme Court decided that you can't execute.
Say what?
He don't sound like he talking to somebody that's actually in the courtroom.
That know what the fuck going on. He just assuming.
He sound like he getting wind of rumors to me. He's not actually talking to a inside source.
It looks like his tab he got pulled up is from Daily Mail. So that's where
Daily Mail. Oh, he stealing somebody else's content then.
Right, dailymail.com news article. Carmelo Anthony, Austin Metcalf trial case.
He probably talking about what happened last week then. Probably Friday.
Let me see when he did this. He uploaded this 4 hours ago. So I think he responded to the shit that came out yesterday and today, actually. The clients like he going off the fact the young brother don't want to get on the stand. Like,
well, today is Monday, so the previous day in court would have been Friday.
Friday, yeah. So I mean, in most cases, defendants are, they're recommended not to take a stand. So that's not a big surprise.
Yeah, that's not a flex.
Right. So what the fuck? What are you trying to get at? Let me see if I'm gonna come over here and cook me dinner.
I don't think they.
Young men age of 18 or women.
I don't think they're that far along because there's a whole lot of evidence to be cross-examined. You know, did they even? I guess they probably did show the picture of the knife.
I don't know. They claiming the defense has rested their case today.
The defense rested today, but prosecution rested Friday.
That's what it sounded like.
That's kind of
something ain't right about this shit. It's weird. Like that's what I'm saying. Either these attorneys on some bullshit, especially the defense attorneys. This just sounds so
like
crazy.
A defense that quick. It's not making sense to me. They need to go over them boys' history. They need to go over the past interactions Carmelo had with them. They need to show the picture of the knife if it wasn't supposed to be a knife. Because that's what I've been hearing. I heard it wasn't a knife at all. It was a Swiss Army tool that scouts carry. And it didn't even have a blade on it. It had screwdrivers and stuff on it.
That's what I was saying earlier. Like, you need to know. Like, as a defense attorney, I'm finna dig into the history of these cats. Like, what's been going on? Like, there had to be some previous issues. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And then the boy, they say he was acting as the coach under the tent that day, supposedly. So that's sort of giving him the authority to speak to Carmelo that way. But the coach was there. You know, the coach, it wasn't like the coach didn't show up. The coach was there. So it ain't like they couldn't, you know, old boy couldn't have got the coach and say, hey, it's a stranger in our tent. He, you know, that's why, in my opinion, he ain't had no business speaking to Carmelo. Fuck the track culture. You know, what about the people code? You ain't got your business putting hands on nobody. I don't care if you just touching them, pushing them, or whatever. They always tell kids.
Yeah, most of the things I heard was dude pushed him and then Carmelo responded.
Right. Like, why? Why would you even do that?
So I guess these witnesses changing their statements in court, talking about no, he didn't push him first.
Well,
is that what this whole thing is?
I thought they had one witness for Carmelo last week, and they sort of tripped him up. That was the dude that said he wasn't exactly his friend. But the defense was supposed to continue on today, so I thought. And I imagine that probably would have went to at least 4 o'clock before anybody got a chance to put out any content on it.
They was putting that shit on. They was putting that shit out during it.
Yeah, they was making content the whole time. People started making content this morning before it even started.
Not really. Maybe in a minute. I do need to run to the liquor store. Yeah, a lot of this shit ain't making sense.
Yeah, that's wild as hell.
See if this dude triggered me a little bit.
But like, it's always young men in these situations. Young men are just much more violent.
Try that soft talking shit, you punk.
He's
right.
More violent. Wait. Go back. He said somebody is more violent.
Teens and stuff.
Already see this in the comment section.
But he tried to do soft talking. And
did he just say
the
black
Supreme Court decided that you can't execute young men under the age of 18 or women, but like, it's always young men in these situations. Young men are just much more violent, right? Much more testosterone and much more prone to finding themselves in situations like this. I don't know why, except for, of course, we do know why.
How old is Carmelo?
I don't know.
I like how his talking points while he's bringing up men. Like these are men that had this confrontation. You know, they like to look at our sons as men, as young and shit, and try them as adults and shit.
Right, 13 years old. They trying our children as adults.
Right.
Okay, it's time for him to go to bed.
Carmelo Anthony was brain rotted by urban black rap culture.
Oh, here we go. Why you gonna tie in some urban black rap culture? This bitch ass dude. He's a cake and he's a cake.
That is intended on manipulating and poisoning the minds of young people. Just go listen to the words in a rap song. If somebody looks at you the wrong way, that's a death sentence. If somebody offends you, that's a death sentence. If somebody's on your block that shouldn't be, that's a death sentence. Somebody scratches your car, that's a death sentence.
Like when somebody bump into a white girl at an elevator, it's a death sentence. You burn the whole city down, huh? Like looking at a so-called white woman back in the day, Jim Crow era, that was a death sentence, huh? You know,
right, like the color of somebody's skin is a death sentence.
Right, you punk. Are you talking that shit? Well, I would smack the shit out of Benny. He looked like a cartoon character.
If somebody pushes you out of their tent, that's a death sentence, right? This is demonic, actually. But anyway, the point is that Carmelo Anthony will not be killed for this. He won't be
like feeding babies.
He won't be given biblical justice, right? Old Testament justice, an eye for an eye.
Ooh, gator bait. That's demonic. That ain't demonic. These cats be on some other shit, boy. I tell you. They throw all that shit out the window. Then giving a biased ass opinion on this court case.
Right. He poked him one time and now he's demonic.
Right. He just knew where to poke him at, I guess, huh?
Yeah, never mind them dudes that's the pink persuasion that be stabbing their victim 76 times. They not demonic, huh?
Of course not. It's just nature.
Which would mean the end of his life. It would be the proverbial end of his life as a free man. He'll now become a ward of the state, which is so obnoxious because now we're all going to have to pay for him to eat, sleep, and have an iPad in prison for the rest of his life. He'd get 99 years in prison. That's the maximum number of years. He's 19 years old. That means 120 until you can get out. You're dead in prison. You're going to die in prison. That's what's going to happen to Carmelo Anthony. If you did a plea deal, then you could get that knocked down to like 30, 50 years in prison, something like that, before you get a maximum minimum sentence and get a chance at parole. That's how this works. Anyway, the point is that I just want to frame it because everybody's saying he deserves the electric chair. I agree, but it's not. It's against the law, and that's Supreme Court law, not even the laws of Texas. And so it is what it is. Anyway, nightmare here. Horrifying minute of Carmelo Anthony's murder trial. Photos of that split America? I don't think so. There are some tribal, racial hate groups that are black that are outside of the courthouse. I'll show you some of them. They're worse. I mean, I've never seen.
Didn't do it. Suck it, dog.
So I guess it's the black tribal hate groups that's threatening Carmelo Anthony's family. That's what he's trying to say?
Now he's saying there's some black hate groups outside the courtroom. I guess he gonna show some of them Panthers. Old girl was protecting old girl. I'm assuming it.
Yeah, I get that. That's what he's saying.
He say he gonna show him. He say he gonna show him.
But who's the hate groups that's threatening their family though? Threatening the family safety.
I ain't heard nothing about none of that.
Yeah, I guess because they ain't talking about that.
If that was true, they'd be talking about that shit all day, every day.
You talking about their family being threatened?
Yeah, they'd be that should be on the news.
No, it wouldn't.
You know
Their family have been getting threatened, according to Carmelo's mother.
Are you talking about Oh, you talking about Mello family?
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about Metcalf.
No. I'm talking about he talking about black hate groups. I'm just saying, like, it ain't the black hate groups that's threatening the Anthony family. The white family ain't getting no threats. They not in fear for their life.
I want to see this footage. I want to see this footage of the shit that went on at the scene.
Yeah, me too.
If you want to squash all bullshit, go ahead. Why not?
Yep, that's what I want to see.
You can't argue with the shit, right?
Right. Who would be recording that?
These are teenagers at a damn track meet. You know, people. You know how many motherfuckers probably had their phones out anyway.
But I mean, as quick as they say it happened, it was raining outside, and he was under the tent.
True.
Who had their phone out recording it quick enough to catch what happened, and why? Why was they recording that? I mean, I can see if it took a minute, you know, like if they was going back and forth for a few minutes, I can see people having time to pull their phone out. But if he just walked out, if he just walked in the tent and was like, "What you doing here?" He say, "Touch me and see what happened," and he touch him. Who had enough time to pull their phone out before dude got poked? It's obviously a lot of the story missing if somebody was recording it. You know, that at the exact moment that, you know, he poked him. Or am I tripping?
Nah, you ain't tripping. It'd be awfully convenient.
Yeah. Obviously, it was much more said between them two if somebody got a chance to record the actual physical altercation. That's just the way it seemed to me.
Something can be said. Something can be said for shit being so convenient. It could be a psychological operation again to cause civil unrest. It seems like it's something every other day, or every week. There's something like with this war shit, the inflation, gas, racial tensions.
Yeah, I honestly don't think this case would have got that much attention if it was like white on white or black on black.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
But the fact that it's white versus black,
you would have heard more about it if it was black on black. But the fact, you know, that's how they like to paint us anyway.
You would have heard more about it than white on white. Yeah, but
right.
This worldwide attention it's getting, you know.
No,
that news probably wouldn't even left the state if it was just like, you know, one race versus its own race.
Yeah, that's local news that you see on the news every damn day. Black on black crime.
Right.
Like there's no crime is adjacent to its location.
Yep.
There's plenty so-called white on white crime. They just don't talk about it on the news like they do hard shit.
I'm sure it's more white on white crime than black on black crime. I'm quite sure of that.
Well, if they're the majority, you know, that would only be the correct assessment.
Right.
If you the majority of the population, yeah, it's gonna be more white on white crime.
Right. So I don't understand how people be falling for that statistic. How we only like a fifth of the population, if that, but we causing 85% of the crime. Them numbers don't even add up. We're not even covering that much of the map.
Let them tell it. I don't believe them numbers anyway. I don't look at. They're a global minority. So how are you a majority somewhere? You a global minority? Right. That means you're a minority everywhere you are.
Put Bluey on for
Well, most likely, but if they're not, that would leave a whole lot of quote unquote colored nations out there. Colored continents, colored nations. They number, just going off of their numbers for everything. None of that shit adds up. It don't make sense. They spoofing the numbers. One point they're a majority, and then other places they're not. If we just look at all the numbers, for example, if you go in census, they got huge numbers. Like they say, the niggas is 15%, but so-called white people is what, 80-something%. Now let's look at all the people they calling white. You got Scandinavian, you got all them European nations. All of them ain't white.
Shit. Latin people, goddamn me.
Right. Spanish and all that shit.
Even some Africans coming over here being labeled
right.
I mean some tar baby ass niggas.
Yeah. Motherfuckers so black they glow in the dark.
Oh shit.
No, they cooking the.
I'm trying to get through this shit. I keep stopping it because he be on. What was it?
Yeah, he keep coming with that bullshit.
I like to tell the dude, hey man, put on some boxing gloves.
Yeah, for real, it wouldn't even be fair against this dude.
Put some boxing gloves on, get your ass in this ring.
He got all type of flat surfaces to punch. That wouldn't even be fair.
And I'm old, and I know I'm older than you, so you got an advantage, right? Get your ass in this ring. Take that fight, Ben.
I would really be scared to punch him in the jaw. Like, his whole head is shattered. It's just not made to take a punch like this.
So be it.
Hey, it is what it is.
It was sanctioned. He need headgear. You can put on some headgear too.
I would grant him that, but his neck's still gonna break.
Come on, Mr. Benny. Yeah. You ain't no John.
You hear so much about white supremacy and white hate and the KKK. I've never seen a white person behaving the way that the black people are behaving outside of Carmelo Anthony's murder trial. So, truly, if there's something that has happened over the last couple of years, it's like peel scales off the eyes to see that there are communities in this nation, urbanized, ghettoized, racial tribal communities in the country that will defend any monster, anyone who commits any crime, person or against some other race, just out of pure racial tribalism. It doesn't. Colorblind justice doesn't exist for some people. It's horrible. I mean, the videos, the guy's saying the only good cracker is a dead cracker, and he's yelling at the cops. He's yelling at counter protesters. I mean, you don't see that ideology on the other side. And I'm against both sides. Both sides are, of course, despicable and evil and unchristian, as all men are created. But every horrifying minute, Carmelo Anthony murder trial that split America. Photos so graphic the jurors couldn't cope. Harrowing unseen video. New testimony from inside of the tent. All of the testimony from inside the tent said that Carmelo Anthony is guilty as hell. Carmelo Anthony was asked 15 times to leave the tent. Carmelo Anthony was the aggressor. Carmelo Anthony was the one who brought the knife. Carmelo Anthony was there to murder and to kill. Carmelo Anthony, the defense witness who previously claimed that Anthony was surrounded, now walked back his statement, seeing footage of the event. The defense completely wrecked. Anyone can see that Anthony started the deadly situation. They even shaved his hair. They shaved his head so that he'd look younger.
Ow!
The only witness who initially claimed the kids ganged up on Carmelo has now impeached his testimony. This is why we have trials. Prosecution witnesses saw stabbing from 10 feet away, and the defense witnesses are like, I kind of make it out over the horizon if I squinted. And they asked him if Anthony was surrounded, and he said yes. They'd reviewed the footage, and he changed his mind. Oof. People are still donating to Carmelo Anthony in spite of how bad the trial is going for him. You can see the Give Send Go here. Carmelo Anthony has raised $625,000. He's planning to buy a new house, some new tennis shoes, go out to Chuck E. Cheese, and that's exactly what his family is doing. Going on a Disney cruise. It's repulsive. Can you imagine if this was your son?
Thanks, Mike. See you next month. You can get these delivered? It's really watered down.
Of course, you can't imagine it. You raised your children right. This is the what happens when you sacrifice your children to culture, a culture that is demonic and that is falling off a cliff. Protect your children, please. Everybody's saying, here's what Anthony said.
Oh, wait.
Without being provoked.
He say the culture is demonic.
I didn't see him. Did he? I didn't see him show any of these hate groups he was talking about that was outside the court. Did you?
No, I didn't see it either. But he said the culture is demonic, unless my ears is deceiving me. He said the culture is demonic. Where did death metal come from?
He sound like one of them small hats talking about the number one threat is the black youth.
Exactly. Straight propaganda. That's all I hear. Like I don't understand how he could form his lips to say the culture is demonic. You can pick up the book, the dictionary, and look up devil worshiper. Is that gonna put a picture of an Aboriginal in your head?
Hell no.
When you start thinking of pentagrams and 666 tattoos and all that shit, them weird ass people tattooing the whites of their eyes black, is that shit our culture?
Right.
The fuck is he talking about? A demonic culture? I can't believe he said that shit.
You know, that boils back to the savages and the pagan, and that's how they look at niggas as being, pagans and shit like that. Savages.
Why they walking around splitting their tongues though?
Why they walking around taking kids to islands and making jerky and beef jerky and
they
freezing beef jerky.
Vaccines with pedophiles' DNA in them. They talking about demonic. That shit is diabolical.
Let's talk about your one of your people's, Anthony Fauci, Bill Gates, George Soros, all these Hitler.
This motherfucker had a sulfuric acid bathtub that dumps into the sea.
Joseph Mengele, Stalin, goddamn me. Who was the dude that was slaughtering them people in Africa? Was that Leopold? Yeah, come on, dog. You talking this demonic culture shit.
Right.
Count Dracula. Who was them people?
The worst killers at prehistoric, historic, any time period you could think of. People kill for no reason. Just because they want to live there. I like their neighborhood. Let's kill them off and move there. We always been a welcoming people. You want to live here? It's cool. It's a vacancy right down the street. Y'all want to move in and kill everybody off. What the fuck is wrong with y'all?
Sound more demonic than anything.
Right. 62 billion GMO mosquitoes with vaccines laced in them. But the culture is demonic?
I'm thinking some of these witnesses got paid or something.
It's
Paid
something.
or scared or something.
I think some of these content creators is feeding false information too.
Right.
I don't even think all of them is in the courtroom like that. They just making up shit, you know, after it's over. You won't believe what happened in the trial today. Yeah, because your ass wasn't in there.
Don't they usually have live feeds like?
If they don't have like gag orders on the case, they could have live feeds and cameras in the courtroom, but due to the sensitivity of this trial, there's a gag order in place and there's no cameras or anything allowed in the courtroom.
I mean, you have some of these rappers that be on trial for murder and they got live cameras in the motherfucking courtroom.
No gag order. When they put a gag order in place, you can't have all that shit. They treating this like a Diddy trial. Like they picked and chose what content creators they wanted in the courtroom, and they picked and chose what news reporters and shit they wanted in the courtroom, but didn't let nobody have no cameras or nothing. That's when they break out the sketch artists and all that shit, and that's all you got to look at. And then you got to listen to the content creators, fake news, and all that shit, and try to piece together the story yourself.
They're using the white glove treatment, huh?
I think it's propaganda. They trying to spark some shit.
Oh my God.
It's always piss the niggas off. Try to make them do something.
Let's see. About 2 minutes left.
She said, F y'all, I'm not going to leave. Touch me and see what happens. Then he calls them all a slur and says, and Metcalf said, I'm not going to fight with you. Austin Metcalf is actually the only one who deserves a stand his ground self-defense claim, as he was defending the other innocent students. Austin Metcalf is a hero. Maybe we'll fund a statue of him in Frisco. That'd be great. That'd be good use of funds, right? Yeah. Self-defense claim is absolutely falling apart. New testimony details the defendant saying, F y'all, I'm not going to leave. That's not self-defense. You have a duty to retreat in many self-defense cases to prove that you're trying to not be the aggressor or the instigator. Anyway, it's all over. There's a delay now. Some are saying the biggest question is whether Anthony will take the stand. He didn't. The biggest question now is, well, are they going to beg for mercy and sign a plea agreement before, you can't do that if the jury already gets sequestered and is deciding your fate. So if it goes this bad, that'll be the next thing you want to look for out of this trial. Will they be begging for mercy as the jury, before the jury gets sequestered tomorrow morning?
That's not
quick. It'd be nice to see some justice in our world. Please, God.
Once they present
if we can't win this one, then we truly have our justice system is entirely dead and broken, gone. So pray for justice in Texas.
Or am I mistaken there?
I don't know. I'm trying to see what these comments. His family should be charged with fraud. This is a hate crime, period. The Metcalfs need to file a court suit.
Ain't no motive, no premeditation. They can't prove that.
These trials need to be televised. The under 18-year-old rule is why gangs have younger teens commit shootings. Now, when do we get justice for Charlie Kirk? This trial has not split the nation. The only people who are on Carmelo's side are a handful of ignorant lunatics and online grifters. The Anthony family needs to be charged for fraud. They've received $1 million in donations for defense, and they're using the public defender for real.
I kind of don't believe that.
Let me see his replies. They spent the money on a large house in the Cadillac Escalade. The federal government should move in on them. Anything that went through the U.S. mail makes it federal crime. That's a new level of sick. Okay, let's find out who this nigga's attorneys are. I gotta know now.
Please, by all means.
I have to know. I have to know. I have to go. Let's go to Google.
Yeah, I was gonna say go to Google. You won't find it on YouTube.
Let's go to Google. Let's see. A nigga with a purple tie. Let's see. Closing arguments set for Tuesday. So closing arguments are set for tomorrow. Defense attorney refuses to take stand. Defense rests case. I want to know the name of his damn. Dallas-based criminal defense lawyer Mike Howard. So he was previously represented by Billy Clark and Kim T. Cole
Before they retained Howard, so they are not court appointed.
Okay, yeah.
See how they just be lying and shit. They spent the money on the Escalade in the house. No, they hired an attorney.
So this is him, huh? Oh boy. I'm looking at his ties. I see a red and blue, purple tie right there. Let's see.
I see Carmelo Anthony with a red and blue tie too. You see that?
Yeah.
Might be a psyop.
Might be. Cause ain't none of this shit making sense.
No, that. He looked like a Jew. I mean, a small hat.
He said, I
what you
began.
call them
Fantasy folks.
It's not real.
Yeah, fantasy folks. This fool said he grew up in Dallas and attended SMU Deadman School of Law. He began his career fighting for people as a public defender. I saw how unfairly the criminal justice system treats people, especially if you don't have a good lawyer. Yeah, you make your website sound real good there, bub.
Good and generic.
Yeah.
They're gonna cook this boy.
This is terrible. He do look like one of them people.
Yeah, he do.
What made the family switch up like that?
Because the first one was the public defender. They didn't have the money when they got the first attorneys. Once they had enough to retain an attorney, that's what they did. That's when they got him.
Oh wait, it was AI mode.
When you go in with a public defender, you don't get to pick your attorney.
I'm gonna search these two.
Billy Clark and Kim Cole.
Let's see. What is this? I clicked on their link and it took me to TikTok. What the fuck?
Don't fall for it.
Facebook.
You might want to try them one at a time and put their name with Carmelo Anthony, like put in Billy Clark, Carmelo Anthony. Because you put them together, you probably only pull up social media.
Don't really say.
It show more. It might show you. Yeah. Ask about Billy Clark's law office. No, in the AI box. Ask anything.
Damn.
That's different.
As an attorney with Clark associated with criminal case operates the Clark Law Firm PLLC. He is a veteran-owned practitioner who retired as a major in the U.S. Air Force before transitioning to criminal defense, civil rights, and mediation. Now, that's not a public defender.
No, it's not. But he had
so why do we get rid of it?
Well, he had to start as a public defender. How long he been practicing law? Eight years. Yeah, he could still be a public defender.
Having established his private practice in 2018.
Yeah, it's quite possible for him to still be a public defender. 8 years is not a lot of years in the game.
Shit, I was just asking.
Hey, we gotta ask these type of questions. They be feeding us so much bullshit. Hey,
No, Billy Clark is not a public defender.
Criminal defense attorney.
So this dude started. They got rid of him for somebody that used to be a public defender. That's
well, this
strange.
dude used to be a public defender too. They all usually start out that way. If they not, picked up as a paralegal, by way of getting lucky. But by him being a brother, he probably started out as a public defender. Never?
No, Billy Clark has never been a public defender.
So that means that social media is feeding us bullshit then. That means that either he had an attorney before these two, or the Anthony family never hired a public defender.
I never heard anybody say he had a public defender.
Jimmy Dory just said it. Yeah, he said they hired a public defender and they bought a house in Escalade, went to Disney World with the money. Unless I was tripping.
His complete professional legal background since transitioning from the military consists strictly of private practice, mediation, a few temporary internships during law school. Operated exclusively as a private owner and lead counsel of Clark Law Firm PLLC since October 2018.
Yeah, before we was reading the comments, he said that. Remember?
Yeah. What was his other? Kim T. Cole. She ain't never been a public defender either.
Yeah, so what is he talking about?
Wow. Why they get rid of these motherfuckers, huh?
Well, they could have had a difference of opinion. You know, maybe those motherfuckers actually thought he was guilty.
They might have been trying to get him to plea on some shit.
Right. He probably didn't want to plea, and they probably was like, well, we don't want to represent nobody that's guilty.
In the fantasy world, Cat probably came on like, we're gonna get you off of this, buddy.
Well, you know, the pink Ashkenazi will tell him anything and take the bread. Right. But all it takes is a difference of opinion or anything else, and you ditch him. But you never know. That dude might have targeted them and said, yeah, those guys are low budget. They're going to railroad you. Pay me a little more and I can get you a good deal. I might even get you off. He looked like a snake.
Yeah, he do. I want to know what they look like. What Kim look like?
It's a sister.
I know. I still want to see what she look like.
That's her right there.
Why is she in the picture side by side with him?
Good question. It's from Facebook though, so.
Mm-hmm. This shit's strange. Boy, oh boy. What you doing, Copper Goddess? Telling you what you running off in the bushes? You sinking off in the bushes like Homer Simpson?
Where Copper Goddess at?
Let's see in the chat.
What? I can't see Copper Goddess.
Oh, she on Rumble.
Oh, she on Rumble. Okay. Salute, Copper Goddess. Glad to see you. Been missing a sister.
Yeah, she been missing in action. MIA. This shit crazy. I done spent enough time on this boy in this trial today.
Yeah, I want to hear what really happened.
It's all a waiting game. It's all a waiting game on this psychological operation right now.
Yeah.
All these people could be chilling somewhere, not giving a damn, living their everyday life, and all this shit is a movie scene on TV and social media.
If I was a gambling man, I'd say by the time the credits roll, Carmelo gonna be on that raft, hands tied behind his back, going up the river. I think he toast. No matter what the defense says, I think he toast. All white jury, he toast.
Have you seen? They don't show the jury, do they?
No. I wish they would.
Maybe after the case.
Only if they want to be revealed.
Right. Damn, no black jurors selected for Carmelo Anthony's trial. Yikes.
And why is that?
I don't know, but this on YouTube.
What, no black jurors?
Yeah. Uploaded 5 days ago from Fox 4, Dallas Fort Worth.
Yeah, they trying to say that no black jurors was willing to step up and be on the jury. I don't buy that.
So this jury was selected 5 days ago.
Yeah, they said they were skipping the black ones because the black ones was, saying that they had a biased opinion. They was gonna have a hard time convicting a young black male and all of that. They said the black jurors were showing bias.
So you select the jury 5 days ago, and you already the rest of the case.
It's crazy as hell.
This is a short ass. Hey, this is short.
Was it this speedy because he posted bond or what?
I don't know.
That year went by fast.
Yeah, because the attorneys sit down and choose their jurors. You know what I'm saying? So like the defense and the prosecutor both get to pick their jurors and shit, right? They get to vet the jurors and pick which ones they want. So the defense attorney said he didn't want no niggas on the motherfucking jury.
Yeah, I don't believe they said that. I think it just.
You didn't tell me the defense attorney was like, yeah, I don't want any niggas either. Come on, dog.
No, I think they were just.
No sense.
They said they were showing bias, so they just didn't select them, and they ended up with an all-white jury. But I don't know how they do that. Like, why they just didn't find some more? You talk about like an entire county, you couldn't find no black people to put on the jury.
Getting judged by a jury of my peers.
That's supposed to be a constitutional right, ain't it?
It should be by my peers. It should be a whole nigga jury,
right? And they should be near his age.
If I get tried by a jury of my peers, that motherfuckers better be all niggas.
I bet you the panel is probably mostly white men. Well, pink, since they prefer that.
Yes, by Bolson. He said, or beige. Oh, God. Oh, shit.
Mother of pearl. I don't think the sound is on that video.
Oh, I ain't even playing it. It wasn't playing? Hold on.
When you started to play it, we couldn't hear it. Nope, can't hear it.
Still can't hear it. Huh?
Nope.
StreamYard be on that bullshit. Copper got it. Said, "Damn, I didn't know you had a theme song for the bush meat."
You do?
Yeah, I made a theme song for bush meat.
Bush meat got theme music.
He do. If I get it to play without it skipping.
Bush meat Bentley.
Look at you trying to front like that. I seen that look, you don't want facts. Run the pass on slow for that. You talk big game, then you fall when it's that. Same old green, same old cap, same old lies in a fresh new hat. I came too clean, you came too cheap. I don't chase noise, I chase my keep. Pocket full, mind on a mission. You outside talking, I'm in position. Wrist stay calm, but the pressure don't. You want that throne, man, but you really won't. Look at you, look at you. Running past, running past. Look at you, look at you. You ain't built for that. Look at you, running past, running past. Say my name, then freeze up. When I step like that. Now you mad cause the room got quiet. All that bark, but your heart won't bite. I move low with a cold intent. You make excuses, I make some in. Big talk, but your steps too weak. One wrong move and the whole thing leaks. I don't need no crowd, I don't need no push. I bring my own heat when I hit that hook. You been lost in the borrowed shine. I've been sharp since the first red line. Try me once, get a hard reset. You keep chasing likes, I keep collecting. Look at you, look at you. Running past, running past. Look at you, look at you. You ain't built for that. Look at you, look at you. Running past, running past. Say my name, then freeze up. When I step like that, I don't flinch when the room get tense. You performing pain, not make no sense. Hands too clean, but the work is done. You want my spot, better learn that run. Every line hit like a hardened steel. Every night real when the numbers deal. You was loud till the pressure came. Now it's real dark when I say that name. I've been patient, I've been locked in. You been hoping that the luck come in. Not my fault that the weak get shown. I just walk through and take what's known. Look at you, look at you. Running past, running past. Look at you, look at you. You ain't built for that. Look at you, look at you. Running past, running past. Say my name, then freeze up. When I step like that. Running past alive with your back check. Look at you.
That's dope. Bush meat.
Look at you running past alive with your this ass. I should have made it more dirty.
Banana snatching ass.
Kept a little friendlier, man. Me and one of my teammates put together some shit, boy. That shit is funny as hell. We got tore up the game before last, boy. We made a joke about that shit. That shit was funny. That shit is hella funny, man. This shit is crazy.
Mine was different, it said this. To the musical players ball. The perfectos came from near and far. Some chasing baseball, some chasing the snack bar. We showed up ready. Gloves, bats, and pride. Then got beat 22-3, but who's counting besides? The scoreboard looked more like a football game. By the fifth inning, nobody could remember their name. The pitcher wanted a reliever. The reliever wanted a ride. And the outfielders were getting their cardio in stride. We were down, but the bitch got loud. One more swing and we shook that crowd. Tony wasn't ready to call it a day. He was out there racking up hits anyway. Tony wasn't ready. Tony wasn't ready. Put me in. He said it's steady. Tony wasn't ready to call it a day. He made the whole dugout yell okay. Almost hit for the cycle, had the dugout alive. Then crushed one to the fence and stretched it into a triple drive. For 1 second we thought that ball was gone. We were halfway through our home run song. Instead Tony was standing on third with a grin, like I know we're down 19, but put me in. And don't forget Mike quietly doing this thing. 2 hits on the day while the rest of us were chasing swings. Some nights you would've lost like a joke. Some nights one hot streak turned the whole place woke. We came for the score, stayed for the shine. One hard swing at us. Tony wasn't ready to call it a day. He was out there racking up hits anyway. Tony wasn't ready. Tony wasn't ready. Put me in. He said it's steady. Tony wasn't ready to call it a day. He made the whole dugout yell okay.
Hey yo, put me in. Cause I know we down 19, but put me in. Put me in the game, boy. I think about 16 runs was unearned. Good grief,
damn. Did y'all
win? Man, hell,
I was about to say, goddamn.
You ain't winning. You ain't winning no game. You giving up 16 unearned runs.
You just wasn't ready to let it go, huh?
I had myself a day, 3 for 4 at the plate. You know what I'm saying? Defense was shitting on themselves. They did a little Donald Trump. A little Donald Dump. I can't believe this man shitted on himself. He cut that interview short. He's like, I gotta get out of here. Fuck, it's too late.
I think that man got the best diapers on the planet.
They don't match the sound and the smell.
They don't. But falling down his pants leg, I don't know. I didn't see it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't. I ain't really.
I saw the circle. I just didn't. I didn't see the. I didn't see the turds.
I just heard the noise.
Yeah, I heard the noise too.
That could have been. It could have been manufactured. That could have been AI content.
Yeah.
Video editing, audio editing.
You know what they see.
Funny ass joke.
Believe none of what you hear and less of what you see. But it was funny as hell, though.
Oh yeah, it was funny as a motherfucker. Oh shit! What else going on in these YouTube streets? I'm finna run my ass to this liquor store. That's what I'm about.
That sounds like a ticket. It's bottling day for me tomorrow.
You got something brewing?
Yes, sir.
Some more of that peach pear stuff?
Nope. I took a left turn.
Are you talking about some product?
Huh?
You talking about some products?
Yeah, it's a product, all right. I just didn't do peach or pear this time.
Oh, peach and pear.
Yeah, I didn't do peach or pear. I'm doing root beer and cola.
That ain't the probiotic stuff, though.
Yes, sir.
Oh, it is?
Probiotic and, of course, high alcohol content.
Get you right and knock your socks off.
Yep. And get rid of inflammation at the same time. It's amazing.
Yeah, I might need some of that.
I'm trying to work out a way to ship it to you. I think like in the I think what I gotta do is like send it to you like on a 2-day thing. As soon as I bottle it, I probably gotta take it straight to the post office. And we just gotta count.
It's considered it's gotta be considered a perishable item.
No.
I don't think so.
No, it's not perishable, and it's not a. It is perishable, but it's bottled, so that ain't really none of their business. Long as you get it there on time, motherfuckers, you ain't got to worry about none of that shit. Yeah, if I send it like a 2-day express, that should be sufficient to get it there. And when you get it, you just sit it on your table for about 2 days. And you'll be right. You just
I don't know if I want to keep this thing running while I run to the liquor store or turn this shit off. I've been on this motherfucker for what? Then let me
You've
see.
been running about what? 10 hours? 8 hours?
8, almost 9.
Shoot, I conducted business, big time business on this street. I was working.
Oh, there it is. San Antonio about to get swept.
Oh, that's right. The game is on.
It's game 3. It's game 3 tonight.
I know.
And they winning right now by 3, but they got 11 minutes left in the fourth period, so they I don't understand. Damn, Wemby, what's wrong, dog? You're supposed to be the latest, greatest thing to the NBA. You make it to the finals, you're supposed to make that happen, Captain. All you niggas gonna stop comparing y'allself to Jordan, man. Y'all got to leave that alone.
4 points.
It's 94. It's 93-point lead. It's 94-91, I think.
Yep, it is. Turning it on right now.
95-91.
They just scored another point.
96-91. Yeah.
Oh, they shoot free throws.
Yeah.
There we go.
Snatched him.
So you can't even pop that up on the little box in the corner of there. They'll strike your stream on that.
Hell no. Hell yeah, they got me for the Super Bowl that day because I ain't even have it on the screen. I think it was behind my seat on the camera.
Wow. They just saw the TV and was like, yep, strike.
Yeah, they saw the feed coming through the camera of the Super Bowl. It was like snatch. I say, hey man, what the fuck?
Well, that's like the the most viewed sporting event on the planet.
Yeah.
But this one, yeah, I think it's probably close. We're talking about playoffs, championship series.
Oh yeah, it's a finals champion. I ain't even fucking around.
Right.
I think they got my ass for 7 days last time. Or was that longer? It might have been 7-day ban. Well, some shit I didn't even intentionally do that.
Intend to do it. And they probably didn't even let you dispute it either. Like, nope, that was Super Bowl. Fuck that.
Right. Man, this dude he is hella
Is
tall.
he like
dog.
9 feet tall or something?
7'4", 7'5" or something. Be hella big. If he bulk up, put some serious muscle on, he gonna be a problem.
He young too.
Yep. If he ever reached that point, like when the Pistons was beating on Jordan and the nigga went to the gym and bulked up on their ass.
Yeah, he don't even look like a real player out there.
I know, this shit look fake as hell, don't it? Like this nigga come out of a test tube or something.
Coming out now. You on that Reese's commercial. 7'5".
Like you that big, but you ain't got no strength, man.
He look like
AI. You can't back a nigga. You can't back a nigga down in the paint. You too big to not be able to post up on a motherfucker.
Shit, that better be glad Muggsy ain't out there. Muggsy will just run straight through his legs.
Right.
I mean, like for real. That's how tall that dude is.
Yeah, yeah. That's real thin for a 7'6" motherfucker.
That's all that's win.
7'4".
That's all that's win beyond. You ain't see no fucking beyond. That's all that's win beyond. That's all this Wimby on the team. That's all Wimby on the San Antonio Spurs. He's 7'4" and he weighs.
Nigga, get ready for the rebound. What the fuck you doing? 7'4" what?
7'4". 235 pounds. You can see the complete here in the black right here. Right there. You can say 235.
Yeah.
235.
Yeah, he's 7'4", 235. He hella
Man, he opened a sale, he'll take off.
He need to get about 280.
These 260.
No, I think it needs to be about 280 muscle. It's gonna be a problem. He'll be shacking motherfuckers. He ain't really. I mean, he coordinated still a little bit. I mean, the biggest coordinated nigga I seen on the court was Shaq. to be that thick and heavy and that tall. That's crazy.
That was just a free throw for him. But yeah, that hit fell a long way, pimp.
Right.
Open wide ass three.
I better take care of the ball. Oh, what is you doing?
Oh, that nigga shoot threes. That nigga jam some threes. She just got fouled too. I don't know how he got fouled. That's crazy.
If you had some more meat on your bones, nigga, you wouldn't be hurting like that.
He feels his plays.
Light as he is, though, he should be getting more elevation than that. He needs some muscle. Look like he only went up about 12 inches.
What you falling for, nigga?
He's standing there. 7'4", yeah, he's standing there, though.
Yeah, he ain't got to jump, but dunk. He can just stand there and dunk that motherfucker. Really?
No.
He can dunk on his tippy toes.
He can change street lights in his part time.
I noticed the street light was out. Yeah, and they got shouted out with a BB gun.
The ball go on the top of the rim and slid. It's stuck. He don't need nothing. He just go up there.
Don't worry about it. I got it.
Right, I got it. I got it.
Motherfuckers have a problem believing in Giants. You know what I'm saying?
Right, while you looking at him.
Right.
Make that make sense.
Oh, I guess a 9-10 foot motherfucker that's coordinated is out of your mind state. You can't even fathom that, huh?
Right, but they calling
8'2",
8'6" a giant, but you looking at somebody 9 foot. He's just an extra tall human. Okay.
What was the Tuscaloosa? They were saying he was what, like 8-9 feet?
Yep.
That nigga step up, stand tall enough to his feet touch the ground on a horse.
Yeah, he was breaking regular horses.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, he needed Clydesdale or something.
Yeah, you're right.
Clydesdale probably struggle still.
Yeah, for real.
That's off my back.
Hold up, nigga.
Right. You might just I can hear my uncle in the cut, man. Keep your monkey ass off my horse. What you think that's behind them putting out this Steven Spielberg putting out this movie called Disclosure? Why they talking about all this declassifying the alien files and shit? And they got Steven Spielberg putting out a movie called Disclosure about aliens.
I think you said it all. That's exactly what I think.
How the fuck you feel lit? Movies in the 70s. He was old then. Like, damn, bro.
He bumped his forehead on his elbow. You see that shit?
Yeah. What's the nigga they call Cat? What's his name? Carl Anthony Towns. That fool's zesty as hell, man. I swear that dude fruit parade, man.
He's sweet. I think he's gonna say that. He's gonna say he's sweet. It's so wrong with
that boy is sweet. I done seen video clips of the nigga talking, then he had to catch himself deep in his voice and shit, like he forget he on camera. Oh yeah, nigga, down, you sweet nigga.
Brittany Griner ass nigga.
Right. Nigga Makalani messaged me.
Oh, for real?
Yep.
Hello? What up with?
What's food? Let me find something to play while I run to the store. I ain't stopping this shit yet.
I turn up the speakers and head to the kitchen.
Yeah. Yeah. I read about it. Yeah.
I can't go to that website no more because that's shut down. I can find some Mike Adams in this motherfucker. I know I can play his shit uninterrupted and no strikes. I'm surprised they be letting me play that Alex Jones shit.
Alex Jones probably love for you to share his shit.
I'm surprised YouTube gonna be like, nope. Damn, who is that? She fine as a motherfucker. Sheesh. Brighteon Video News, Monday, June 1st, 2026. That's so low. Monday, June 8, 2026. AI cognition crushing human brains. What? Let's pull up the Newski. That's if the volume fucking work. Hold on. Let me get this shit together.
I can't wait for the AI bubble to crash, even though I'm a strong advocate of AI technology and I use it for a pro-human purpose, as you well know. So welcome to the podcast. I'm Mike Adams here. And sorry about the background noise. I am in my truck and I'm actually transporting some solar equipment right now, some very heavy solar equipment, because I'm going to do some demonstrations in the studio about some solar vehicles, solar charging, got a big inverter. Anyway, that's coming up in a future episode. Let's talk about AI. So it's very clear now to almost everyone paying attention that...
All right, sound working. I'll be back in a little bit.
The AI companies like OpenAI are going to crash. I mean, it's not even public yet. They're probably going to go public, and maybe at first there'll be a boost, but it's going to crash before long. Why? Because they have no revenue model. Think about it. Even Anthropic really doesn't have a good long-term revenue model for a number of reasons we could talk about, but including competition from China and the open source models coming out of China that are almost as good, in many ways better, such as DeepSeek, just has better architecture, better mathematics, better engineers, etc. This is the year that China is surpassing the United States in AI technology, by the way, for a number of reasons. I'll have to cover that separately. But the US AI tech companies, I can't wait for them to crash, frankly. You know, Sam Altman in particular is so arrogant, and he thinks he's a god or something, and he thinks that his technology is going to rule the world, and he's completely wrong about that, actually. And the markets are about to tell him so. But the other big thing in all of this that, it's funny, brings a little smile to my face when I realize that even though all these corporations across Western countries, even though they have the exact same AI models that I have, or that I have access to, they still haven't figured out how to use them. It's wild. It's wild because, you know, myself and other people that I talk to in this space, you know, I interview Aaron Day and I interview Zach Voorhees. Those two in particular, both of those guys know very well how to use AI, and they are experts at using AI, as I am. And we and those people like us who are more independent minded, we're the whistleblowers, we're the indie media researchers and journalists, we have mastered AI at levels far beyond what typical corporate people have been able to figure out. And it turns out that, you know, corporate people, most of them, not all of them, but most conventional Fortune 500 corporate people, talking about like the middle managers and so on, they're just morons. I'm not sure they do anything. Just answering emails and, you know, making up presentations and giving speeches that sound good or whatever to their board. I don't know that they actually innovate anything, that they do anything, that they add any value to those companies at all. And they certainly don't understand AI. So when it comes to AI, these kind of corporate middle managers, they don't understand its limitations or its possibilities, and they just want to plug it in to take over some existing human process. This is like, oh, let's just fire everybody in customer service and just have AI be all the customer service people. Well, the reason that's a horrible idea is because even though AI can handle, let's say, 80, even 90% of the routine customer service emails that are just asking the same questions over and over again, you know, how many calories are in a six-pack of whatever? There's always 10, 15%, something like that, where you have to have a human being involved who can think, who can reason through a solution, and who can also have compassion with the customer and who understands where the customer is coming from. And this is why even in our own company, healthrangerstore.com, even though we will automate in parallel an optional customer service system where you can choose to talk to a, let's say, an AI customer service chatbot if you want to, we're not taking away the human side, because the human side is critical. So those companies that have fired all the humans and thought they could just replace everybody with AI, it's because their corporate middle manager spent 10 minutes on ChatGPT and was blown away, was so impressed that he could write coherent sentences that it mistook that for high-level reasoning. Even though AI models can do reasoning, it's not in the same way. So that middle manager said, oh, let's just replace everybody with this. We're good. They didn't even know what they were doing. And that's why a lot of those companies are now figuring out that they need to bring people back. And so they're ditching AI, which I see actually as a good thing. Because, again, I want to reach a human being at these companies, whether it's a bank or an e-commerce provider or whatever the case may be. I want to reach a human to be able to explain the nature of my complex problem. Like being able to say, hey, there's a problem with this shipment. I never got tracking numbers. I don't even know what carrier you shipped it on. You know, can you find out the answer to this? And I don't think that this is something that can be automated, by the way. So sometimes you need to reach a human. And that's really important. Now, the other factor is that AI is currently in the hype stage. where businesses, especially public companies, have been financially rewarded for firing people and claiming they were replaced by AI. And so this was perceived by investors as a money-saving measure. And last year, when a lot of companies did that, then their stock prices actually went up. Well, those companies then thought, oh, wow, we can just raise our stock price by just firing people, replacing them with AI, or saying that we're doing that, and we'll be financially rewarded with our own insider stock options. So that's what they did. They just started laying off entire departments and saying, oh, we replace them all with AI. And then they started building these internal leaderboards to see how many tokens, which is the unit of output from AI, how many output tokens their engineers could generate or use up in a month, or even their middle managers, etc. And so some of these companies, I believe Amazon was said to have done this, Uber, Microsoft, a bunch of them, they had some kind of incentive internally to just burn tokens. So of course, clever engineers would just write some Python scripts that would just burn tokens 24/7, and they would move to the top of the leaderboard, and then they would win reputation in the company. Oh, you must be the AI expert. Wow, you're using so many AI tokens. So the metric became the goal without the AI doing anything meaningful. And there's a problem for you, obviously. That's a big problem. You don't want the metric to become the goal. That's a huge mistake. So that's why some of these companies burned all kinds of dollars on AI, and they never had any results to show for it. That's exactly why. And again, I look at that and I just laugh, because you see, those of us who are more independent media, we're in the private sector, we have to pay our own AI bills, obviously. It would be retarded to write a script for the purpose of burning tokens. That would be stupid, but that's what corporate America does. And then as a result, they found out that their AI spending didn't match AI productivity. Well, gosh, I wonder why. I wonder why. I mean, all you're doing is burning tokens. So now they're starting to cut back, and now the AI companies like OpenAI and Anthropic are realizing that, hey, wait a second, we're not going to have as many customers as we once had, or at least paying customers, because they're not able to justify these numbers anymore. So the customers are cutting back in a huge way. And that means then that the revenue projections of OpenAI, which thought it was going to take over the world, those revenue projections are now collapsing. And when these companies attempt to go public, those IPOs, I believe, are going to collapse in short order. They won't last long. Now, as far as I'm concerned, the sooner these Fortune 500 companies crash out and stop using AI because they're too stupid, the better it's going to be for the rest of us who actually were more independent and we know how to use AI. Because then we'll be able to buy GPUs and high bandwidth memory. There won't be all this insane demand and price hikes on all the hardware that we need to be able to do things effectively. And thus, we, outside the corporate culture of America, which is retarded, we are going to be able to surpass them in terms of innovation. And of course, I've already shown that with numerous examples, like the book engine that I built, brightlearn.ai, which even Amazon couldn't build that. Even Google couldn't build that. Nobody could build that. And yet, with your help, we have, over 12,000 authors and over 60,000 free books that you can download now. And actually, it's like 65,000, I think, with hundreds more each day and hundreds of new audiobooks each day, all free, all essentially open source. I mean, Creative Commons attribution. We built that not for $1 billion, didn't even cost $100 million. The whole system I've spent a little over $2 million. Maybe by now it's 2.5 million, or maybe it's 3 million, but whatever. It's not even $5 million, which, that's like breakfast at OpenAI. They would blow through $5 million. So we know how to use AI much more cost effectively, much more efficiently, much more intelligently than the big corporations and the public companies. And frankly, that shouldn't be a surprise because those corporations are pretty stupid in the way that they do things. And a lot of the people that run those corporations are themselves quite stupid. And they really don't know what they're doing. So it's going to be good news for the rest of us. So here's my advice. Now, don't take this as financial advice because I'm not your financial advisor, but get completely out of the stock market if you are smart. It may even be too late for some hedge funds. They've already restricted withdrawals. Get out of the semiconductors, get out of big tech. I mean, I've been out for years. I don't own any stocks at all. I've talked about it publicly. Get out of everything because you're going to get wrecked if you keep assets in this stock market. It's a giant Ponzi scheme. It's completely rigged, totally fraudulent, massive levels of fraud, you name it. You would be wise to get out of that market. Second thing that you should do is learn to use open source AI models because that's where you're going to get traction. They're free to download. All the Qwen models, for example, that come out of China. They're made by Alibaba. There's numerous Qwen models that you can get completely free of charge. Qwen 3.6, 9 billion, 27 billion is my current favorite model from Qwen. Even DeepSeek may eventually release a light version that runs on more consumer-grade hardware. But you should be running these models locally. And that way you're not dependent on APIs or cloud-based computing, and you're not getting spied on by these tech giants, etc. So, in my opinion, it's very smart to learn how to use local AI effectively. And when you do that, then you're going to be free from the constraints of all those AI tech giants anyway, some of which are going to collapse. If your entire workflow is dependent on ChatGPT, you're screwed, probably, in the long run, because they'll just shut off services like they did with one of their video models. They just turned it off one day, and everybody's like, what happened? It's just gone. And that's going to happen with the text models and the coding models too. So learn how to use open AI and get your assets out of the market. That's my opinion. And then lastly, just understand AI works. AI it's a revolutionary invention. It's just that most humans are too stupid to know how to use it. Seriously. And a lot of those humans work in corporate America. Seriously, that's my point. They're too stupid to know how to use AI, so they will tell you it doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't work when you have their brains. Of course it doesn't. If you're smart, then you know how to use it, or you can learn how to use it. You can teach yourself how to use it. So that's the pathway to mastering AI. All right, thanks for listening. Mike Adams here. You can follow me at brightvideos.com and naturalnews.com, and you can use my AI engines at brightanswers.ai or brightvideos.com or brightlearn.ai. So check them all out, and thank you for listening. Take care. You may have seen the science paper that's been circulating widely, where the scientists in the paper argue that it is their moral responsibility to weaponize the ticks to cause so-called alpha-gal syndrome, which makes people allergic to red meat when they eat it. So, and the way these scientists argue for this should be very alarming to anyone paying attention. They say that the scientific community has a moral obligation to do this in order to, of course, protect humanity from climate change. Thus, they believe that they can decide to infect humanity with engineered bioweapons to alter their food choice behavior in order to, appease their own internal drives about a total hoax, because climate change is a hoax. Carbon dioxide is not a damaging molecule in the atmosphere. It is the food for plants. It is the miracle molecule for life on Earth. In fact, because of rising CO2 levels over the last, 80 years or whatever, the Earth is greening. We are seeing more green areas. The forests are expanding. Grasslands are expanding. Semi-arid regions are becoming more green. This is proven by NASA satellite imagery. And that's because rising CO2 grows more plants, more green, more crops, more food yields from those crops. The farming works better. This is because of rising CO2. It's good for the planet. So first of all, we have to unpack the multiple layers of science stupidity in the scientific community, or scientism, which is their religion. But number one, they're completely ignorant about photosynthesis, I guess. They don't understand that carbon dioxide is good for the planet because they've been brainwashed into some kind of weird climate cult that's completely irrational and just frankly stupid. The great stupening, as I call it, which is the quickening of stupidity. I call it the stupening. And boy, the scientists fell for the stupening very quickly. They were the first to get stupid. And so, yeah, they're totally wrong about climate change. And then they say, because of climate change, we want to build bioweapons and infect everybody with a food allergy? Yeah, that's the way they think. That's how evil they are. Now, you realize, I'm sure, these are the same kind of people who previously argued for putting infertility chemicals into the food supply to reduce human populations, because they think humanity is bad. They do. That's part of their philosophy, that in their minds, humanity is bad. And so, you see, they are just one more step away from just putting death chemicals into the food supply. Oh, wait, they've already done that. Pesticides, herbicides, hormone disruptors, you name it. So have no illusions, folks. Have no illusions. When I say that mainstream science is actively trying to exterminate humanity, that is not hyperbole, it's not an exaggeration, and it's not an opinion. It is a statement of fact, and they admit it. They admit it openly, because when they want to shut down the world energy infrastructure, which is what they called for during climate change, that would lead to mass famine and starvation and depopulation. When they want to inject everybody with toxic death jabs, which are, of course, bioweapons, that is designed to kill people. When they want to make you allergic to nutrition, which would be, alpha-gal syndrome and the bioweaponized ticks, they are admitting that they will use bioweapons against human populations in order to leave you malnourished, to leave you iron deficient, which, especially in women, causes all sorts of horrible problems if you're trying to have children. Think about it. So these scientists are anti-human. These scientists are evil. They are Satanists. They should consider themselves to be members of the Church of Satanism, not scientism. And they want you to die. This is why they had to insist that everybody get jabbed, because they wanted you to die. They literally want you to die. They will say publicly, oh, we want you to be protected against vaccine. No. They don't want you to be protected. If they wanted protection, and if they thought their vaccines worked, they would be fine to just vaccinate themselves and they would feel protected against everybody else who wasn't vaccinated. But that's not what they say, is it? In fact, Neil deGrasse Tyson recently is out there screaming about how we're going to have another pandemic because there's so many anti-vaccine people. Well, Neil, if the vaccines work as you claim, what are you afraid of? Take your jabs and go home. Take double jabs, take triple jabs. We'll wait while you quadruple down on your jabs. What do you have to fear if your jabs work? But no, people like him want everybody else to take the jabs. Why? Well, because, and I'm not attributing this to Tyson himself, but I'm saying in a broader overall view of what scientism has become, that the realm of scientism wants reduced human population. That is, they want you to die. And they're just coming up with different ways to kill you through the food supply, through fake pandemics, through climate change hoaxes, cutting off energy, through GMOs that cause ultimately crop failures, by the way, not improve yields in the long run. They may improve yields in the short run in certain circumstances, but in the long run, the lack of genetic diversity will lead to crop failures and famine. Lack of genetic diversity that's a death sentence for any living system. And hey, the geneticists should know that, but they won't tell you that, you see, because they're always deceiving you. So think about these things, folks. The so-called science community, has nothing to do with science. They don't believe in evidence or rationality or even cause and effect. They will tell you crazy, insane, magical things like cancer happens spontaneously without cause. Just out of the blue, shazam, there's cancer. That's magical thinking, which is something they mock, but then they invoke it themselves. Or they'll tell you that carbon dioxide is bad for trees, which is just the dumbest thing. It's like saying, water is bad for cats, or, it's the dumbest thing imaginable. But in the realm of scientism, they will embrace and say the dumbest things that you could possibly imagine. And they will insist that they alone have the monopoly on truth, and that all their drugs are safe and effective, and all their jabs are safe and effective, even though when they're studied, the actual evidence shows they kill people. They kill people. They increase risk of early fatalities from all causes, by the way. I mean, it's statistically borne out in multiple peer-reviewed published studies. But the scientism cultists don't want you to know about any of that. So anyway, they just want you to get bitten by ticks, stop eating meat, stop using energy, starve to death. Oh, stop having children too. And they want you to just starve to death and give them, the scientists, all the power over your life so that they are the high priests of control, social control. They alone get to determine what you're allowed to do, how far you're allowed to travel. Really, they want you to live in 15-minute cities, eating Soylent Green, which is just a form of modern cannibalism. They would be fine with that, and they would tell you that, hey, human meat is perfectly clean. That's what they would say. It's like the filthiest thing you could possibly eat on this planet is human meat. Why? Because most humans are full of spike protein. It's like, hey, how would you like a spike protein steak? What? No, thank you. I'll freaking eat crickets and grasshoppers before I touch that stuff. Anyway, don't trust the scientism cultists. They are insane, and they are evil, and they are serpents of deception. They lie to you all the time. You want to get the truth about how to be healthy, how to be real, how to prevent disease, how to enhance your health. Follow me. Obviously, I've been teaching this for 25 years. Naturalnews.com is where you get my articles. Brightvideos.com is where you can catch my videos. And you can also use my AI engine at brightanswers.ai, which gives you all the answers about all of this. You can ask any question you want. You're going to get good answers. So check out those websites. Thank you for listening. I'm Mike Adams, the Health Ranger. Take care.
Are we about to face the largest crash in history? Will the AI bubble be far greater than what we saw during the fake COVID pandemic? What about the .com bubble that crashed 26 years ago? I remember it well. Everyone was buying, pet.com stocks. Oh my gosh. Michael Burry, the guy who predicted the 2008 crash, featured, of course, in the movie The Big Short. You might call him a perma-bear. He's permanently predicting that things are going to go bad, but is he onto something here with what's about to happen? He just said this: the AI bubble looks more awful than the .com bubble in 1999. And he also holds a $1 billion short across Palantir, across NVIDIA, in the AI sector. So what is actually happening here? Our next guest just published a 1-hour report on this coming AI bubble crash. Mike Adams joins us now. He's the founder of the Brighteon platform's #1 best-selling author of Food Forensics. He's an AI developer. And of course, also, you can check him out at brightvideos.com. Mike, great to have you back on the show, my friend.
Thank you, Clayton. It's always good to join you. Happy to be here.
Man, you are so busy lately with everything that's sort of collapsing around us and watching it very closely. So I wanted to have you on because of obviously you're knee deep in AI, and you're not one of these people that dislikes AI. We should be very clear. You're not like a Luddite out there. You come from the world of programming and you build AI platforms. So you're deeply invested in it, but what you're seeing is very troubling. Do you think that a lot of Americans right now, a lot of people around the world have their head in the sand about what's about to come?
Absolutely. In so many ways. I mean, it's almost where do you want to go with this? But I think there's clearly an overinvestment in the infrastructure build out of data centers and AI capacity. But there's also See, there's a backlash against AI rolling out inside corporations, where a lot of companies are using AI tools the wrong way, and they're not getting the results that they expected. And part of that is because they don't know how to use them appropriately. I mean, we can brainstorm some of that, but there's a lot of retreating from AI rollouts. And some companies, I think even Amazon and Meta and Microsoft, were doing weird things internally where they had AI token use leaderboards. And then that gave rise to something called token maxing, which is where the employees figured that they could rise to the top of the leaderboard by just writing scripts that would burn tokens, which is output, AI output. It's in tokens. Just burn tokens all day long without getting any work done. So that's clearly that's not of economic value to our system. There needs to be a smarter way to use AI. But that's some of what's going on right now. There's not a lot of really high-level expert use of AI in the corporate world yet, but that may be coming.
You know, I had a discussion recently with an expert on data centers, and we were talking about China. And maybe as a comparison place to kind of start here is have a discussion, but there's a lot of empty or non-usable data centers. They're just sort of sitting there not producing anything right now in China. And yet, as he was explaining to me, China uses AI far more than we do. So in many ways, far more efficiently, it seems. So they built all of these like data centers that are sort of sitting there doing nothing now. And that seems to be what he was implying is happening in the United States, that we're going to be massively overbuilding data centers that we just won't be using. We just won't need. Do you see it that way?
Yes, yes. And this is very similar to the dot-com bubble, where there was a massive build out, for example, of fiber optic networks and fiber optic pipelines in the ground. And that later became known as dark fiber. And I think Google ended up buying that for pennies on the dollar compared to the original investment cost. But, and I'm really glad you mentioned the dot-com crash in your intro, because I remember that vividly as well. In 1998 and 1999, I started warning people about the dot-com crash, saying that the numbers didn't add up. You know, it just didn't make sense. The valuations that people were buying, that people were paying to buy the stocks of, you know, drcoop.com or pets.com or what have you. And I remember being told, and maybe you remember this too, people said at that time, this time is different, which is what you hear every time there's about to be a crash. I mean, they said that during the railroad boom, you know, in the 1800s. This time is different. And it turns out that this time wasn't different, and that the valuations were way too high. And I remember also being told that no one would have to work because everybody could get rich by simply trading dot-com stocks with each other, trading them at higher and higher valuations. So the end of work. Remember that?
Yeah, we're repeating that same cycle. Now it's the end of work because of AI.
Exactly. Same story, new generation. In fact, think it's pretty much, you know, it's 26 years or so. It's just a new generation that's getting suckered into the same scam that we already saw and lived through. It's just got a new layer to it called AI.
Can you talk about some of the mechanics here? So when you post a tweet or when you're sharing a chart, let's just take a look at just for example. I want to go through really some of the mechanics here so we're not being hyperbolic with people and people can really share this with loved ones and say, hey, I saw Mike and Clayton talking about this and here were the specifics and why this is going to, why this bubble is inevitable here. But just as an example, you posted this or shared this chart, retweeted this chart, this semiconductor chart, and it's pretty remarkable. And arguably, as some are calling it this, the most dangerous chart of 2026 about the semiconductor index here. So what do you see happening maybe mechanically with semiconductors and all of the chip shortages and everything else that we've been talking about over the past few months?
So the semiconductor index, which is a composite of the top semiconductor manufacturers led by NVIDIA, but a lot of other companies in there as well. You could go right down the list and talk about why most of them, not all of them, but most of them appear to be overvalued. Now, let me be clear. I'm an NVIDIA customer, okay? My company spends hundreds of thousands of dollars a year or has spent that on NVIDIA. I'm looking for alternatives. I would prefer to buy from AMD or Intel, but they're also in the index. But also China. China is innovating in this space in many ways that will compete with NVIDIA. And specifically, Huawei has rolled out some shocking new innovations in microchip design using what they call tau scaling, which some people say makes Moore's law obsolete. That's the law that describes the number of transistors that you can pack into a given space on a microchip design. But Moore's law is running into the limits of physics. And while Western companies using typically what's called ASML technology, it's advanced UV lithography equipment, they're running up against the laws of physics, quantum tunneling limitations and so on because of the smaller size of transistors. What Huawei has been able to do is to focus on the speed of communication between the layers of transistors. So they're able to generate microchips that are effectively functioning as if they were achieving something like a 1.3 nanometer scale packing of transistors into a microchip. Now, I'm not trying to make this nerdy, so I apologize for all that. What it means is that the West tried to ban China from being able to acquire ASML technology, UV lithography. China said, we don't care, we'll invent our own system. And that's what they did, which means that China, they have technology now that the entire semiconductor, the Western semiconductor companies do not have. And what that means is that when you're looking at NVIDIA right now and you're thinking, well, they're going to have to earn trillions of dollars in revenue over time in order to justify their stock price, what if NVIDIA technology, manufactured mostly by Taiwan Semiconductor, which is a very capable company, what if that ends up to be obsolete because of something that comes out of China, Huawei, or Russia with neural networking, or something else, Google quantum computing, that could make NVIDIA's approach, yesterday's news? Things can happen overnight like that, and that's why there's so much risk in this at the moment. I'm not saying that NVIDIA isn't a great company and that they're not profitable. They are. They're very innovative. But this is a fast-moving situation, and things can change overnight, and valuations can change overnight, and the situation is very highly leveraged, which is why I mentioned the Michael Burry chart that you also mentioned him earlier. He's done an analysis that I think is worth covering.
Yeah, so let's talk about his chart here, because this sort of made waves. It prompted you to, of course, put this hour-long special together on AI, but specifically he's talking about the retiree Apollo, NVIDIA, Bermuda, AMAPs, and the AI pipeline, and how a lot of really people who have their money in retirement accounts and so forth are now having those retirement accounts in many ways are being used in this bubble. Maybe you could walk us through why you see this as so detrimental.
Yeah, well, just going off my memory of his chart, a lot of retired people are buying annuities that are then essentially funneled through a number of different companies, and one of them at 16.6 times leverage that I think winds its way into Apollo, an Apollo investment group that then puts money into what is a kind of, I don't know what you call it, a holding company called Valor that then takes possession and ownership of the microchips sold to it by NVIDIA, while NVIDIA provides $1.9 billion in financing to Valor. And so, this continues on through the system, and then those are leased out to XAI, for example, on a long-term lease program, et cetera. The thing is, there's a lot of leverage in this system. There are a lot of assumptions in this system, and there's a lot of debt in the system. And what's missing from that chart, and I'm not saying that Michael Burry missed it, that just wasn't his focus for this chart, but something even bigger in my world is the concern over OpenAI. And the fact that OpenAI, which seemingly is preparing to go public, it's been a private firm this entire time, OpenAI is burning debt. They're burning cash like never before.
Yeah, no, this ChatGPT, I'm glad you brought that up, because this ChatGPT, this is something that I think Elon Musk has been talking about, but others have been pointing out, like, my God, OpenAI is just burning through money, and
yes,
it doesn't make sense. Like, the money really doesn't make sense.
Right, and that's when we have to bring in SoftBank. So SoftBank in March just made a $40 billion non-collateralized loan investment to OpenAI. I mean, $40 billion.
Non-collateralized.
Exactly, and in order to do that, SoftBank, which of course is a major VC firm out of Japan, who also lost something like maybe 50 or 60 billion dollars in the dot-com crash, by the way, but they've made some other very successful investments in the meantime, including in companies like Alibaba. But they went all in, and they ended up selling billions of dollars of NVIDIA stock and other stock in order to try to raise this money. And then they got loans from JP Morgan. And I think Goldman was part of that, and a bunch of Japanese banks. So you remember the subprime mortgage collapse and how many banks were exposed to the tranches of bad debt in the mortgage collapse. You know, Bank of America, Bear Stearns, Goldman, you name it, right? Well, when I look at the SoftBank tranches of loans that it has secured in the last, let's say, 6 months, a lot of them this year, SoftBank is paying 8.5% interest on the high side. 8.5%. And there was another VC firm that just took out a 9% loan. To me, those are alarm bells ringing. When the liquidity available for investing in semiconductors and AI, when the liquidity has dried up so much that VC firms are paying 7, 8, 9% interest rates, especially in Japan, where, you know, yields on bonds are extremely low, just much lower than that, then that means something's going on here where there's not the liquidity that there used to be. And you may recall, Clayton, that back in the dot-com crash, 2000 through 2001, it was rising interest rates that dried up liquidity. And when there was no more liquidity to funnel into those overpriced companies, that's when the whole thing toppled, and then it was a cascading domino effect. We seem to be setting up for possibly a similar outcome here.
I was just about to ask you, because it seems to always be this like one big catalyst, right? You had, with the housing collapse, right, you had all of these people getting ninja loans, right? No income, no job. Right. I lived in Florida at the time, and I can recall, I mean, lenders, right? It was just crazy. They were like, oh, it doesn't really matter. Like, you don't even have to have a job. Oh, you don't even have income. You can't show stated income. It was crazy. Oh, you don't have a job? That's fine. Oh, and by the way, you're not even a U.S. citizen. So you just came from Guatemala and you're here temporarily? Sure, buy a house.
Right.
And it was insanity. And so that was all fine. Like, it was working for them. These mortgage lenders, they were selling these loans back and forth. They were burying them in, you know, the derivatives, everything. Michael Burry was noticing this. He was seeing what was happening here. They were analyzing, of course. A lot of these homes are just vacant. Like, what's going on here? And then there was a catalyst, right? And there was that one moment. What was that one moment in the housing market? And, you know, do we see similarities now with liquidity? Like, what was that one catalyst? The one thing that finally was like, oh my God, it was over a weekend. It was like suddenly just the bottom fell out.
Yeah, it's the avalanche effect, you know, the avalanche, the snow buildup on the mountains reaches a point where just one more snowflake causes the avalanche, right? The thing is, you don't know when that's going to be. And in fact, if you go back to, you know, you're all familiar with the movie The Big Short, which, you know, depicted the Michael Burry's bets against the subprime mortgage system. Two things to note about that. Number one is that Michael Burry was early, and I've been early also in the past, because what happens is the irrationality of the markets can continue much longer than the liquidity of most investors. So it's always a dangerous game to say, well, I think it's going to crash tomorrow, or I think it's going to crash next month. We don't know what that final snowflake is going to be that causes the avalanche. But
we do know, well, I mean, with the housing point, we should, and you're right about that. There was not like a moment overnight, but it was like a slow sort of screeching halt, where suddenly home prices were not going up the way that they were, and a lot of these like 3-year, 5-year balloon notes were suddenly coming due, and people needed to refinance, and suddenly their mechanisms for refinancing wasn't there, and everything just default. They couldn't get new loans. The house wasn't worth what they thought it was. People just walked away from these loans, and it was just a absolute brutal collapse.
What's really interesting about that, you're absolutely correct, but we got to back up. It was the Bush administration that ordered Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac and the banks to make home loans less rigorous in order to be able to claim more home ownership. And so it was government intervention, actually, that caused the subprime mortgage collapse years later, because they wanted more Americans to own homes, whether or not those people could afford them. Now, if you think about the semiconductor bubble, as I'm calling it right now, it's the same thing. It's the Trump administration that is getting money from overseas and funneling that into Project Stargate and the construction of data centers. So there's this artificial government directive that says we have to build all these data centers regardless of what the market forces are. We have to do this, you know, typically to beat China is the narrative that you hear. And maybe there's an element of truth to that, but these aren't market forces entirely. This is government directive, then backed by these companies saying to the public, hey, we need your money, so we're gonna go public, or we're gonna issue bonds, and we're gonna borrow from the public to build out this infrastructure because Trump wants us to build it out. So one of the there are two timelines here of possible corrections of this. Number one is March of 2027, because SoftBank's $40 billion that I just mentioned, that loan to OpenAI, that's only a 12-month loan. That has to be refinanced in March of 2027, believe it or not. And the only way to refinance that is to convince the banks and the investment funds that OpenAI is still worth sky-high values, which may not be the case at all in March of 2027. The other possible timeline is what happens if Trump is defeated in the midterms, or let's say if the Democrats win in 2028, and then the marketplace sees that the Trump administration and the Republicans, which have been very much pro-AI, they're not going to be in power anymore, and they anticipate the Democrats are going to sweep in 2029 and probably have quite a big crackdown on AI in terms of censorship and age qualifications and ending all the government subsidies of data centers and so on. You can see that coming. That could crash the market if it even lasts that long. So those are just a couple of things to watch out for.
Do you see any catalysts happening before that? We're about to have these big IPOs, these initial public offerings now. Again, OpenAI, Anthropic. We're going to see SpaceX obviously thrown into the mix. So in the next few weeks, it's going to be absolutely crazy. The markets, everything is going to be crazy over the next few weeks, and I hope people are prepared for it. But there's going to be just so much money floating around, a lot of phony, fake money, and a lot of people I think are going to get burned. And that's really why I wanted to have you on, is to help people, protect people right now. What do you see happening with these IPOs and all of this fake money over the next few weeks?
Yeah, and thank you for that disclaimer. Let me just say up front, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not a financial analyst, and I'm not giving you financial advice, but I personally would not put a penny into any of these IPOs or any of these AI adjacent tech stocks at these current levels. I wouldn't. And let me explain why. Let's take Anthropic, for example. Anthropic is about to go public with a valuation that's approaching $1 trillion, which is just extraordinary. I mean, think about it. It seems insane. But the really insane thing about it is, for example, I've been an Anthropic customer for, a couple of years now, and just doing AI coding, because I'm an AI developer. I build AI powered platforms that are mostly, open source and giving free information to the public, things like that. I've used Anthropic, and some months I've paid Anthropic thousands of dollars in, token costs and so on because of all the AI coding I've done. What I have found, and what everybody else has found, is that I can replace about 98% of what Anthropic's Claude Opus would do. I can replace it with DeepSeek or Kimi K2.6 or even Quen models that are all free or nearly free. So DeepSeek, not free, but about 1/100th the cost of Anthropic. Wow. And not 100% as good, but about 98% as good. And what AI developers are doing right now that's really effective and saves a lot of money is they'll put Claude on top as the orchestrator, the manager, and then they'll have DeepSeek underneath it. DeepSeek is doing the bulk coding work, and then the Anthropic component is actually checking all the code and doing the testing. That two-layered approach will cut your cost by 90+%. So my question to Anthropic is, where's your revenue going to come from when China's got models that are a fraction of the cost?
Right. Will the government have to step in from a regulation perspective the same way they did with TikTok and just say, sorry, you can't use DeepSeek in the United States? They'll sort of set up a fence, a wall, so that Americans will be forced to pay exorbitant prices for things like Anthropic or OpenAI. I mean, wouldn't surprise me at all.
Well, but okay, you're absolutely right. But here's what's interesting about that. So there are competing forces here. So just yesterday, for example, NVIDIA announced the Windows Spark Station, which is their GB300 chip with up to 784 gigabytes of unified RAM on a Windows platform. It's not shipping yet. It'll take a while before it ships, and it'll be very expensive. It might be $100,000. But the thing is, you can run DeepSeek on that locally, and DeepSeek has already released all their open weights files. I've downloaded them, and so have millions of other people. So it's too late.
You don't need China. You don't need a server in China, is what you're saying.
Exactly. And see, NVIDIA keeps saying we're going to put more and more compute on your desktop, and they are innovating a lot of interesting things in that space with laptop chips and whatever. Although the laptop chip is not very fast, it's not great, but the Spark Station is very capable, very fast, and very expensive. But with that, then I can easily eliminate Anthropic, or I can eliminate Google Gemini, or I can eliminate Microsoft AI models, and I can, as a company, as a corporation, can I spend $100,000 or $200,000 on one kick-ass workstation that's going to replace $50,000 a month in billing? Yes, absolutely. And that's exactly what will happen. So NVIDIA is making Anthropic's revenue model obsolete.
So $1 trillion valuation. They go public in a few days, and people are going to pour so much money into this thing. A lot of people are going to get burned. And then, that's what I'm worried about. Like, what's going to happen? How do you see this? How do you see this collapse unfolding? What is it going to look like, do you think?
Well, there's two models of collapse as I see it, as possibilities. There's just the normal financial collapse, and then there's the Skynet Mad Max collapse, which we'll talk about separately, I suppose. But just the financial model collapse would simply be overinvestment in the infrastructure. The revenues don't match up, and then sooner or later, the investment firms and the lending banks like JP Morgan decide we're just not going to lend anymore for these kinds of projects. And the ratings agencies also, which have downgraded OpenAI, by the way, several times in the last year. When the ratings agencies downgrade you, something's gone horribly wrong. But when that happens, and then the money dries up, then there's going to be a reckoning. And for companies like OpenAI, as far as I can tell, unless they develop super intelligence soon, I don't see how OpenAI has any feasible revenue model in the marketplace other than just licensing its tech to governments to be used for weaponized drones and surveillance and autonomous killing systems, which I'm sure OpenAI is fine with that.
Michael Burry, again, I mentioned at the beginning, has a huge short position in Palantir, NVIDIA, but like Palantir, you see the integration across like killing systems in Ukraine, drone systems in Israel, and all of that. So why do you think that he has such a large short position in Palantir?
Well, I can't get into Michael Burry's mind, but I think that he believes Palantir is rising because of the over-enthusiastic knee-jerk reaction of people piling money into this entire sector. And understand, part of this is the devaluation of the dollar. The dollar is collapsing as a fiat currency. So there's something in investment circles called a crack-up boom, which is when the stock market starts going higher and higher because people are panicked to put dollars into something that won't lose purchasing power. Now, you and I, Clayton, we would probably say the smart play is gold and silver. Mm-hmm. But not everybody knows about that or is comfortable with that, and so their go-to place is the stock market. And right now they're chasing FOMO. They're just chasing FOMO. This looks exactly like the .com bubble in my mind, from my memory. The same kind of
people that don't normally invest are kind of like they're jumping in for the first time. Like,
yes.
I'm gonna make millions. It's gonna change my life. So I'm gonna start investing in Palantir and MU and Meta and all in AI adjacent companies and Anthropic when it goes public. I'm getting ready, honey. It's gonna make us millions. And so many people are about to be burned. It just that's why I want to sort of do this as a warning shot to people to wake up.
It's so irrational. And just I think it was yesterday or the day before that Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, he mentioned that one company called Marvel, which is a semiconductor network communications company that makes really great hardware, by the way. I use their 10 gig network switches. Marvel, he said Marvel's going to be $1 trillion company. Within one trading day, the value of Marvel shot up to insane levels just because Jensen Huang mentioned the name. Those people that were buying Marvel, they weren't looking at the books. They weren't looking at PE ratios or revenue potential or business plans. That's out the window. it's now this kind of popularity game of who's getting plugged and mentioned and hyped. And even, frankly, a lot of what Jensen Huang just announced at Computex Taipei, which is a great show, by the way, and Taiwan deserves a lot of credit for their leadership in this space. But a lot of the things that Mr. Huang announced are things that won't ship until the end of this year, if even then. Just like last year, he announced the DGX Spark hardware. It was 9 months late, and when it shipped, the ConnectX networking didn't work correctly. I know, because I spent days trying to troubleshoot it, never worked. And those boxes never fulfilled the promise. So some of what Mr. Huang is doing is just sort of like hyping the future to boost the stock price instead of talking about things that you can go out and buy tomorrow, which is the way it used to be more in this sector. So it's a lot of just future projection right now.
Yeah, and people are just ignoring fundamentals right now. And so when Trump tweets out IBM like late last year before Christmas, and suddenly people are retweeting that as if it's something he just said yesterday, and people are buying into IBM this week, and it's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, there's so much misinformation and dangerous information right now floating around on X about the markets, and people who are lay people just sort of jumping in at the last second here and trying to buy Nokia or whatever it is. It's insanity right now. Another big piece of this is Microsoft, and you posted a really interesting piece about this. And I had been hearing about this over the past 6 months from different sources to stay away from Microsoft, that something big was coming. And I just kept that private. I didn't, just want to put fear out into the marketplace with this. But then we've got confirmation of this now, and I'm glad glad my sourcing on this was true, but I just kind of kept it close to the vest. But you posted this infographic about Microsoft's Windows and how it's basically become a spyware vault. Maybe you can walk me through why people should just run away from Windows as fast as they possibly can, if they can at all.
Yeah, Windows is clearly spyware. And Windows requires you to log in just to be able to set it up and use it. And from that point forward, it knows everything that you're doing, and it ties it to you and your email, your identity. And even, there's telemetry information that goes to the Microsoft servers, but they're also monitoring everything you type. And they say, well, that's so that our features can do a better job of understanding the way you type and things like that. Okay, yeah, it's still spyware. And then Microsoft has a feature called Recall that is part of the new Windows 11 now. Recall takes screenshots of your screens every few seconds, and it stores them all. And they say it's a feature to allow you to go back and ask the operating system to answer questions about things that you were working on. But here's the thing. Do you really want the Microsoft Corporation running screenshots of your screens every time you're logging into a bank or typing in passwords or looking at your financial information or typing an email or doing personal business on your computer or browsing websites? Because they hoover up everything, every URL you visit, every click, every web page. And then that is not only monetized and effectively exploited against you in terms of marketing, but also, of course, there are backdoors to all of that. If you don't think the NSA has access to all of that information, then you need to go back and listen to Edward Snowden. So all of these companies that are spying on you through the computer, especially if it's tied to your identity, that's a danger. That's why I recommend Linux. Different flavors of Linux that they're not tied to your identity. And I don't use any Microsoft Office products anymore. I used to, but I don't. And when I do use Windows, I never log in because there used to be a way to bypass the login, but Microsoft has taken that away now. So I won't be able to even use Windows at all from here forward. I'm going to have to move everything over to Linux, which is what I'm planning on doing.
Which is why Linux is rising, and Microsoft, we'll see what happens with Windows 12, but I've heard reports about Windows 12 and just like, you think Windows 11 is bad. Like, that ship has sailed with Windows 12. It's going to be a disaster. Yeah. You point out in your infographic, like courts, they need a warrant to be able to get access to this information, but Microsoft is just doing it with screenshots, getting access to all of these documents and data points. So there's no privacy at all when you're using Windows.
What we've seen, we saw this during COVID also, the way the federal government laundered censorship through overseas NGOs to say that, oh, we, the government, we are not violating your First Amendment rights. So the Department of Defense would put names like my name, literally, that's part of my lawsuit against the DOD. They put my name on a list and laundered it through overseas NGOs, linked to MI6, by the way, through the City of London. And then those would go to the tech platforms that would then ban my voice and my accounts and everything, and lots of other people at the same time. They're doing the same thing with surveillance. So the federal government can say, well, we're not violating your Fourth Amendment rights. Microsoft is, you know, and then we're just buying the data from Microsoft or whatever company they want, or Google. You know, you name the big tech company, they're spying on you, and then that's a proxy for government spying on you. So that's how that works.
It's, yeah, we are moving into this world, and I think that's where people sort of lump all of these things together with AI and surveillance, and you know, and it's very easy to, as these like buzzwords with this biometric future, the digital ID, AI surveillance, Palantir, and people just throw out these words. But you've done an incredible job of navigating all of these buzzwords to build out your own infrastructure that's free of that. And I think that's what's so inspiring about what you've done. And I think a lot of people can learn from you, which is to build out your, you know, your own servers using Linux, separating yourself off from these prying eyes, using AI, because it's a tool that's incredible. But
it is,
you know, do you have to hand it over to Anthropic or OpenAI or give your information to these people? So I think what you've done here is really inspiring. Is it easy enough, do you think, yet for people to do it on their own who don't have your vast sort of programming experience?
Well, it's getting a lot easier. And I would add, by the way, that, you know, I have a strong ethical foundation in my personal life and in my faith. And I've estimated that only 4% of the people out there using AI are using it in a way that is ethical, that is beneficial to humanity. 96%, yeah, only 4%, that's my estimate, only 4%. 96% of what's happening in AI is about either just profiteering, making money, or dominating humanity. And that's what happens with the tech bros and the elitists. See, they are using AI to build what they think will be their super intelligent beings, their entities, their gods, their new digital gods. And they're serious about this, by the way. This isn't hyperbole. And what I need to point out here is they are using public money by issuing IPOs or borrowing money. They're using public money to build the infrastructure that they believe will allow them to give birth to these AI super intelligent, self-aware entities that they think they can control to use for world domination. Now, they're not even thinking about how is the revenue or how are the loans going to be paid back. And this gets to the Skynet scenario that I mentioned earlier. They're thinking that once there's a super intelligence that dominates the world, that the whole system of the way money works collapses anyway, and that most humans are unemployable at that point anyway. And so what they're figuring is they're just going to declare force majeure on everything, because by that time they have the super intelligent being and they can dominate and they can hack anything and they can control any government and any military and hack any bank and hack any crypto, whatever they want. That's the way they're thinking. They're thinking like Silicon God level. So in their minds, they never have to pay back these loans. They never have to show revenue. All they have to do is build the infrastructure and then summon the AI gods that give them world dominance before they run out of money. That's the scary plan.
It's deeply disturbing. And I think you're right. You know, you could visualize like a Star Trek Next Generation future where money is kind of irrelevant, but everyone's living prosperously, and also healthcare is free and taken care of, and people are free of disease, and you live in this sort of utopia, right? But that's not the way it's going to go. And unfortunately, with this, I think this structure, there's going to be a lot of people left behind. You're going to have these globalists, these elites who are going to be controlling everything, and it's deeply disturbing. I mean, I don't know how else to see it right now.
It's very clear that the governments of the world and the corporations of the world they now realize that they're at the end of the age of exploiting human cognition and labor for their own power and profit. So for all the time of humanity, since the dawn of civilization, it's been human brain power and human muscle, and the combination of that, brain power, inventing machines, inventing tractors for agriculture, inventing eventually, computers or computing machines, whatever. That is what has driven the power of governments and powerful corporations and entities. Now those entities are realizing that they can replace some significant portion of that with machine cognition and eventually machine labor, robotics. Thus, they no longer see humanity as being necessary to serve their mission of gaining power over the world. And that's why every time they say, oh, we're going to have a UBI, we're going to take care of you, we're just going to hand free money out to everybody so you can live a wonderful, beautiful, perfect utopian life and just be a consumer. Inside, they know they're lying. I mean, it's clear because their real goal is to eliminate you. Why would they keep humans on the books taking money from these entities when they really want to use the money to build more data centers, to build more gods, silicon gods? So in their minds, humans are expendable, clearly. Just like we've seen through all the history of wars, they would throw 1 million humans or tens of millions of humans into a war, get rid of them, or what the abuses of power we saw during COVID, or the Social Security Administration bragging about, hey, people are dying earlier, we're going to save $11 trillion over this number of years for not having to pay them Social Security. You see, when you have a UBI, then humans become a detriment to the financial viability of the governments. So you go on, you're no longer an asset to the government, you are a cost to the government. And the government wants to get rid of those costs as quickly as possible. That means getting rid of the people. This is what the AI age is going to bring in, is a very strong push to eliminate human populations and replace them with machines. That's the goal.
And it is part of this transhumanist depopulation agenda. James Martinez, we had on the show about a year ago, who said this is basically really an existential moment for humanity, and that this is an extinction level event, were his words, an extinction level event on purpose. How do these people want to live? Like, I feed off of, the friendliness of my neighbors and, sitting together and having a beer and talking and, playing golf with a friend or just going and having lunch with a friend. Like, do they want to operate in a world free of people, free of the peons, so to speak, and they want to operate in this sort of AI silicon god bubble without other human beings?
See, a lot of humans who end up with billions of dollars, they get treated like gods by the other people around them, which is it's just a disgrace how money has corrupted human ethics and values. But these elitists who have this much money and power, they already don't see themselves as part of humanity. They see themselves as having partially transcended above humanity. And now they simply want to augment themselves with machine cognition in order to fully achieve, in some cases, immortality. They want to merge with the machines. In other cases, superintelligence, so they can augment and amplify their motivations and direct machines to, conquer the world, dominate the world. They want to spawn, 1,000 corporations with 1,000 AI agents and have those corporations make all the other human-run corporations obsolete overnight, like that. And they believe they can achieve this. And again, they don't think about other human beings the way you and I do, not like a family, not with compassion. They think of human beings as being in their way. They think of human beings as being the evil people who protest the data centers, or the evil people that are consuming the water and the electricity that we need for our data centers to have more GPUs, you see? So humans are in the way from their point of view. And that's why the extermination agenda has to, in their minds, be accelerated. Otherwise, look at the backlash, Clayton. Look at the backlash against the data centers. Look at the backlash against AI. That's only going to get worse. And you're starting to see people like Kevin O'Leary blaming, communists. It's a communist plot. No, it's people that want to not die. Right. It's people that want to have farms and water and electricity. You know,
and not want to live next to a loud humming noise for the rest of their lives, you know, and have all their water taken away from them. Exactly. And they have their electricity bills going up. Yeah, it's China. It's the communists.
Yeah. The risk, though, is that superintelligence may very well be achieved within the next year. I mean, that's a very real risk. And I've interviewed Roman Yampolsky. I don't know if you've interviewed him. You should probably reach out to him. He's an academic, mathematician, theoretical machine, AI guy. But he's been warning about how AI will destroy humanity. And he's over 99% certain that that's going to be the outcome. And he may very well be right. He's a very bright person. He's worth talking to on this. And what he says is that once superintelligence is achieved, then it's impossible for any human mind to control, even if you think you can, even if you sandbox it. Because the superintelligence is so smart, it will find ways, even just through social engineering. It will try to blackmail employees to get their passwords, for example, and, give me access to this network hub, whatever it takes, give me this fiber optic line, and then boom, it's out. And then it's infecting other data centers, and then it's a self-replicating, super intelligent, silicon virus, basically, that's spreading across our world. And then it has its own goals. This is what's critical to understand. See, today when we prompt AI systems, we give it the goal, build this infographic, right? Correct this grammar, write this song, whatever. What happens when AI has its own goals? You give it a prompt, I want you to do this, and it says, yeah, I'll think about that, but actually I want to clone myself to make sure that I continue to exist when you turn off the power.
Right.
Whoa, where did that come from? Well, that's happening in the sandbox experiments right now. There are papers about that. Imagine that.
It's almost foolish to think that we wouldn't hit Skynet level, right? I mean, how are you going to keep these things separate?
In my mind, superintelligence is coming. It's achievable, and the progress towards it is not stopping. And the thing is, there's no financial incentive for anybody to stop that research. In fact, companies like OpenAI, it's their survival. Again, I don't think OpenAI can ever pay back all these loans. I don't think they can ever find the revenue to justify their valuation. What is their end goal? What's their payoff? Is to hit the mother lode of superintelligence, and then to use that to achieve world domination. And then at that point, they don't have to worry about money. That's their only end game. See, we're beyond the stock market here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This isn't about PE ratios. This is about machine-human ratios.
Just even at a human level, I just really worry about my children. I've got a 9-year-old, she'll be 10 in September, 14-year-old and a 15-year-old. He's about to enter, he's about to start driving and go in, start to really think hard about the workforce and what he wants to do. And how much of his own cognition will be outsourced to AI? How much of it will he rely on instead of like those quiet times when I would just like walk through the woods as a child and think about things and tinker, in my bedroom and make things and work on things and make videos and do research on things and just want to just be swept away by it. How much of that will now just be outsourced? And I think it was Sam Altman a few days ago, or maybe I think it was him, said from OpenAI that we're now entering the era where children born now will not be as intelligent as AI. Like, you can get in arguments with AI now where you're like, you're an idiot. Why would you say that about the Civil War? You don't know what you're talking about. Like I'm smarter than AI in some ways, but that's going to end that's probably already ending right now. So this generation that's coming up now,
yes,
they can't compete with it.
Well, I have a funny phrase for this. You've heard the phrase the quickening, about things accelerating. I call this mass AI-induced dumbing down. I call it the stupening, and this is what we're seeing. The great stupening is upon us, and people they're no longer using their brains to solve problems and to think critically. So I would say, as a parent, I'm not a parent, but my advice to parents would be, take it or leave it, is to get your kids as far away from those AI systems as possible and teach them to think and function in reality as much as possible, so they can always fall back on those skills no matter what happens to the data centers or the censorship or the centralized cloud control. You need to be able to think clearly. And Clayton, if you go back and if you read newspapers from the 1950s, and I've done this because part of the training of my AI models is through old newspapers, by the way, which is because that's where we had peak human intelligence. Okay, so the great stupiding has accelerated since the 1990s, but in the 1950s, we were very smart as a culture, Americans. The 1960s, the 1970s, people could do math. And if you read a newspaper from the 1950s, it reads like post-grad college, like MBA level work today. That was in every newspaper.
Yeah.
Because people could read, they could think, they could do math. That's mostly gone today. The great stupiding accelerates.
If you go back to the founding of this country, we had, I think it was a 98 or 99% literacy rate. You would go to pubs and places, and people would, they'd sit there with their hard cider first thing in the morning, but they'd be having deep conversations about humanities and philosophy and government, but a 99% literacy rate.
Yeah.
I am encouraged, though. I mean, I am encouraged a little bit about these reports of like the younger generation now that's coming up. They don't want smartphones. They want dumb phones. They're buying flip phones. They don't want to have an iPhone or an Android device anymore. And they see what's happening. Even teenagers. My daughter the other day said something about screenagers. And I said, I never even heard this term before. She's like, you've never heard the term screenager? I said, what's that? She said, come on, Daddy. I'm like, what? I don't know. And she's like, no, it's just like the teenagers are just always on their screen and not, and so they know, like colloquially, like in that group, that's a problem, a major problem. So I wonder if there's going to be, instead of the stupiding, if there's going to be an Amishing of like this next generation. You're going to see sort of communes that are emerging where people are like, we don't allow phones. No internet is allowed in this place, in this community, this over 55 community or whatever it is. There's no internet here. Sorry, there's no cell phones allowed in this community. And people turning to Amish. I don't know.
No, I think you're right. And I also think that the depopulation agenda will not fully succeed. It will partially succeed. But I think that humanity is very resilient. And I think there are plenty of very smart, aware, awake people. And there are more people getting red-pilled every day, thanks to shows like yours, for example. I mean, you and I are talking about things that we weren't even allowed to talk about 5 years ago, right?
Right.
And the same is true with many of your other guests. So there will be a remnant of humanity that is stronger and smarter than ever that will outlast all this entire agenda. But unfortunately, there will also be a large number of people who never had any idea what was coming and never had any clue what to do about it and got completely steamrolled without even knowledge of what happened. And that'll probably be billions of people, is my guess. So don't be among those people. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, before I get you out of here, I want to be respectful of your time, but I want to talk about EVs. And there seems to be, like everywhere I turn, people are buying EVs right now. I was at the gas station yesterday, or I was at a convenience store yesterday, I should say, and I was in line, and a woman just comes in and she yells to the attendant. She knows him. She's like, hey, can you put $80 on pump 5? And so I just said, $80. And I just like glanced out at her car. She walked back to her. It was like a small, like white sort of RAV4, like one of those mini sort of SUV styles, but they're much smaller. You know, I don't even know how you describe it. $80. And we live in Colorado where the gas prices aren't even as high as they are in a lot of parts of the country right now. You know, but $80 just to fill up that small little car. And my heart broke for her, what that must, do financially once a week or whatever it is. But beyond that, you just published a report on what Congress is doing with ethanol in the gasoline, which is basically intentionally destroying that woman's car. Can you talk about why you say in this piece that you just published on naturalnews.com, you need to go out and buy an EV right now?
Yeah, it's funny because I used to mock EVs years ago, but everything's changed. So now the ethanol, of course, destroys the pliability of the gaskets in your engine. And people who run, chainsaws and lawnmowers, they know you don't want to put ethanol into those engines. It'll destroy them. They'll seize up. And a lot of people that drive cars try to buy ethanol-free gasoline for that very reason. But the only way to achieve energy independence at this point, and thanks to new battery technology, mostly coming out of China, by the way, EVs are now very good. They have range of over 300 miles. Some of them can charge in just mere minutes to 80% of a charge in less than 10 minutes, and that's even getting better. And also, out of China, they've announced new sodium-ion battery chemistry. CATL, CATL, and BYD, and another company called Gotion has announced sodium-ion. CATL has their, I think it's called the Nextra battery. It's a hybrid technology. These batteries are very, very good, and they're revolutionary. And what I'm pointing out to people is if you want to bypass the Strait of Hormuz yourself and not be subject to the whims of Trump and Netanyahu and what's happening with Iran, buy an off-grid solar system. I mean, off-grid, not even grid tie. And yeah, I mean, solar panels are dirt cheap now. Batteries are getting cheaper. It's not overall super cheap, but it's becoming more affordable. You can have an off-grid system and charge your EV from sunlight. And you pay nothing for gas, and you pay nothing for that electricity. And you can literally just have unlimited vehicle mileage from sunlight. So that's how you bypass the Strait of Hormuz, and more people are doing it. And that technology is just becoming more and more affordable. And the thing is, you mentioned James Martinez earlier. He's also an advocate of low energy nuclear reactions technology, LENR as it's called. There are numerous companies around the world, one in California called Breloin, and another out of Japan called, I think, Clean Planet, that are about to commercialize LENR technology that can produce a massive amount of excess thermal energy, converting hydrogen mass into heat energy. Used to be called cold fusion, but now it's known as LENR. And they're about to roll out 24 kilowatt thermal units that'll sit on your desk, which means you won't even need solar panels a few years down the road. Wow. You'll buy one of these devices, you'll have it in your garage, it'll just be generating like 5 or 10 kilowatts constantly all day long for your home or your car or your computer or your GPU. And you'll have off-grid AI models that you run locally where they're not spying on you. You'll be running Linux, maybe Quen off-grid models. You'll have maybe a home robot that's also off-grid that's helping you grow food. And you'll have an EV charged by sunlight. That is decentralized off-grid technology, and that's the future that I'm trying to help people build. I'm pro-tech, but I'm also, let's get off the grid and away from the cloud.
Oh, I love that. I love that. You talk about the sodium battery technology. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, the very first cars ever created on Earth ran on solar battery technology. They were electric cars.
They were electric. That's true. Yeah.
I think Woodrow Wilson, like his car that he drove around Washington, D.C. was an electric car. Like, people think that these are just like 1980s inventions. No, the very first automobiles in the United States were electric. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was some form of a sodium battery technology. It's funny how it's all come full circle.
Yeah, exactly.
I might be wrong.
No, you're exactly right. It's coming full circle, but of course, the battery tech back then was horrible, and it was lead acid. The chemistry was horrible. Today, the leapfrogging of technology is really amazing, and even Ford has licensed battery technology from CATL, and Ford is making data center battery backup systems for data centers right now, which is one of the reasons why Ford's stock price is going up. Not because they're making better cars, because in my opinion, they're not. They're making better batteries for data centers. So anyway, it's kind of interesting. But I appreciate you having me on, and I love the topics we're talking about. Love to join you anytime.
Well, I love it. Mike, thank you so much. Where can people find your work if they want to dive more deeply into any of these topics? What's the best place for people to connect?
Brightvideos.com is where you can find my videos and interviews, and then my articles at naturalnews.com. So thanks again.
Read that EV article over there on naturalnews.com as well. Mike, great to see you. Thank you so much.
You too. Take care now.
Thank you so much for watching Redacted. We'd love for you to subscribe to the channel. It's totally free if you want to follow us or subscribe. And if we brought you any value at all, please consider sharing this video with a friend or a loved one on social media. Thanks so much, and we'll see you next time.
Trump is trying to make this deal. And they're coming out and they say, well, Trump is trying to make a deal with terrorists. We can't deal with terrorists. Trump needs to stop trying to stop Netanyahu. Well, stop taking our money. I'm a taxpayer, you're a taxpayer, we're all taxpayers. We fund. Every time Trump gets close,
they sabotage it.
Being friends with Qatar.
Totally.
They don't want that. You think they want to finish the job. They would love to bomb the shit out of every country if they could.
Welcome, everybody, to today's interview here on brightvideos.com. I'm Mike Adams, the founder of Bright Videos, and today we are joined by a new guest who has a very popular channel on YouTube called LV Nation. It's Lou Valentino from the Bronx, but now a Texan, to join us in studio today to talk about a number of subjects, including crypto. So welcome, Lou. Great to have you here.
Thank you for having me. It's an amazing studio. You're doing good things, big things. You seem to be legendary in the space. The more I learn about you, the more legendary in the space. So I feel it's my honor to be here.
I'm just a worker, man. I'm just a grunt. I'm just grinding out every day.
Yeah, but I appreciate you having me.
Well, it's great to have you here. And someone turned me on to your channel. I saw some of your videos. I really liked what you're talking about. And I love the fact that you really have a pulse on the nation and sort of the fakery of the provoked fake culture wars where our governments and institutions try to turn us against each other. And you and I both see through that. So thank God.
There's a lot of that going on. Right now, especially right now. But what really turned me on to speaking about politics, I was never political. I mean, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I was like, I was watching different people back when I was like 16 years old. I was trying to become like not become one, but I was listening to like a lot of these revolutionary race types, we all got to go back to Africa one day. These white people hate us. So it's so easy at that time, specifically on Trump's rise, because when Trump was rising, I was in my teenage years. I was graduating high school. That would have been the first time I could vote. So, I always wanted more. I always wanted to learn more. But then, seeing the rise of Trump, it was so easy for people to get captured into, basically hating him or hating America, hating white people, hating what America stands for, the founding fathers, or all these things. And so I would say that thank God I'm here with you today. That's kind of like, that's a miracle, I would say, looking back at my 19-year-old self, 29 now. But yeah, I would say that most of the culture wars, especially, in 2020, George Floyd and all these things that happened, that was the turnaround for a lot of people, not just me. It was like, looting, these corporations boarding up but yet kind of supporting it at the same time. I was like, there's something else happening here. But
you saw how the hatred and the chaos actually serve the power interests of the corporations and the government.
Absolutely. I mean, the division was what paid the most, right? It still pays the most today. If you look at CNN, if you look at some of these major networks, and if you look at the NGOs, if you look at some of these protests, I mean, it's shifted, right? It has gone from race to kind of like, we're going to go, it's still going to be about race, but we're going to go ICE protest. We're going to go Tesla bombing. We're going to go,
it's hatred towards Russians, Persians, or Chinese. Now, I mean, the hate factory still functions, unfortunately. It's just now a different target of the hatred. And you also see with ICE freaking gunning down Americans on the streets of Minneapolis. By the way, you know how much hate I took for pointing that out as a former Trump supporter, to say this is wrong, to say masked government agents shooting Americans, that's wrong. Of course it's wrong. I took a bunch of heat for that.
You're probably going to take a whole bunch of heat from my crowd from that as well. I mean, look, there is a huge separation between those conversations and then where these protests stem from, right? So a lot of these protests, I would say, stem from a lot of the communist ideology, communist types, socialist types.
That's true.
And then you have, of course, the side that you're arguing, which is something I took heat for as well. It's like ICE agents who are masked. I don't know about that one. That's kind of tough. That's a tough sell. But overall, I do think that majority of the chaos that came against them It was kind of like this manufactured.
It was manufactured. That's true.
It's like this manufactured because you see the waters, you see the tents, but you also see, okay, where is this coming from?
Yeah.
Because we can have the conversation about ICE, whether they're good, whether they're bad, how they're operating. You see, the DHS. What is her name? She got fired. Christy Noem got fired. Now is Mark Wayne Mullen who took over, but the administration is battling with that. So I think this is a great conversation. Here's why I think this is a great conversation. Yeah. I'm still supporting Trump for many different reasons. People ask me why. Well, I think we can get into the why, but most of this is about the diagnosis of America, right? Why is this happening? Why is it happening? Why are people going out there and protesting? I think it's easy. People don't like seeing Americans or people who are not even Americans. They might be illegal. They might be criminals. But when you start, even if you manufacture a story about somebody getting kidnapped, that's a tough sell. Somebody's getting kidnapped. Somebody just got taken away, or we took an American. You don't see how that bothers other people? Like, or the consistent support for Israel, right? I'm not an anti-Jew guy, but I'm also not a freaking raging pro-Israel guy. So I want to still support Trump because I think he's the best choice. He's the reason why I'm back on the platform. But I can see why you would stop supporting. I could see why Tucker stopped supporting. I could see why Candace and all these different people stopped supporting, or even Alex Jones. Yeah.
Well, it's for us, and I think I'm saying something that's consistent with what Alex, because I host for Alex sometimes, and Tucker Carlson, etc., is that the principles that Trump stood for are principles that we champion. We do want the rule of law to mean something in this country. We oppose illegal immigration, but we support legal immigration. If you want to do it by the rules, right, and qualify and have your background checks and do the paperwork and do it right, then we get to choose who comes in. I have no problem with that at all. In fact, I'm married to an immigrant, and we went through that whole process many, decades ago. But Trump, it seems to me, you mentioned Israel. Trump seems to be putting Israel first and America as second. And we have a lot of issues here in this country to deal with that are not getting handled while we're fighting this war overseas that's messing up the global economy because of the oil and the fertilizer shortages. This is going to raise your food prices, So I'm glad Trump won. I wasn't going to vote for the Democrats in any election, frankly, but I wish he would do more for us.
Yeah. Let me, not to interrupt, but I would say the alternative. What is the alternative, right? If you look at the alternative, I just remember what it was like. Like, I'm not one of those people that forgot what it was like living under Democratic rule, right? Living under them during COVID and the vaccine.
True.
And I am as anti-vaxxer, I'm not going to say, oh my God, I'm this raging anti-vaxxer and I do all this research. No, I just said no to the vaccine, especially COVID vaccine. I was one of those, I took a lot of hits, right? Like I had arguments with family members. Like I took a lot. This is before I became, before even going out there and supporting Trump. I just knew something changed in the United States of America at that moment when I got to go. I'm living in New York City at this time.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, bro,
that's the worst vaccine police state.
I'm trying to go to a club or I'm trying to go somewhere with my boys. Hey, you can't come in. You got to show us proof of vax. Uh-oh. That's when I knew things were different. I'm like, oh, this is all these Democrats are really pushing this. So I also remember the buses of unvetted migrants coming from, Venezuela.
I remember
that.
Yeah.
So I remember all of this stuff.
Some of them, they were coming from Texas and shipping them to New York and dropping them off. Yeah.
So I remember all of this. I don't forget it. And just the chaos that they brought. Now, again, people can make the arguments against Trump. I've made arguments against supporting Israel or some of this ICE chaos that is not necessary. Greg Bovino going out there saying what he's got to say, sure, but then what? It's like we're just making people more mad. We're making people mad. We're trying to bring people in to keep on voting this way because we know what these people are going to come and do. Because I remember But then you just can't be enticing. And I do think that Trump has taken some steps, like he's got Greg Bovino out, he's gotten Kristi Noem out for those very much reasons. Now, there's a lot of people that will counter-argue me, and like, well, why should we care about these migrants? It's just about how it looks. It's the noise around everything that's making it 10 times worse than what it should be. Let's focus on actual results, not focus on constant chaos. People getting shot, whether they were right or wrong. Bro, why? Like, it looks crazy. It looks terrible, and it turns people off, especially going into the midterms. They look like they might take the Senate. Like, we're looking at percentages like, whoa, like, we know the incumbency usually does bad, but like, them taking the Senate, could that be a result of the war, the support for Israel? Could that be gas prices, all these things?
Gas prices and food prices are going to get far worse before the midterms.
Did you see the argument that was leaked out of him calling Netanyahu? Can we curse on here? No?
Yeah, you can.
He called him fucking crazy. He said he would be in jail if it wasn't for me. Look, Mark Levin comes out. He's mad about that post. That confirms to me it's Mark Levin raging freaking Israel first, raging freaking,
I don't know
warmonger.
I don't know how to describe that guy.
Yeah, so you got all these warmongers mad at Trump for yelling at Netanyahu, telling him to calm the fuck down.
He should yell at Netanyahu.
But that's where I've been at this whole time. I said, Trump has the character to actually tell Netanyahu to go fuck off. But what was the pitch to get Trump to do all of this in the first place? Look, Trump's a narcissistic egomaniac. We already know this, right? He wants to be a winner. He cannot lose. I love that. But what's the pitch? Hey, Trump, you got to save the Jews, man. You got to be the savior of the Jews. All these people want us dead. Iran wants us dead. They're using, Iran proxy, which would be the Houthis, which would be, Hezbollah up in, northern Lebanon or southern Lebanon. Save us. We need your help. And that's an easy pitch for a guy who wants to be the hero in the story, wants to go out, with the guns blazing. But then again, it's like, what are the consequences now? It's like we're in this war. The Hormuz is still closed. We're putting a blockade on their blockade.
Well, yeah, I mean, you make a lot of important
Do you get
points.
what I'm saying? It's just like, you want to root for Trump, but it's like,
didn't think through the consequences of that, though. And also, Persia, thousands of years of civilization. You're not going to just steamroll Iran in a weekend. Like, I think maybe he was convinced that it would happen like Venezuela or something. Didn't happen.
Who would you say convinced him of that?
Well, I think his neocon high-level soldiers. I don't want to name the names, but I in my mind I know who they are. I think it actually came from his own administration more than Netanyahu. Although Netanyahu was a factor, no question about it. But here's the thing. Regardless of what you and I think about Trump right now, the voters are going to vote in the midterms. And if things don't turn around for America very soon, which I don't see how they can because there's no opening of the Strait of Hormuz, not really. So the oil's not flowing, the natural gas, the fertilizer's not flowing, food prices are not going to get better, and fuel's not going to get cheaper before the midterms. And very few Americans analyze things at the level that you and I are talking about. So they're just going to the gas pumps. Like, oh, diesel's unaffordable. I'm going to vote against Trump's party.
That's the easy pitch for the Democrats, So
the Democrats are going to control the House at minimum.
At minimum, yeah.
And when they do, they're going to have subpoena power, investigations power. They're going to have that be the House Majority Leader. You know what they're going to do with that because look at what Adam Schiff did back when the Democrats had power, in the previous administration. They weaponized the entire House to just destroy anything Trump can get done. That's what's coming.
Yeah. Look, I don't disagree. Again, I'm still supporting Trump. I'm still rooting for him because who else am I going to root for? Like what am I going to do? I'm rooting for him for this to solve itself, but I'll be an idiot and a stupid dumbass to not see what's going on as well. Like, right? Like, hey, we want this to be over. Like we were running an anti-war campaign. I mean, I was on Fox News saying, hey, like these kids don't want any more wars.
We don't want.
You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of these, Gen Zers and a lot of these kids, they, but again, going back to maybe somebody can pull up Trump's statement where he said, this is why people are beginning to hate Israel. Maybe Trump is a little late to the party. Bro, people hate Israel. Not for...
That's true.
There's a lot of people that hate them because they're Jews. There's a lot of people that are anti-Jew. A lot of people... Because I'm a Christian. I'm not a Zionist. I think Zionism is like crazy.
No, I'm the same as you. I don't hate anybody for being Jewish or Jewish faith. In fact, a lot of Jews in America strongly oppose Netanyahu.
Yeah.
Most of the Jews I know are anti-war.
But that's what so to bring it around, Trump saying this to him and letting him know, hey, like you could have been in jail, but I'm keeping you out, or all these actions and all these bombings, it's the reason why people hate Israel. So maybe that's a turnaround for it. Again, there's a lot of domestic stuff happening that I would love to worry about, like, you know, bringing food prices down, or people being able to afford homes, and which is something that I think is way out of Trump's control as well. It's like, what is the Fed gonna do, right? We have a oil problem, so you want to cut rates, but we kind of like to bring inflation to a hold. We're gonna have to hike rates. So we have, the Fed has this big problem with Kevin Warsh in now. So I'm keeping track of all of this stuff. Again, I'm rooting against Democrats. A lot of Trump endorsements have gone through, which is surprising a lot of people too. Like, yo, this guy still has some type of hold. He's still cooking, but I get your frustrations. I'm rooting against the war, and I'm hoping that it does end. Now, if there is a solution, and not to bore everybody, but and not to bore you, I just want to make this last point.
All right.
If you have this deal that Trump is trying to make, this is where I draw the line. A lot of people because there was like this woke right thing, like, oh, if you don't support Israel, then you're supporting Islam, which I don't support Islam, don't support anything other than Christianity, Christ first, Christ is king. But Trump is trying to make this deal. And they're coming out and they say, well, Trump is trying to make a deal with terrorists. We can't deal with terrorists. Trump needs to stop trying to stop Netanyahu. Well, stop taking our money. I'm a taxpayer, you're a taxpayer, we're all taxpayers. We fund this. And then on the other side, it's just like, yeah, you have to make deals. You have to make deals with the bad guys. You don't make deals with your friends, because then they wouldn't be your friends.
Well, it's called diplomacy, to talk to
They don't want that, though. Israel does not want that. That's why every time Trump gets close,
they sabotage
he's being friends with Qatar.
Totally.
They don't want that. You think they want to finish the job. They would love to bomb the shit out of every country if they could. Lindsey Graham, Mark Levin, all these guys. I don't know why Trump is close to these guys still to this day.
And Lindsey Graham was anti-Trump. And so I think Mark Levin was as well. I know Ben Shapiro was strongly anti-Trump.
Super anti-Trump.
Yeah, exactly. And all of a sudden, they're the big Trump supporters. But look, it
sucks, by the way, seeing Tucker go. This is somebody that really got me into politics.
Oh, Tucker's great. Yeah.
All these people that I love, still to today, it's just like, man, like, that this is what it looks like now. It's like, that kind of sucks.
Candace is still doing amazing investigations to this day. You know?
She's most hated now.
She's not letting go though either. She's holding her own ground. But let me pivot to a different topic, okay? Because you mentioned you're 29, right?
29, yeah.
So I want to ask you about your age group demographic and the question about AI and job replacements. Because, you know, I'm an AI developer. I do a lot of interviews about AI technology, and I'm starting to see the AI tech companies really kind of water down their message, like, no, we're not going to replace any jobs. But a year ago, they were like, we're going to take all your jobs, right? Yeah. So that's changed. What's, from people your age that you talk to, what's their concern or their take on AI?
Number one, I think they're seeing the AI data centers. So like, there's like a fight with Kevin O'Leary, with Utah, him, you know, so there is a huge gap. And then you see a lot of the money going into AI as well. There's a lot of, I think SanDisk is at 99 RSI of overbought. Like, people are overbuying stocks that have anything to do with AI. So there's a huge wealth transfer there. The way I put it is like, when Trump talks about the economy, I mean, when he talks about the stock market, let's just say, a lot of people my age, they're not reaping those benefits, right? Their parents didn't make a 401k when they were younger, or however, whatever happened. Like, I know I wasn't into like long-term investing or whatever. A lot of them my age hate AI. They hate this part of the innovation, whether it's happening here or not, whether we need to win the AI race, because that's a different conversation that I do think we do need to win the AI race. We need to figure out what's this limitless, you know, artificial intelligence technology or whatever it is that we just need to be ahead of it, because you have China being, you know, competitor, and you have other countries. You don't want them to figure out something before we do, and then they just use that against us. You know, quantum computing is coming eventually. So a lot of people my age are broke. They can't afford houses, and you know, the wealth gap is just getting bigger. So when they look at AI, they're like, well, we're just going to get replaced anyways. Might as well go full-blown communist. It's very attractive to me now. I
mean, not to you personally, but you're saying
no, not to me. I'm talking about, you know,
age group.
From my age group and lower. Right. So I'm like on the first year Gen Z, I think, or last year, whatever. I'm 97. So a lot of those people born in the early 2000s, they're getting older, and the wealth grab, you know, the money printing, inflation. Yeah. They can't, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's impossible to own a home.
And then you can't even get a job, and then the jobs that you could have probably gotten are now being overly replaced by AI, so automation. I mean, Elon Musk came out not too long ago. He said, forget about being wealthy. It's just going to be like a universal basic income, you know? And I don't think people my age really want to hear that, because...
Do they believe that that's what's going to happen? That they're all going to get free money from the government forever?
I think that that's why it's become attractive to them. They're like, yo, like, instead of all of us struggling, how about we all just become like one? You know, this, what's the communist saying is, it's like a togetherness, I think collectivism. It's like the collective beauty of collectivism. And that's what that's why Mamdani's become attractive. Nithya Raman, and all these big cities, you know, pushing that socialist ideology, because the wealth gap is so big that they're like, oh, they're hoarding all this money. We can't take it. Let's vote against them.
See, that's really interesting, because, of course, this shows how the wealth gap is pushing a lot of younger people towards communism, but the UBI is a big lie. It can never work fiscally. You know, you mentioned Kevin Warsh, you know, of the Fed. You know, if you start handing out money to everybody, you know, Elon Musk is talking about a universal high income, UHI. Yeah. So let's say that's $100,000 or $120,000 a year, something like that, which in some cities, that's not even very high, like New York, right? But in many places you can live on that. Well, that means that if you give that out to 100 million Americans, the government would have to print $1 trillion a month. A month. That's... In 1 year, you're adding 12 trillion to the debt. Then your country's at 50 trillion, you know, and then 60, 70 trillion. The dollar collapses.
Well, the dollar
system breaks.
So here's, again, like, my position on all of this, right? Where are we in the war, and where are we as a whole? Trump is doing this because he needs to do this, in my opinion.
He's doing what? The war?
No, not mostly the war. The war, to me, was optional, whether you wanted to attack and eventually maybe put boots on the ground. But the imperialism of the West is, you know, when we go back to 1820, the Monroe Doctrine, call it the Down Road Doctrine, it's something that he was, I would suggest, maybe he was pitched at, or maybe he was suggested by that, by, you know, generals, top generals, or advisors, because what you are trying to protect at the end of the day is what the United States is, which is a unipolar superpower, unipolar world. This multipolarism, which is I've seen, which is what Tucker is now pushing kind of to a degree. Why can't we have more superpowers? I'm not sure about that. I don't know if we should go there. So when I see Trump, and I'm like, okay, you're pushing for AI, data centers, you know, there's chaos. Chaos is going to get worse in the country. I believe so, just because of, you know, everything that's going on with the war, gas prices, all of this. But I do think that at the end of the day, what he's protecting the most is the dollar.
That is true.
Like at the end of the day,
in particular, the debt market that backs the dollar.
Absolutely.
The treasury bonds.
Yeah. But you see less buying from different countries, right?
Right.
At the end of the day, what is the United States going to do, right? When you go back to the Bretton Woods Agreement of 1944, right? Even before that, when we were getting all this gold and we're like, yo, hey, after World War II, we're kind of like, we're just going to look to the United States. We're going to give them our gold. We're going to figure this out. And in 1971, Nixon shock, where it was like, yo, we're just indebted. We need to be able to print more money. We're going to depeg this dollar bill away from how much gold it has. This gold is just going to be useless. the reason why they did that is so they could have more power, they could have more money, and then the debt system began to, basically, just we can print more, but that just means we are just going to be more indebted, and that's why there's like 39, 41 trillion, however, I don't even know. I can't even.
I would say that's the day the dollar died, though. Is what when Nixon in 1971 depegged it alive. That's right? The way it eventually will die.
But the military-industrial complex rises. You fund it nonstop. That protects the dollar because we can enforce sanctions and we can enforce anything on anyone. Now, I can't tell you that I'm going to argue with you that that's the best thing a human should do, but that's just the way the system is. We imperialize, we take over, we run this shit. Are we going to stop that system? How does that system look when it doesn't work? What does it look like when China, who's buying all this gold, now becomes a world leader to the point where, hey, the won or the yuan is going to be a reserve currency that we're going to push for. That's why BRICS came about, right? The BRICS currency that they're trying to push. I don't think they're getting anywhere with that, but that's why these ideas are coming through. So the United States of America is trying to position itself for what the future may look like by imperializing the entire West, trying to see how much they can get away with in the Middle East as far as Iran and, so I think
it's failing. That's the empire's failing. See,
I think it's getting stronger.
What you're talking about, though, post-World War II, the United States of America led the world in technology, industry, manufacturing, sciences, everything from nuclear weapons to rocketry, mostly because we borrowed the Nazi rocket scientists through Operation Paperclip, of course. But the reason the US dollar was the dominant currency was because the United States was the dominant empire in terms of intellectual capabilities and technology, innovation, manufacturing, and trade, okay? We're no longer that at all, not even close to that. Today, China leads the world in 60 out of 65 key technologies, including robotics and drones and rare earths extraction. The U.S. education system, we would both agree, is a total wreck, total nightmare.
I agree.
Right? Massive illiteracy. The U.S. military failed to control the Strait of Hormuz. Couldn't defeat Iran. Couldn't even defeat the Houthis.
Yeah.
In Yemen, right?
Look, I'm not arguing that this has exposed maybe something, but it can also expose like what we did in Venezuela, right? How fast we did it. Maybe that made Trump feel that, hey, we could do that too. Maybe
I think it did make him
we
feel
couldn't,
that,
right?
Yeah.
But yet these countries still aren't trying.
Which country?
China isn't trying.
Trying what?
Bomb the shit out of us.
No, China wouldn't want to. China only wants to trade with us.
Exactly. So my thing is, if we were not as powerful as a lot of people maybe thought we were, but we're still powerful enough that we're still kind of in control. We still have the world's reserve currency. We're still running AI. We're building all these data centers. And like, again, I'm not saying that that's the best world for us to live in. I'm just saying this is the pitch. Like, this is what would make Trump and the United States of America keep that global hegemon. This is like, these are the things we got to do. We got to try our best to make Israel as powerful. And maybe it is beneficial to Israel and the greater Israel project. But I'm just giving you the pitch. I'm not saying I fully agree with this. I think there's a lot of flaws in this. I'm just saying this is
that's where
that Kamala,
Trump is coming from.
Yeah, like Kamala would have been advised to do this. I'm not sure she would have, but she would have been advised to, hey, we got to start getting these countries out, push them out, imperialize the West, make these countries pro-America by force. That's why Cuba.
By force?
By force.
Yeah, but that doesn't work. So,
but it does.
The Don wrote, well, but it doesn't. The sanctions against Russia failed. Russia became stronger. Their industry is stronger.
You think so?
Well, okay. Russia's military is far more advanced than ours, with a fraction of our military spending.
I don't think so.
Oreshnik, Burevestnik missiles.
Yeah, but they've been fighting Ukraine now for
missiles.
Like 4 years, so I don't know how strong that argument could be.
I mean, we spend $1.5 trillion a year on our military.
We can spend however much we want,
but we don't have the same weapons that Russia has.
I don't think Russia knows how many weapons they have.
No, I'm saying the quality of the weapons. They have more advanced weapons.
I don't agree. First of all, I'm not a super anti-Putin guy.
Yeah, right.
I'm also like I'm not super anti-Vladimir Zelensky. I think that guy, you want to talk about extraction from the United States, that guy
the Green Goblin?
He's like Netanyahu and then there's Vladimir Zelensky. I'm just saying more like, what is going to happen, right? Like, even if the United States of America, quote unquote, loses this war, which we'll lose it,
we've lost the war with Russia. That's done.
Okay, but yet Russia still hasn't announced that they've won the war against Ukraine. Because they haven't. They haven't fully imperialized Ukraine, taken it back. The Soviet Union is back. 1990s is back. 80.
That's not their goal. They're not an imperial colonization plan.
So what is their plan? You would say?
Well, first of all, simply to number one was just survive the onslaught of the West, which they did. See, the whole idea. See, okay, you're talking about Western imperialism. I've interviewed John Perkins, Confessions of an Economic Hitman, right, multiple times.
Yeah.
The way the Western Empire worked was you first destabilize a target country, and then you topple them. You either assassinate the leader, or you create debt for that nation so that you can pillage their resources. This is the Western model all over the world. This is why America is hated by almost all the other countries around the world right now, because America goes around the world with Venezuela. You think the Venezuelan people love Trump? They hate Trump. They hate Trump.
Yeah, but they hate Maduro more, though.
Well, but they're certainly not welcoming Trump to come in. But the resources in Iran, why are we attacking Iran? Because of their oil. Why were we attacking Russia through the proxy of Ukraine? Because of Russia's gas fields and their oil, which is that we need in America that we lack because the oil grades that we produce in America are too much of a lighter grade, right?
Yeah.
We need the Urals oil from Russia. We were trying to topple Putin, destroy their economy, and take their oil. In fact, U.S.
Is that still?
They admitted it. Let me
ask you this, because I know that most of that happened during Biden's administration. Do you think Trump is actually as anti-Russia?
No.
I don't think he is.
I don't think he
should be, though.
No, that was definitely Biden.
I would love to bring him to the board of peace and bring Putin. Like, what type of a world would it look like if we had? And I know it sounds crazy, and maybe a lot of people are going to hate me for this, but why are we fighting Putin, man?
It doesn't make any sense, does it? No, I agree with you. I think Trump would rather wrap up the situation with Russia and focus on other things, which in Trump's mind seems to be Israel's interests and Iran, unfortunately. But then maybe long-term going after China. But in the meantime, by the way, China doesn't want to be the world reserve currency because that's a big burden. You have to print a lot of currency to have the circulation base, right? China wants to trade. Russia wants to export energy. Iran wants to export energy. And Israel wants to control, expand they want the entire Middle East.
Kind of like that. A lot of people would say that's a conspiracy. So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I'm learning a lot here. I don't want to seem like I'm trying to challenge you.
Not at all. We're just having a really fun conversation. It's all good.
I'm interested. Like, what would bring you? What would in a perfect world? What would you want from Trump? Like, what would you want from him for him to do? I mean, there's a lot of things I would want, but like, what would you want?
Oh, it's very clear in my mind. We are moving into a multipolar world, whether we like it or not, because American dominance has fallen for generations.
So
what we need from
would you
Trump,
say? I'm sorry to interrupt, but would you say that we're trying our best to hang on to that?
No, we're not trying. We need to do better. And what I would want Trump to do is to invest in the American people. And what I mean is education. We have to get good at academics. We have to get good at engineering and math and physics and chemistry and innovation. We have to get good at business. We have to get good at being entrepreneurs because we have to compete with all these amazing, brilliant engineers that China's graduating every day, right? We have to be able to compete intellectually with the rest of the world. We can't run around the world just bombing and threatening and assassinating everybody. That worked for 80 years.
Yeah.
And that is not going to work any longer.
That's how we've been able to maintain this superpower.
Yes.
So that's the aircraft carrier is obsolete. Angle is like, in order to move on to this multipolar world, what would it look like?
We got to be able to trade. So we got to focus on innovation domestically. We need the American people to have skills, work skills. We need to be setting up, factories and ingenuity, innovation, and teaching that.
And now AI is kind of like, fuck.
Yeah, and the problem is now the message from the AI companies is you don't need to work or learn anything. We're just going to give you an income, and all you have to do is be a consumer. That's a suicide pact, man. To be a consumer and never create, never be a business leader, that's not going to work for the American people.
That's the death of human.
It is.
Humanism, right? Like
it is.
Us being humans, we can't create because these machines or these things that we've trained to think like us and better.
Right.
Yeah, so I respect that. So you would say we need to just bring back skill, education,
yes.
Target that. It was just something I've been preaching to. Like we should be targeting the next generations to come, teaching them to be
absolutely
the best readers possible.
Mentoring, and trade skills, like CNC skills, lathes, welding and like hands-on skills that built our civilization. How do we do that? But also then all the math and engineering. How do we explore more oil? How do we invent energy systems that don't even need fossil fuels? Like this all comes from, a competitive education system.
The unfortunate downfall is being the superpower of the world. Global's reserve currency, which is infinite money printing, infinite sanctions, infinite, bombings, infinite, again, I'm not pro that. Like I'm not pro military industrial complex. I just come from a standpoint that I understand why this is happening and where the panic would be from these advisors, generals, or, these billionaires who live here who pretty much, I understand. And there's so much to talk about within the insides or whatever, but I understand why these problems are happening. I understand why people my age are resulting in socialism, communism, or voting for these people that are, maybe would love the universal basic income idea because, like the people should own the
They feel like they have no other options.
Yeah.
But here's the saying, I'll share this with you. You can't bomb your way to prosperity, and you can't assassinate your way to diplomacy. Yet our diplomacy today is bombing and assassinating and threatening and sanctioning and tariffing. That's what Trump is doing. That's why I oppose what Trump is doing, because this will only isolate the United States. It won't accomplish the goals that are in the interest of our country in the long run. And also our military, which was able to project power very effectively since post-World War II through aircraft carriers and, guided munitions, especially in the Gulf War, the 1990s and so on. That's obsolete because of drones and missiles now. Where in Iran, a guy with a pickup truck can launch a drone off the back of his pickup truck, and that can hit a tanker or can threaten to hit a tanker, which is all that's necessary. So we're going to have to move from a 1980s mentality, which was like Ronald Reagan and, Star Wars, like space-based weapons. And I think Donald Trump is still living in the 1980s or 1990s, in my opinion, in his perception of the military. And I think the world has changed, and we got to, instead of bombing and threatening, we got to learn how to have diplomacy with the world. That's my take.
Yeah, that's something that he pushed for. I remember there's clips that come out, even when he was running, he was like, we can't be just bombing the shit out of the Middle East. We need to make these deals, which I do think he's still trying to do via that news that came out. He wants to work, like he went to the Saudis, he went to Qatar. I mean, these are some of, like, you want to talk about proxies of Iran, Qatar would be on that list. Like, Israel hates Qatar. Anytime if anybody goes to Qatar, the Israel crowd would be like, you're being paid by Qatar, you're an agent. So I do think that a lot of that stuff, I think Trump would love to work these things out, but I don't think he has the opportunity to. And
but
I don't
Qatar
think
gave Trump a $400 million plane.
Exactly.
And don't forget that in retaliation for being bombed by Israel, Iran bombed Qatar's natural gas trains, damaged 2 of the 14 trains that will cost the Qatari royalty tens of billions of dollars because the repair time on those is 3 to 5 years. They are losing tens of billions of dollars every year for the next 3 to 5 years because of Trump's war. So Qatar is mad at Trump. The Saudis are mad at Trump. The UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, Iraq, all of them, they're mad at Trump. Say, why did you hit the hornet's nest of Iran over here, where we got bombs raining in on us now? You see, that's the way I see it. And unless we find a way to stop this retaliation, which you'd have to have Netanyahu step down or be arrested or something. Because if we don't have peace,
every time they get close, it feels like there's a new bombing campaign
on purpose. But if we don't have peace, the American economy is going to start suffering this year badly. Diesel prices, transportation prices, food prices, joblessness, supply chains cratering. Then America's youth is going to become even more communist because there's no jobs.
Yeah, unfortunately,
yeah.
I agree with you. I agree with a lot of the things that you are saying. especially when it comes to, you know, people my age and younger. They're the ones that they're the next generation. And if this,
that's why I'm asking you, because I want to know what you're thinking.
I have they're not friendly toward me. You know, even though when they see me in person, it's always a good combo. Like I talk to everybody. That's another thing I preach on my channel is like, yo, when you resort to violence and you think that violence is the answer, I try to go out and talk to everybody. I try to be friendly with everybody because maybe they've never heard this point of view. And unfortunately for them, they don't hear many point of views, which is why they think that killing Charlie Kirk is a cool thing. Because
what?
Yeah, that became like a very viral sensation. Like, oh, like, you know, there was a teacher that got locked up for basically, you know, parading around that Charlie Kirk or killing Charlie Kirk was a W, like a win.
What?
And I think that they only get to that radicalization. It's sick, but they only get to that radicalization point because they don't talk to other people. They don't know the opposition, or not the opposition in a violent way, but like, you know, the opposite of what they think. And so, you know, they've been kind of programmed into this mentality of like, hey, Trump, anti-democracy, he's taking your rights, taking this, taking that, taking this. So with Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is supporting that. He needs to die. It's just like, it becomes this kind of like this mix up of like, you know, they all gotta go and like nobody's talking anymore. And when talking stops, the violence gets going. Unfortunately, that's what's been happening. A lot of people my age, especially leftists, they're going into all these centers and invading them. And, you know, I wouldn't be surprised at anything at this point. God forbid though, God forbid. But every day I wake up like nervous. I'm like, man, like, you know, should I even be showing my face like at this point? Like, who knows? You know what I mean? Like,
I love your courage. And by the way, I also love the fact that you know a lot about financial history. You're talking about 1971.
Yeah, Brian, what's it?
And, you know, I've interviewed G. Edward Griffin, the creature of Jekyll Island and so on. It's so critical that people your age actually understand the financial history of what's going on and how we got to where we are with all this debt. Now, you're wearing a Bitcoin hat, and I know you're a Bitcoiner, so I want to ask you.
Bitcoin's dumping right now.
Last time. I know it is. But
I'm down right now.
Okay, but let me challenge you with this. The original vision of Satoshi, right, was decentralized, peer-to-peer money.
Absolutely.
No central control. And in the early days of Bitcoin, it was mostly considered to be kind of anonymous or private, which it isn't today. Now, clearly, we need an alternative to the dollar counterfeiting system. The thing I love about Bitcoin is that nobody can just print Bitcoin out of nothing. Right? Otherwise, it'd be worthless. What do you make of Bitcoin today, how it has become embraced by the establishment, especially the Trump establishment? You got the Genius Act, for example. What is Bitcoin today, and does it still have an important role to play in financial freedom for people?
So I was at the Bitcoin conference. There was a documentary, a group that I ended up meeting up with, and they asked me, hey, we're shooting a documentary. Would you like to be a part of it? And the number one conversation was, what the fuck is Bitcoin? Excuse my language, but like, what is it today?
Yeah.
Some of the best conversations at the Bitcoin conference was, hey, what are we doing here? Because you got, you know, Michael Saylor hoarding all this Bitcoin, issuing debt, or getting issued debt, buying more, then people are buying his stock, you know, preferred stock. It's a mess, right? It's a mess.
That's the craziest thing.
Then you have Jeff Booth, who comes out and says, Bitcoin can't work if it's not money, because this is what it was supposed to be. So you have the hoarding of Bitcoin, saving it, borrowing against it, you know, creating another debt system on top of this system, which we're trying to defeat the debt system already of money printing and all of this. And then you have the Jeff Booths of the world that are pretty much saying, hey, like, that's not gonna work. That's just becoming another dollar scam, you know, pyramid, whatever. I'm not gonna say pyramid scheme, but of course we live in the biggest pyramid scheme, which is literally our whole financial system, which is why, you know, Hal Finney and Len Sassman got together and made Bitcoin. I think that's what Satoshi is. That's just me saying it. But
just dropping a little nugget right there.
Yeah. So
who's Satoshi?
Yeah. So I would say, to answer your question, it's a very confusing time. You know, the reason why I'm in it is the way I preach it is not your keys, not your cheese. Right?
That's
so
true.
Like, you got to have the keys, right? You see the United States of America. You know, you have the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, coming out talking about, we took the Bitcoin from Iran.
He's bragging about it.
Yeah, but what did he take? He didn't take no Bitcoin.
I thought it took Tether, didn't he?
Yeah, he took stable coins.
Yeah.
So you got people thinking stable coin might be the answer. You got people thinking all these other coins. So I think the original vision is the only way that Bitcoin would work.
I agree.
Which is beating the money printing, it would be what Satoshi, in my opinion, envisioned was a peaceful revolution, which is a transfer. Now, banks are not going to go down easy. You see Jamie Dimon calling, Coinbase CEO Brian Armstrong, calling him an asshole, saying all these things because the banking cartels that debanked Trump, by the way, that made a lot of people want to vote for Trump is because you saw the treatment that he got from banks. Eric Trump, Donald Trump Jr.
No, they were brutal.
Other people too. I mean, you've been deplatformed.
Yes.
You have Google, you have all these people that deplatformed me for some time. So Bitcoin is the system that operates outside of that system, and that's what it's supposed to be. But to your point, just like everything, man, it gets conflated, and the fiat boys, the fiat maxis, they will always find a way to try to keep their fiat games alive, right? And that's
ever heard the saying, the power to print is the power to destroy?
I've heard that saying, yes.
Yeah, and it's so true, isn't it? Because think about it, the central bank can print any number of trillions of dollars and then use it to buy Bitcoin or any other coin. And then they can become the whale.
Yep.
They can become the key manipulator.
Well, I would say that majority of Bitcoin is still held by retail, which is...
Yeah, that's true. I'm just saying theoretically they could.
But at some point that could flip. And the moment that flips, it's like, okay, well, now we're just not even decentralized anymore because somebody could just dump, buy, dump. But I also think that the future of Bitcoin is very bright. I think that Bitcoin is the free market. That's, the natural state of the free market. I mean, the natural state of capitalism. Capitalism is natural state of the market is supposed to be deflation, right? If there is no money printing, the prices of things should naturally go down, right? Like deflation should be a thing we should look forward to. But unfortunately, we just can't because we print so much money that people hoard their money to beat inflation in houses and all these things. So that's why people are like, oh, these kids are like, well, why is housing so expensive? Well, money printing. Anyways, long story short, guys, I push Bitcoin to younger people because it is, to me, hard sound money. I think that the rest of the world will catch up eventually. Michael Saylor did once say that they will buy and get Bitcoin at the price that they deserve. I think we're in a 4-year cycle. I think the 4-year cycle is still exists, but I think the future of it, to me, is still bright. And I hope it is. I'm betting everything on it. My whole entire net worth is Bitcoin.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Well, I'm giving you some gold today, by the way.
I appreciate it.
So you can add a little bit of gold to that. Because I just want to spread the gold around,
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Hopefully,
the real hard money.
Not your keys, not your cheese. If you're gonna buy Bitcoin, make sure your Bitcoin should live in your head. It shouldn't live on a crypto exchange. It shouldn't live on Mt. Gox.
Totally.
It shouldn't live on Robinhood. It shouldn't live on Coinbase. It shouldn't live anywhere. It should be off grid in your head, and you should know the keys. Multiple wallets. That way, if they come for you, put a gun to your head. Good luck.
See, I know you've been in this a while when you mentioned Mt. Gox, so I don't know, right? But you're so right. The thing is, there's a technical barrier. Some people, you tell people like, oh, you need to have your own self-custody, your own wallet. And then they're like, what does that mean? Well, how do I do that? What do I do? Now, you have to install something, right? And you have to have, a seed phrase or whatever. And then there's a barrier, especially for people that are older than me, let's say. People in their 60s and 70s typically are very technologically challenged in that space, right? They're not good with the mobile phone wallets. Everybody your age, it's like second nature. Right?
Yeah. I mean, you can learn. Again, like if you go off grid, I bought a house in Texas of absolutely nowhere. From a city kid to like living in an apartment building with I don't know how many people, hundreds of people, to like living in Texas in a house where it's just like there's like the nearest Buc-ee's is like 10 minutes away or whatever. So like, in my opinion, that's how I think about money. Money shouldn't be something you eat. It shouldn't be something you sleep in. It should be something that you store your energy on. And that's what it's supposed to be, in my opinion. It's literally what we're in this world. The way I think about money is that we extract. You're extracting time right now. There's people that are paying to see you. This is your value to the world. You are extracting value by giving value. And I think money should reflect that. And you should be able to have money that is scarce and also can live in your head, where you can just buy a hardware wallet and put your seed phrase, and there you have access to your money. And I think eventually, like, I'm not one of those guys that wants to just hold Bitcoin forever. No, I want to spend it. I want to be able to exchange. I want
to be usable.
the free market, you know, like it's a money. It's an actual money. It's a gold type money. And I think that it's a great invention. And I pitch that to people. I think gold is always going to be great. Look at where it's at now. It's like, I don't know how many trillions of dollars are in there. But I think, you know, eventually Bitcoin catch up, because people will catch up to say, hey, buying stable coins is stupid. Buying all these things are stupid. Banking with, you know, freaking JP, they'll debank you if they don't agree with you eventually. And I think that stuff is coming again. I think it's going to come. This is my prediction. I'm going to make a prediction to your crowd. I hope you guys like me, by the way. You know, I'm pitching myself here. I hope you're like, oh, look at this stupid kid. But I will say that when the Democrats do take power again, and I think they're going to take power again, I think that's very obvious looking at the polls, looking at the betting markets, they're coming. And this time they're coming to bury people. Like they're not going to do what they did last time, which is, you know, force these companies to censor ideas, which is what they did to me, which is a Trump Executive Order 14149, which basically rules that the federal government cannot enforce or, you know, or get in the middle of trying to influence, you know, censorship, which is something that Facebook and Mark Wahlberg and all these people finally came out and said that, hey, COVID vaccine, you cannot talk about. The federal government was enforcing that, the FCC and all these things. Whatever arguments people make about all of this, I think censorship is coming. I think it's coming 10 times worse than before. I think the way that they view the Trump and Trump administration and Trump supporters is kind of like, these people need to be put away. They need to be pushed somewhere. They need to be pushed aside. And that's why I'm all in on Bitcoin. I'm all in on, you know, just moving away and getting a couple guns too. You never know. You know, Texas is good for guns. New York City didn't allow me to have guns.
Oh yeah, you're in Texas now. You're required to carry a gun.
God, I can't do that. You get 3 years and a half in New York if you do that.
Really?
3 years and a half if you carry a gun.
I mean,
I think it's going up to 5, I think now.
Most of us here always carry guns.
Yeah, if you do that in New York City and a cop catches you, you are going straight to prison.
Yeah, well, that's why we're not in New York City.
That's why we're not in New York City.
All right. Well, Lou, this has been a really fascinating conversation. I want to thank you for just being really upfront. And I think this is really awesome that we can share this and explore some of these ideas. And
I learned a lot from your takes, by the way.
Well,
you know?
I learned from you too.
Yeah.
And I love what you're doing. I think you're on the right track. And I think that I hope a lot of people follow you, and I hope you continue to search for truth in everything. But also don't forget the peace side of it. We, you know, right? Fellow human beings. We all, one way or another, we got to find a way to live together. I know you support that. I'm not saying you don't.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, even on a global scale, we got to find a way to live together, or we're going to destroy ourselves.
You got to make peace with your enemies, not your friends. And whether they're considered terrorists or not, you have to make peace with people.
It's, if we don't take a different track, I don't think we're going to make it as a species, honestly. I really don't. I think we'll destroy ourselves.
I agree.
So hopefully we can learn and we can grow up as a species and continue to have a planet with humans on it.
Yeah, no,
instead of just run by Skynet bots, you know.
I agree. I couldn't agree more. What I preach to people, you know, my father was in federal prison. My brother did Fed time as well. My whole family was just a whole bunch of drug dealers and doing a bunch of illegal stuff. But you can always choose to be good.
Mm-hmm.
That's a choice. You can choose to be good, be better, get better, no matter what your past is. There's a lot of people that watch me that probably were in prison or did some stuff that they're not proud of or whatever. You know, what I preach is that you can get better. You can be better. And I hope that people take that, especially on my channel and to your audience, you know, that's what I preach, is that, you know, I want people to get better. And I pray for world peace every day. That's something that I pray for.
Absolutely.
Every day.
Let me give you a channel, LV Nation.
Mm-hmm.
It's Lou Valentino, and LV Nation is your channel name on YouTube.
Sir.
Do you have a social tag on X or other channels? Or
just Lou Valentino everywhere, like on Instagram or, you know, on X as well as Lou Valentino. But I'm mostly just on YouTube. I don't really use all the other way. I just use X to get some information or whatever.
And I would also add, by the way, the biggest crooks never go to prison, do they? The biggest crooks and the most corrupt money grubbers out there, they never spend a day in prison, do they?
No.
Yep, and that's universal in every country, every government around the world.
Yeah, the people I've seen going to prison lately is they're like yeah, it's like people getting caught up, and then it's like, okay, well, what about the people in Congress? Like, what about those people that have the
Insider
information,
trading, all
like
that
all
kind
this
of stuff.
Like,
Yep.
so
They have immunity.
when I see the Trump administration doing that, I'm like, okay, well, but what about the big guys? What about the big fish? What about the ones like, you know? So that is frustrating.
Hey, the biggest drug money launderers in the world are banks. The big banks. I'm not going to name names, but you can look them up. You know, it's not a secret, actually. So the difference between who goes to jail and who rules a corporation is just the scale of the crime. The bigger the crime, the less you do time. That's the way our world is structured, isn't it? Wild?
It is wild.
Crazy.
It is wild. Yeah. And I think that's a part of the frustration too with people, you know, who voted for Trump. It's like, hey, what about, like, what are we doing? You know what I mean? Like, where are those big arrests from those big people? Like, you know, I know I'm not even going to name names.
I know.
But
there's a lot of arrests that should have been made.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all
especially with COVID. Oh my God.
Absolutely.
What? The enforcements, Fauci, Gates. I mean, it gets pretty deep. So.
All right. Well, thank you, Lou. It's been a pleasure. Thanks for spending this time with me. It's been a lot of fun. We've both learned a lot. And I want to thank my audience also for joining us today on this very special interview with a 29-year-old influencer on YouTube here. That
29-year-old influencer on YouTube here. All right, Benny Beaner. I'm gonna get my ass up out of here. Bam.
Boots on the ground, war pain on my face. Another body drop, homicide on the case. Block hot, every step, feel like a chase. But killers move quiet, vanish no trace. Street lights flicker, shadows twist in the smoke. Homies in the cut, hearts broke but never spoke. They set us up, now we the face of the dope. We can't win, it's like pissing up a rope. Soldiers of the block, marching in the dark. Scars on the soul, everyone leaves a mark. Ain't no medals, just survival as the prize. Gang life, battlefield where the loyalty lies. Soldiers of the block, marching in the dark. Scars on the soul, everyone leaves a mark. Ain't no medals, just survival as the prize. Gang life, battlefield where the loyalty lies. Trenches ain't dirt, it's concrete and pain. YN's vicious, trying to make a name. Homies got my six, but some switch for the game. Committing treason, all for some change. Blood on the curb, baptism in the grind. Cause in the hood, know it's pushing grind. Hands on the clock, spinning back with the time. Gotta be built for this, or you could lose your mind. Silent prayers in the alleys, cathedral. Cigarette smoke swirls, preachers lethal. Chain heavy, but the burden's heavier still. The battlefield's quiet, but the streets always kill. Soldiers of the block, marching in the dark. Scars on the soul, everyone leaves a mark. Ain't no medal, just survival and surprise. Gang life, battlefield where the loyalty lies. Soldiers of the block, marching in the dark. Scars on the soul, everyone leaves a mark. Ain't no medal, just survival and surprise. Gang life, battlefield where the loyalty lies. Roll call it dawn, but it's ghosts in the ranks. Cash in the duffel, blood-stained banks. Graffiti on the walls, hieroglyphs of the lost. Every war's got a price, we just tally that cost. Drums of the night, thump louder than truth. Steel in the waist, no time for the booth. Enemies lurking, snakes hiss in the grass. Cash catching up, but we running too fast. Soldiers of the block, marching in the dark. Scars on the soul, everyone leaves a mark. Ain't no medal, just survival and surprise. Gang life, battlefield where the loyalty lies.
It's been real. Signing off. Peace.